Good morning. Welcome to the National Security Innovation Network's fourth annual Defense Entrepreneurial Symposium, known as the DES. NSIN, that's the acronym for the National Security Innovation Network, and our delivery partner, the Nebraska Business Development Center, are absolutely thrilled to bring the symposium to you. I am Wade Watts, NSIN's Regional Engagement Principal in Nebraska, and I'll be your host today. Please be aware that throughout the symposium, we'll be recording everything that goes on, and the recording will be made available to you about a week after all the festivities are over. To get started, I would like to go over a few administrative details in the following slides. Now, our objectives for the symposium are to increase interest and participation in what we call our venture portfolio. And those are business-oriented programs that enable businesses to collaborate with the Department of Defense to solve Department of Defense problems. Broaden and strengthen NSIN's networks to include small businesses, startups, accelerators, hubs, and mission partners, otherwise known as DoD clients in plain English. Increase innovative solution development within the Department of Defense. Everything leads to this. So we want to collaborate with a bunch of different groups, in this case business, to take their technologies, their knowledge, their talent, and use them to solve Department of Defense problems. Now, no doubt, you've got this navigation screen right in front of you. I want to go over a couple of things. Up in the upper left-hand corner here, you'll see three main buttons: technical support, the expo hall, and contact NSIN. So with technical support, if something goes wrong, you need some help, you click on that to get your problems fixed. There are a bunch of different varieties of ways you can get technical support. You can email, you can do a voice chat, and you can communicate in real time. So that'll work. With the expo hall, those begin at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you have questions, want to find out more about certain companies, click on the expo hall, you'll get there. Contact NSIN. Okay, this is a great place to get general questions answered. Again, this is during the window of 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and then that will go for an hour. And then chat. We have 3 chat rooms available. So this is new. We've not done this before. There's general, technical, and then funding. So you can go to any one of those 3 chat rooms and chat. You can do a public chat where everybody can see things, or you can do a private chat one-on-one. So lots of different options. Down the lower left, you have the About button. And through this, you can see a schedule of all the events that will occur today. Some features with the DES. We have about over 30 presentations. So we have an overview, which we're doing right now, special presentations and testimonials. Those special presentations include organizations that help us or can help businesses do their work in terms of collaborating with the Department of Defense. Everybody cares about money, right? So we have 3 investor venture capital folks presenting today. And then we'll round up everything with company, firm, and product overviews. Within the exhibition hall, I should say, we have 6 expo booths. And again, if you have questions of a general nature, you can always go to the NSIN booth to get your questions answered. Basically a running Q&A session. We had so many volunteers for speakers this year that we had to get rid of doing a Q&A session with everybody in it, and then do this smaller question and answer period through the expo booths. 3 venture capital firms, as I mentioned before, and the proximity chat rooms. All right, I'd like to give you a quick overview of what NSIN is all about, the National Security Innovation Network. As I've alluded to earlier, we are a Department of Defense organization reporting through the Defense Innovation Unit, the DIU, to the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Our mission is to build networks of people and organizations to generate new solutions to national security problems. The big thing here is innovation, thinking outside the box, not doing the normal rote thinking, and getting things moved out to the warfighter very quickly. So we're a DoD program office. We've been on the books, a program of record since fiscal year 2020. And we engage the following communities here, looking at the middle of the slide: venture firms, small businesses, the national security apparatus, the Department of Defense, basically, and academia, universities throughout the entire nation. We're headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, and we have 37 regional positions, people sprawled all over the United States, as you can see in this particular graphic right here. So the beauty of this network is if somebody has a problem, for example, in Massachusetts, and the best place to solve that problem is with a university or a business in California, we make that happen. So it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, what you're doing, we can tap into our network and coordinate things and get solutions squared away for the Department of Defense. So we're implementing a new model for national security innovation. I talked about the network earlier. So everybody's connected. When somebody has a problem, we jump on it and coordinate throughout our entire regional network. We have programs, which we'll get to in just a little bit. And then we have our transition team, which helps people who have gone through our programs to do bigger and better things down the road. And they advise and counsel those particular entities. So I mentioned earlier about programs. We have 2 portfolios, a talent portfolio and a venture portfolio. This talent portfolio is about solving national security challenges, working with a variety of different programs that leverage the talents of universities and sometimes even the what we call mission partners or the DoD clients themselves. What we're going to concentrate on here today is the venture portfolio. Now, Abby Desjardins from NSIN will talk about each one of these venture portfolio programs. This is what we're talking about today, all the programs that we use to involve businesses to collaborate and solve Department of Defense problems. And then we have the transition cell, which I alluded to earlier, and you can see all the services that they bring to bear to help NSIN alumni move forward. So if you have questions, overall general questions, please visit us in Virtual Exhibition Hall, booth number 1. Now, with all the exhibition booths, you have the capability of emailing, entering into a specialized room for a live Q&A. You can visit the firm's website, including NSIN's. In the case of NSIN, you can, if you're a mission partner, you can even go to our website and enter a problem that you need to be solved, and we'll take care of it from there. So now we're going to transition to our keynote speaker, Mr. Eric Coffie. Now, Eric is the founder and CEO of Govcon Giants. And as our keynote speaker, his firm teaches companies how to compete for and secure government contracts. He conducts interviews and provides instruction on how on his YouTube channel, and has even interviewed some of our NSIN alumni in the past. You'll find Eric's presentation to be invigorating and inspiring as he details his personal journey with successes and some failures. and how he recovered from those failures and learned from them and turned those failures into successes. You can't go wrong with this presentation. I'm sure you'll like it. So now it's an honor to present Mr. Eric Coffie.
All right. Well, thank you, NSIN, for having me today. I'm honored to be here in front of some of the greatest minds coming together to help make the world a safer place for everyone. Today, I want to share 3 stories. Similar to Steve Jobs' commencement speech, where he talked about connecting the dots. You cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking backward. That story resonates with me as I think back on my own journey. Just before 2007, I was approached by a family friend to go into business together, helping him develop properties down in Miami. A few years earlier, I had graduated with a degree in engineering and had been a successful realtor throughout South Florida. This gentleman was a very wealthy developer and said he needed a partner with education to complement his team. So I went off and studied for my general contractor's license in order to add value to the partnership. What we didn't know at the time was that the real estate market would tank. Banks would stop lending and all development would come to a screeching halt. The financial crisis had arrived, and I was stuck with a construction and real estate license and nowhere to work. In search of what to do next, having more time than money, a friend of mine introduced me to government contracting, saying it was a billion-dollar industry and that if I figured it out, we could eventually become partners. Never having heard of a billion-dollar industry before, I became intrigued. And with ample time on my hand, I began studying everything I could regarding the subject. Within a few months, I had a new partner. After helping his company win contracts, I then went on to forge other relationships with other small businesses before venturing out on my own, acquiring a steel erection business. I applied the same techniques and started winning DoD contracts. In 6 years, I had gone from $0 in opportunity to becoming a defense contractor with millions in contracts, 23 employees, offices across 3 states, and moved into a suburban house with my family. One of my first executive hires helped me expand beyond federal into the commercial sector, where he promised the opportunities were even greater. With the promise of more growth and upfront payments, it seemed like a good fit at the time. Within a few short months of our first major commercial projects awarded, we were facing many payment issues and the threat of looming litigation. We started to get behind on paying our suppliers, and the idea of litigation went from threats to propose, and we found ourselves in the midst of multiple lawsuits by 2 large construction firms in excess of our contract values. This was a dark and painful time for me. Sleepless nights, not wanting to answer the phone or check email because of the overwhelming debt that I could not afford to pay. During that time, a subcontractor whom I owed a substantial amount of money to asked me before, when I started in business, what did I like most? And I told him that I had never lost money on a government contract. So he advised me to go back there and he would never call me again about the debt. Having been in a similar situation to me, he had previously lost his business only to find himself working for another company. Eventually, I would settle one of the lawsuits and win the other, but I was down to 2 employees, forced to take a full-time job and drive Uber on the weekends just to pay my bills and keep the business afloat. Following the advice of my debtor friend, I shifted my focus back to federal. My luck turned around quickly as I was successfully awarded a new subcontract operating under a tribal entity. I left my job, never to return back, and before you know it, I was in business again full time. A few years later, I launched my YouTube channel to teach people about federal contracting, that they did not have to go through what I faced in the commercial sector. I invested 18 months into just making content with zero prospects for revenue. I want to let the world know the truth about government contracting and how lucrative it could be. It literally saved me twice from desperation and despair in the midst of uncertain times. Today, I've amassed a following of 60,000 subscribers across multiple platforms and millions of views of my content online. I can say with absolute certainty, had it not been for those 2 crushing blows, I would not be here in front of you giving this talk. And so to Steve's point, you cannot connect the dots looking forward. So you have to trust that somehow they will connect in the future. The second story is not of my own. In 1989, a South African immigrant, Elon Musk, moved to Canada to avoid mandatory service in the South African military. From Canada, he migrated to the University of Pennsylvania in 1992 to study business and physics. Shortly thereafter, he headed to Stanford to pursue a PhD in energy physics, where he trapped out and founded a company, Zip2 Corporation. The company was later purchased by Compaq for $307 million. And in 1999, Musk co-founded X.com through an acquisition which led to the creation of PayPal. In 2002, it was acquired by eBay for a whopping $1.5 billion, which Musk owned 11% of PayPal at the time. Using his fortune, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002 with the intention of building spacecraft for commercial space travel. And in 2003, Musk created another venture, Tesla Motors, a company dedicated to producing affordable mass-market electric vehicles. However, in 2008, both companies were taking unsustainable losses as the Tesla cars were not performing and SpaceX had failed 2 rocket launches, not yet proving that it could successfully pilot a rocket in space. Musk was down to his last $20 million in personal fortune, and without the help from investors, banks, or funding, he decides to invest everything into his companies. In 2008, the company sends its first successful rocket launch into space, and NASA awards the company its first ever contract to handle cargo transport for the International Space Station. The NASA contract single-handedly revitalized SpaceX, providing the cash flow needed to keep the doors open and get back on track. In January 2010, the Department of Energy issued a $465 million loan to Tesla Motors to produce specially designed all-electric plug-in vehicles and to develop a manufacturing facility in Fremont, California. The goal was to produce battery packs, electric motors, and other powertrain components for powering specifically designed all-electric vehicles. With an influx of cash, the company was able to resolve funding issues at Tesla, fix the problems with the engine, and start mass-producing electric cars. But his story did not have a smooth journey either. In 2014, SpaceX filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government to block a sole source Air Force contract for 27 rockets made to ULA. The company contended that they only wanted the opportunity to compete for a slice of the government's $11 billion Evolve Expendable Launch Vehicle contract award. The California-based firm offered a low-cost alternative, the Falcon 9, which could safely carry payloads at a quarter of the cost of the ULA rocket, according to Musk. Over the course of the next 9 years, the world would come to know SpaceX. Today, the United States is able to fly rockets at a fraction of the cost than previous market leaders, allowing the U.S. to catch up and exceed all foreign adversaries in space missions. Meanwhile, Tesla Charging Connector and the port, now called North American Charging Standard, NACS, is the most common charging standard in the United States. With more than a decade of use and 20 billion EV charging miles to its name, the Tesla Charging Connector is the most proven in North America. Today, both companies are multi-billion-dollar firms and household names. That brings me to my final story. Remember the Super Soaker? Yes, it was invented by a NASA nuclear engineer working at Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Mr. Lonnie Johnson. Mr. Johnson pitched his invention to several toy companies, but received no offers for 7 years in a row. Finally, a small company decided to take a chance on Mr. Johnson's invention, and it hit shelves in 1990, selling despite having no TV commercials. The following year, TV commercials were released, and the toy became a smash hit nearly a decade after he first invented it. The licensing revenue allowed Mr. Johnson that he received his company to set up Johnson Research and Development Co., which has now been in business for 30 years and has over 100 patents and has spun off 2 businesses. In addition to toy innovations, Johnson also invented the Nerf gun, which brings in even more revenue than a Super Soaker as it's a year-round toy. Today, Johnson R&D works on advanced space systems, battery technology, fuel cells, environmental technology, energy conversion devices, electrical mechanical systems, and much more. The Super Soaker, which Hasbro took over from Larami in 1995, is one of the most successful toys of all time with more than $1 billion in sales to date. Johnson still has the original prototype. This shows the power that dreamers, academia, and capital allocators working with the government can have when done correctly. There are many more examples that often do not get shared. Technology companies, media companies, inventions all spun out of government-fostered partnerships. Do not take it lightly, your ability to change the world. Thank you for having me. Which one of you will turn a playful hobby into the next world-renowned technology?
Well, next up, we have Miss Abby Desjardins from NSIN, who serves as the Portfolio Director for Venture Programs. She'll give you an overview of all the programs that are applicable to our business activities within NSIN. Now over to Abby.
Hello, I'm Abigail Desjardins. I'm the Venture Portfolio Director and the Director of Enterprise Services at the National Security Innovation Network, or NSIN. NSIN is a program of office within the Office of the Secretary of Defense, reporting to the Defense Innovation Unit. Although we have been around since 2016, we became an official program of record in 2021. We sit at that critical intersection between the national security, the venture community, and academia. We do this to ensure that we are able to leverage the amazing talent that sits outside of the Beltway. There's a broad recognition within the department that we are unable to meet our competitive edge if we are unable to tap in to the fantastic talent and solutions that exist. We sit right now in 37 regional locations across 26 states, and we are headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, or in Crystal City at the Joint Innovation Lab. Last year, we set up a Mission Acceleration Center as a test in Seattle, Washington. This year, we are expanding beyond Seattle, Washington to 4 additional locations for a total of 5 Mission Acceleration Centers, with potential more locations coming online in the near future. The Mission Acceleration Centers exist as a front door to innovation for the Department of Defense. It is a collaborative space where defense innovators are able to walk in, get their questions answered and met, and allow for easy access to critical needs within the Department of Defense. NSIN has a new model for national security innovation, and we do so through 3 primary lines of effort. One is network building. I mentioned that we exist across the United States. We do that through our regional network team. We have broken up the United States into 9 regional areas. Each region contains a regional director who is responsible for understanding and developing the defense innovation ecosystem. They cannot do this alone. They do this with a team of regional engagement principals. I believe you all know Wade Watts. If not, you should know Wade. He is the regional engagement principal for Nebraska. The reps are responsible for really building the trust within their local and respective ecosystems, because we have a recognition that folks require trust in order to, 1, help bring out the Department of Defense problem set into the non-traditional areas, as well for non-traditionals to begin to work on Department of Defense needs. We know the department is a difficult customer, and we know that it takes time and it takes trust. And that is what our regional network team is there to help establish and build. We also execute programming for the Department of Defense. We do this through 2 portfolios, the talent portfolio and the venture portfolio. I'll speak to those in a subsequent slide. And then last but not least, we have a recognition within NSIN that transition is very important. Although it is very critical for us to be at the spear of innovation, right? So identifying new novel techniques and solutions. It's also super critical for those things that are viable, feasible, and desirable, that we're able to identify transition pathways for those solutions to make their way into the hands of the warfighter. I mentioned we have 2 portfolios of programming. You'll see on this slide that we have the talent portfolio and we have the venture portfolio. Although there's only a subset of our programming offered here, our website does contain all of the programming that we have to offer. The ones that you see on this slide are programs of record. Now, they're not the traditional Department of Defense programs of record. They're just programs that we have continued to execute year over year because we have seen value. We also execute pilot programs. We do leverage the lean startup methodology here at NSIN, where we test out a hypothesis and see if something works or doesn't work. And so for those pilot programs, we have materials on our website, or you can reach out to your local R&T member for additional information. Now, the talent portfolio focuses in on individuals. So the start of every programming starts with individuals, whether it's boot camp, which leverages DoD personnel, helping them to understand the root problem that they're dealing with, or capstone, which is leveraging the capstone programs that exist inside of academic institutions, or the X-Force Fellowship, which is an internship program that we offer every summer. This year, I believe we have just under 250 amazing interns that are working on Department of Defense problems throughout the course of the 3-month summer. And then last but not least, the Foundry program of record. This one's close to my heart. It used to exist in my portfolio, and then this year we moved it over the talent portfolio. But this is our tech transfer programming, where we take U.S. government developed IP, whether it's sitting in a federal lab, a UARC, of FFRDC, but it's IP that has been developed by the government, and we look to commercialize that technology. And we have seen amazing success with this particular program, not only in commercializing government-funded technology, but also of helping those inventors understand the dual use case behind dual use applicability behind their solution. Now, switching over to the venture portfolio, I've got more detailed slides on these, so I will touch upon those in subsequent slides. Now, Ensign by the numbers. You'll see here that the numbers here reflect 2019 through 2022. So this is not the full picture of Ensign's impact to date. It is a snapshot, but it's a pretty powerful and impactful snapshot. As I mentioned, we are a DoD program office. We do receive funding from the President's budget and then from the National Defense Authorization Act. And since 2019, we have received $114 million. Now, what does that money go for? That money goes for paying for our programs. It goes for paying for the regional network team. And it goes to some additional funds that help us ensure that we're able to derive value from the programming that we are offering. Now, one thing that is of special interest to me as the venture portfolio director are the statistics on the far right-hand side. Now, as you can see, these numbers reflect the amount of money that companies post-Ensign programming have gone on to either raise in private capital or secure in DoD funding. These numbers are very impressive, and it does not necessarily correlate to their engagement in our programming, but it does speak to the caliber of companies that we are able to pull into the national security innovation base. I'll tell you, these numbers continue to rise on a daily basis. We just concluded one of our Accelerator programs in Hawaii, and coming out of that, I think the companies just secured under $3 million in DoD funding. So that number is well over $3 billion at this point in time. So a little bit of a deep dive on the venture portfolio. So the venture portfolio exists, as I alluded to earlier, to help drive access to early stage ventures to address national security problems. We focus in on the dual use space with a recognition, like we have with the Propel program here, is that by working with early stage ventures who are still trying to figure out what their market share is, who their competitors are, what their key value proposition is, but if we expose them to DoD mission partners and their problem sets, we're much more likely to be able to help them to pivot their solution offering to meet the needs of the Department of Defense. But we don't do that in a vacuum. We help them to also understand their commercial business case. Because again, we have a recognition the Department of Defense should not be the sole customer for these companies. Our sales cycle is far too long. These companies need to understand where they can gain traction in the commercial market. Furthermore, this may surprise some of you, the department is not always at the cutting edge of technology, right? So at some times we do have a gap or we do have a need that we need, but we may not be ready for what the commercial sector has to offer just yet. So we are very transparent in our programming and helping these companies to understand that what they are working on is needed and necessary for the department, but they need to go back out to commercial, help to build and refine that offering while the department catches up and then is able to then receive it at a future point in time. So Propel is one of our flagship programs. This is a multi-week accelerator program that we start with a particular DoD problem. We work with the DoD to ensure that we have a group of individuals who are going to be available throughout the cohort to answer questions, to participate in customer discovery sessions, and to really be there to mentor and help these companies understand their use cases. What we are also starting to bake into our Propel program are opportunities to demonstrate. So if there is something that is demonstratable, right? So it has to be further than an MVP. but something that the Department of Defense mission partner can really see how it works either in a laboratory setting or in an actual simulated environment. We try to bake that into our programming because there is something very amazing about seeing with your eyes the technology take flight rather than seeing a PowerPoint briefing. There's something great about the tangible impact of seeing a demonstration. So for this year, we have executed 3 propels. I do believe that we will be in execution of our Propel Boston right now during the Defense Entrepreneurial Symposium. Unfortunately, if you're seeing this message right now, you just missed the window for applying, but stay tuned for next year. We do plan to execute some Propel programs. So if you're an early stage venture who's really interested in a cohort-based program, multi-month, where you can participate in some in-person, mostly virtual programs that are definitely geared towards specific duty problems that keep your eyes open. The URL at the bottom right hand of this slide is where you want to go to look for upcoming opportunities. Challenges program. This is a program where we at NSIN leverage Prize Authority. So Prize Authority is a fantastic tool that is given to many government organizations. It allows us to signal to industry, either through monetary or non-monetary prizes, that what they're working on is of something of interest and of use for the department. It also, if done correctly, satisfies the FAR-based requirement for competitive market research. So one of the fantastic values that we derive from using Prize Authority in execution of our challenges is that it does allow the government to continue doing work with any of the winning companies from our programming using a follow-on other transaction authority or some other contracting mechanism that is available to them. So it is an easy way for the government to do fantastic market research of what is out there. This year, we are leveraging a platform called IdeaScale. Anyone can go on there. You can get to the IdeaScale page by going through our website. It will take you straight to IdeaScale. You can log in, you can see past challenges, you can see upcoming challenges, you can look to see who has submitted ideas and what information those companies are willing to make public. You can even interact if you want to. You can thumbs up, thumbs down, you can leave comments if that feature has been turned on for that particular challenge. Again, this is meant to help the government extract out from across the United States and in some cases beyond the United States, companies who have a great solution that might be of use for the department for those particular challenges. This year, I'm aiming to execute 20 challenges. We are providing a financial prize award at the conclusion. The dollar value ranges depending upon the challenge that we're executing. But this is money that NSIN is taking out of our budget and making available as a prize for each one of these challenges. The last program of record I'll speak about is our Merge Accelerator. So this has gone through a couple of name changes, but we've executed this program in the last 3 years. It is a multi-week, as you can see, 8-week accelerator program that is focused on spinning out dual-use ventures from academic institutions. Right, so you hear a lot in the news about brain drain, about threat to IP, and it is super important for us as the department to ensure that we are reaching academics who are working on some super cutting edge technology and innovative processes, and help them understand that what they're working on is of use and of need for the department. And so we are working with the academic tech transfer offices and other accelerator programs that are spinning up right now inside of academic institutions to help ensure that we are pulling out those great entrepreneurs and helping to give them a little bit of structure around what does it take to become a viable, feasible, and desirable dual-use company. We will be launching this fiscal year's Emerge Accelerator very shortly. So if you are of interest or you know someone who would be interested in applying, please do check it out. We'll make sure that we push it out to everyone who is in attendance today at this event so that you have an opportunity to apply if it is of interest to you. Some other activities that we are doing this year, I mentioned we do some pilot activities. Most of the programs you see on here are pilot activities, or they are services that we offer to the department. So the Forge or the T2 pilot, this is the venture portfolio's sister program to the talent portfolio's foundry program. So this program, same concept, we take government funded IP, we help expose that IP and the inventor to existing early stage ventures. I have a hypothesis that we'll see a faster rate of commercialization of that technology if we expose the technology to existing companies. We'll see. We're just now doing the down select of the applying companies, but I will tell you, I was floored in the fact that we had over 50 companies apply to participate in this particular pilot activity. So there's definitely interest from companies, and then we will look to see the outcomes of this particular pilot program before we execute it again next year. But again, if this is something that is of interest to you, if you are interested in getting access to the inventors and to the into DoD technology to potentially fold it into your existing solution, let us know. And we will put you on the list where we can shoot it out to you if we do decide to execute this particular program next year. Fulcrum. Fulcrum is a pilot that we're executing this year where we are trying to help lower the barrier to testing. So recognizing that a couple of companies out there, more than a couple, get stuck at a certain TRL level, right? They've demonstrated that the solution could work, and now they just need to have access to a testing facility. So what we're trying to do is marry up companies who have technology of interest to the department with testing environment. So we are still trying to nail down all the details for each of the Fulcrum iterations this year. But if you have ideas, if you are sitting in the audience today and you are a government organization and you have access to a testing environment or testing facility that you would like to figure out how you bring early stage ventures in, please reach out. And if you're a company who keeps banging your head against the wall, trying to figure out how you can get access to a testing environment, please reach out. We'll see if there's something that we can do to help you. Vector, the Vector program applications launched at the very end of July. I think it was July 28th. And the window will be open for a couple of weeks. This is a program very similar to Propel, and that is a dual use accelerator program with one key difference, which is we are expanding the aperture. We're not locking it down onto one particular problem statement, but we're using R&E's critical technology areas as a filter. So we are trying to go the next step to help provide curated support to a small cohort of companies, helping them to understand what blockages that they have encountered in the past, what they can do to mitigate those blockages, where their potential market share is within the Department of Defense, and help get them some education on how to enter into sub-agreements while protecting your intellectual property. How do you become a protege in the mentor protege program? Some other details like that. So if you're interested in this program, again, please reach out. We are always trying to figure out ways that we can help bring the fantastic knowledge that is resident within the NSIN staff to early stage ventures out there who are trying to navigate the dual use space. The Scout as a Service program is one that is operated within the enterprise services. So this is a particular program that we offer the Department of Defense. who just wants to do a quick pulse in market research. So this is something that we have spun up because we have heard from the department that they're getting a little frustrated in the responses they're receiving to BAAs, broad agency announcements, or to the RFPs. They're seeing the same the same responses come through. And so they're just wondering what else is out there. What are we not tapping into when we submit these or we release these BAAs and RFPs? So they come to us. We do a quick pulse of our network. We do a quick pulse of databases that we have access to. And when it makes sense, we help to set up quick sessions where the Department of Defense can then go out and talk to those companies. It is my hope that through this type of programming, that the department is able to better understand what is out there in the early stage venture community. That one, they have a more realistic understanding of what to expect from the solicitation responses, but two, they can write better honed solicitations so that they're going into those sessions with a better understanding of what their problem is, what is realistic. So it's a win-win, right, for both the companies, because now they know that there is someone in the department who has a problem that is working on an upcoming solicitation that they might be able to apply for. And the department has a better understanding of how to write a solicitation to get what they actually want out of industry. And then last but not least, the Adaptive Threat Force. This is a program that we operate out of Camp Shelby. We do this, it is a red teaming event. So the Adaptive Threat Force acts as the enemy and they see if they can break, if they can find the vulnerabilities in commercial solutions. We will be operating at Thunderstrike this year in the middle of August. And then stay tuned for what this program and what actually all of these programs will look like in the next fiscal year. So I've mentioned the transition cell, and so I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the transition cell. So this is a service that we offer to NSIN program participants post-program, but also to people within the broader NSIN network, meaning if you have spoken to anyone on the regional network team or anyone in the program management world at NSIN, or attended an event like this, or gone to our website and poked around and looked to see, what makes sense, you can reach out to the transition cell. The email is transition@ensign.mil. This is a service that we have set up because we recognize through our programming, companies and individuals get exposed to a lot of information. And then when rubber meets the road and they go to apply that, sometimes they're left going, wait, what did I hear? What does this mean? And they just need a little bit more guidance and mentoring from people who are trained in either government contracting or private capital or, the dual use early stage startup space. And so we have right now it's 8 subject matter experts who are available to answer your emails, to answer your phone calls, and to set up dedicated time to talk to you about what it is that you are curious about, what problems you're having, and helping to also bring in the private investor network into our space. So we have right now 2 dedicated folks who are trying to map out the private investor space and helping to ensure that those investors are aware of our programs, are aware of our alumni companies, so that we are able to see maximum benefits of the broad network that we have. So again, if you're a company, if you're an individual and you're curious about, any of the topics that you see here on the slide, please do feel free to reach out. We have reserved time every single day. It's usually from 12:15 to 1:30 to meet with any startup who just wants to put time on our calendar. So if you're hesitant, don't be. Reach out. We're here to help you. So hopefully I have provided you with a decent overview of the venture portfolio and the transition cell. Here's my contact information. Please do feel free to reach out to me or to Wade, or if you're located anywhere else in the United States, to your local regional engagement principal. We are here. We want to be a resource. We want to have an open door policy. We know that we cannot solve the department's problems, and we cannot help to advance the state of our military without you. So you're a critical node in our network. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share with you the amazing work that I have the honor of being responsible for. And thanks to Wade for inviting me to speak to you today.
Coming up next, we have Jodi, Essex, who is the director of the Apex Accelerator in Omaha, Nebraska. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the term Apex, that replaces what was known as a PTAC, PTAC, or a Procurement Technical Assistance Center. This is part of a national network. PTACs are all over the country. So Jodi will speak to what she does in Omaha, understand that her efforts are kind of replicated throughout the country and all the other PTACs all over the nation. So here's Jodi.
Hello, my name is Jodi Essex. I'm president-elect of the Association for Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. Some of you may be familiar with PTACs already. We recently went through a rebranding of the program, and we're now called Apex Accelerators. So I'm here today to tell you a little bit more about what Apex Accelerators do and how we can help your businesses. First of all, what is an Apex Accelerator? Our mission is to work in conjunction with the Department of Defense to help advance this mission, which is to serve as access for existing and new businesses to strengthen the defense industrial base by accelerating innovation, fostering ingenuity, and establishing resilient and diverse supply chains. So in short, we're here to grow and sustain the defense industrial base. The Apex Accelerator Network consists of 97 centers throughout the United States, including Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and Guam. Some centers serve an entire state. Some are more regional. You'll see the blue dots. And then we also have Native American centers that serve our Native-owned businesses. As you may know, they have different procurement rules. And so we have experts that can assist those businesses across the country as well. Our network includes over 600 government contracting specialists across the country, and we serve over 50,000 businesses every year. I mentioned that we help grow and sustain the defense industrial base, but what exactly does that mean? Through no-cost counseling, we'll work one-on-one with businesses, understand their situation, give them technical assistance. We provide training and education on various government contracting topics, and we also do a lot of matchmaking and networking, which is really a big part of what this business is. But let me just give you a couple more quick examples of the specifics and how we help things. So a lot of what we do is with registrations and certifications. Not only will we help you understand the eligibility requirements of these certifications, help you actually pursue them, the technical side of getting through the government systems, but the real value is helping you leverage these certifications. And after we kind of help you get started in that area, we really want to understand your business and your market. So we'll do market research for you and really understand how your product and service fits within the government market. We'll help you understand which agencies are buying it, and more importantly, how they're buying it. There's more to it than just the basic FAR part procurements, which is the traditional contracting method that the government uses. They'll post something on sam.gov. But there's a lot of new ways that the government wants to get innovative technologies in the door. It might be through the SBIR or STTR programs. They have other programs called Other Transaction Authorities, which is meant to help get innovative products into the government faster. They also have other programs like the Rapid Innovation Fund. So they really are trying to get these technologies and innovations in the door. And they're keeping our network aware of these various things that we can communicate with businesses and help do that. Next, we'll help you market yourself to the government and to the agencies. After we identify who's buying, we can teach you things like, what do you say? Who specifically do you talk to? Who are the points of contact? Maybe it's you're more positioned better for subcontracting, helping you connect with those prime agencies. Maybe it's suggesting an event where you can go connect with them, or identifying a matchmaking event that you can go to, or some other government outreach event that's being hosted. We'll prepare you by helping you develop a capability statement, which is basically a one-page marketing document that the government's used to seeing. They're used to seeing who you've done business with, why you're better than your competitors, what you do, and how do I get in contact with you. There's a really strict format to that. And we have templates and can help you develop those types of things to get your word out to the government agencies. Next, we help find and respond to contract opportunities. Most Apex Accelerator centers across the country offer some sort of a bid matching service where you can easily see the contract opportunities that are posted on local, state and county and federal websites. But we'll also do that research and help look at expiring contracts, looking at procurement forecasts, trying to help you get in with the prime contractors. We'll help you figure out how to put a response together to a bid opportunity. But one thing I want to caveat, we do not write proposals on your behalf. And we also offer a whole host of other types of things. Pretty much anything that involves helping your business advance in the government marketplace is something that we do. It could be anything like this big list here, which is helping get a GSA schedule. Maybe there's a government innovation program. Maybe you're in the military space and there's all these packaging requirements. There's Buy American requirements. There's accounting systems. There's teaming joint venture opportunities. There's a lot of different things that our program is equipped to help businesses with. And finally, probably the biggest piece of what we do is really trying to create these matchmaking and networking opportunities. Attending an event like you are today at the NSIN event is great. This is how you get out there and you learn and connect and you get the knowledge. And so all Apex accelerators might host their own type of matchmaking events, bringing opportunities for you to connect with government and other businesses, creating those partnerships, the joint ventures, getting involved in the mentor protege programs. All of those things are things that we help communicate what the government needs and bring that to you. So with that, how do you find your local Apex Accelerator? There's actually two different ways. Our national association that I'm representing today is called the Association for Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. Our website has a really great drop-down link that you can choose your state and find out who a point of contact is, keeping in mind that some of them are regional. So if you don't get the right region, you might get referred to somebody in the next county over. But this is one way to find us. And you can also find us on the Apex Accelerator website. I've included the link there. You can see all the blue dots. There's many locations in every state. But basically, once you get in the door, we'll make sure that you get into the right hands. So with that, I want to thank you for listening and learning about Apex Accelerators today. Again, I'm Jodi Essex. I actually work for the Iowa Apex Accelerator, but I'm also president-elect of our national association representing all centers. So if you have questions or comments, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Augmenting Jodi Essex's presentation is Chuck Beck, also from the Apex Accelerator in Omaha, Nebraska. So he'll give some more detailed explanations here coming right up.
Hi, I'm Chuck Beck, the Regional Director of APTAC Region 7. It's an honor to serve Region 7, which represents the Apex Accelerator programs in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, and Missouri. At the state and local levels, Apex Accelerators serve as resources to help businesses learn about government contracting related topics and to position themselves within the government market. While each state's Apex Accelerator might be a little different operationally, they offer similar services and are focused on helping companies do business with the government. In order to best serve the companies that we work with, Apex Accelerators collaborate with a different variety of partners, both within the Department of Defense and outside of the Department of Defense. We work to support our partners just as they work to support us in the companies that we assist. Sometimes the projects that we collaborate on to support our partners are relatively small in scope. And at other times, those projects can be quite large. Currently, several Apex Accelerators are serving as resource for the upcoming Sentinel project, which is the weapon system that is proposed to replace the aging Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile system. The Sentinel project would represent the modernization of the land-based leg of the U.S. nuclear triad and would extend its capabilities through 2075. The project would include construction projects to both modify existing facilities and infrastructure, as well as construct new facilities to support the Sentinel maintenance and support. The project would also include renovating all 450 of the existing launch facilities in the missile fields, as well as other related construction projects. To support the Sentinel project, they will establish approximately 3,100 miles of new utility corridors. They will also construct 62 communication towers within the 3 missile fields. And of course, work would include removing, decommissioning, and disposing of the current Minuteman III missile system. Apex Accelerators host various trainings and events throughout the year, but one of the most dynamic events that we host are the Meet the Buyers conferences. Although some Apex Accelerators may call these events by other names, such as Govcon conference, they are typically pretty similar in nature. The Apex Accelerators invite government agencies and prime contractors like Northrop Grumman, Bechtel, Union Pacific, and others to participate. These are great events to learn more about the agency and the prime contractor procurement processes, and have an opportunity to network with the participating agencies and prime contractors. These events may also feature sessions that allow you to learn more about government contracting related topics. In my home state of Nebraska, we will be featuring a multi-day Meet the Buyers conference in Scotts Bluff from October 17th to the 19th. Day 1 will feature a regional military construction, otherwise known as MILCON event. Day 2 will feature different tracks of government contracting related sessions, and Day 3 will feature the Meet the Buyers conference with a variety of government agencies and prime contractors. Other Apex Accelerators may host similar events. If you would be interested in the upcoming Meet the Buyers conference in Scotts Bluff, please email me after the symposium, and I would be happy to provide additional information to you. As mentioned previously, Apex Accelerators collaborate with a variety of partners both within Department of Defense and outside of Department of Defense. In addition to the Meet the Buyers conferences, several Apex Accelerators have coordinated with Northrop Grumman to help facilitate the quarterly STAR Roundtables. Each of these virtual STAR Roundtables are unique and offers different presenters and perspectives, providing information to help small businesses navigate and benefit from doing business with the federal government and large prime contractors. While the STAR Roundtables have a Sentinel project focus, Northrop Grumman and its partners represent a vast number of opportunities throughout the United States and around the world. Again, if you would be interested in participating in any of the upcoming STAR Roundtables, please email me after the symposium and I can provide additional information. If you have any questions or would like to connect with your local Apex Accelerator, you can email me at cwbeck@unomaha.edu. Again, That's cwbeck@unomaha.edu. Have a great rest of the day and enjoy the rest of the symposium.
So, welcome back. We're going to transition now to another section of the DES. That's our special presentations and testimonials section. So we're going to start off with Kylie Phelps. All right, I mispronounced a couple of things here. Kylie Phelps from who is the Omaha Center Director for the Small Business Development Center. So, like the Apex Accelerator, the Small Business Development Center has stations all across the nation. So Kylie's going to talk about Omaha and then the broader context of the Small Business Development Center from a national perspective. So over to Kylie.
Small Business Development Centers, or SBDCs, have a nationwide presence. There are over 60 small business development centers across the nation, covering every United States state and territory. The Nebraska SBDC was founded in 1977 and was one of the original 8 business development centers. It is also special in the sense that it is just one program under the Nebraska Business Development Center platform, which is associated with the University of Nebraska at Omaha. NBDC has 5 platforms to help business owners to start a business, connect entrepreneurs to resources, help navigate the process of doing business with the government, and obtaining SBIR or STTR funding. NBDC can be a one-stop shop for all things entrepreneurship. In 2022, NBDC consultants served more than 2,000 clients, leading to an impact of $340 million to the Nebraska economy through the creation of jobs, business investments, sales increases, and government contracts awards. My name is Kylie Phelps, and I am the Center Director for the SBDC program for the metro area. And today I'm so excited to be sharing with you all the various ways that the Nebraska SBDC can assist your business venture and be an asset to you. So with offices all across the state, SBDC provides consulting services in counties all across Nebraska with our 8 center locations: Chadron, Scottsbluff, North Platte, Kearney, Norfolk, Wayne, Lincoln, and Omaha. We can meet with business owners either in person or virtually. As one of the 5 NBDC programs, the Nebraska SBDC provides comprehensive, no-cost business consulting for every stage of your business venture. Whether you are testing out your idea or trying to take your business to the next level, or even trying to transition your business, we have professional consultants that are eager to help you navigate the process of business ownership. Our consulting services are for all industries as long as you are a for-profit-based business. We provide many areas of assistance, including startup assistance, which can look something like business registration and validating your idea. We can also help with business development. This includes the help with creating a business plan, conducting market research to support your idea. Through our university system, we have access to so many databases and reports that can be used to help support that idea that you are going to start. We also help entrepreneurs understand the financial side of business ownership. We can help with developing projections, conducting a cash flow analysis, developing a budget, and also comparing your financials to industry averages. We will also help with loan packaging and identifying sources of funding. Several times throughout the year, we conduct various trainings and events. We might partner with some of our resource providers to implement these trainings. SBDCs are powered by the Small Business Administration, meaning all of our services that were just mentioned are able to be provided at no cost to the business owner. The consultants will meet with business owners individually and tailor their services based on what is specifically needed. SBDC consultants are here to help whenever it is needed and will work at your pace. Additionally, all of our services are confidential. For those that feel more comfortable speaking in Spanish, we have a bilingual consultant that serves the entire state, providing all of the same services that I just mentioned, everything from business planning to financial projections in Spanish, to help overcome some of the language barriers and create access to many of the Spanish resources that are available across the state. If you are already in business, we offer business valuation and exit planning assistance to transition your business to the next generation of ownership. If purchasing a business is more preferred than starting a business, our buy-side program provides credentialed summary business valuation reports at no cost to potential buyers of small businesses. These are perfect for investigating an opportunity, developing a purchase agreement, and helping with negotiations between the buyer and the seller. We can also help provide full valuation reports for lenders and sellers that are SBA certified and approved. These are going to come at an affordable cost, but this is our only program that does have a cost associated with it. This is just a quick preview as to all of the areas of assistance that the Nebraska SBDC is able to provide to business owners. If there is something additional that entrepreneurs are needing that we do not necessarily offer, we have a vast network of community resource partners, and we are always happy to make a connection and an introduction to one of those organizations. One of my favorite parts about working with small business owners is helping to make an entrepreneur's dreams come true. I can see firsthand the positive impact that we have had on the clients that we serve. Business ownership can be pretty difficult. That is no secret at all. And the Nebraska SBDC is happy to provide support to overcome some of those challenges. To me, it is so special to drive around my community and see businesses that we were able to help become so successful. With permission from our clients, we get to share some of these amazing stories of entrepreneurship. One of these includes a dance studio located in North Omaha that was created to foster the creative talents of young people. And this also includes a childcare business that was able to reopen located in McCook, Nebraska that closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is going to help meet the growing need for quality childcare. I admire the passion of Nebraska entrepreneurs and business owners. There is such a friendly community of business owners and resource providers that can be leveraged to help take your business to the next level. NBDC has multiple service lines, with the Small Business Development Center being just one of those. We strive to help entrepreneurs be successful and to better their businesses. Connect with us today to talk about all things business ownership. Thank you.
Next up is Mike Bynum, who is the director of the Department of Defense program team over at FEDTECH. Quick, interesting note, FEDTECH is one of our delivery partners that works for us at NSIN. Very important presentation coming up. Now we go to Mike.
All right. Appreciate everyone allowing me and FEDTECH to present today. My name is Mike Bynum, and I'm a director at FEDTECH, and I lead our Department of Defense program team. Really excited to talk through what we're doing with NSIN, and for today's Defense Entrepreneurial Symposium, we're going to talk through one of our programs that we're leading for the venture portfolio. But before that, I'd love to give a quick overview of FEDTECH and all the things that we're doing. We're a venture company that really started out just creating ventures with what we call our studio programs. A few stats here that you can see. We've created companies and accelerated companies that have raised over $1 billion. We've accelerated over 300 companies and helped form companies around federal IP. So what we're doing with the venture portfolio is we are leading a pilot program called Forge. And the spirit of Forge is we are taking publicly available technology from DoD labs. We've recruited early stage ventures who are looking for technologies to work with. And we align that along the DoD mission. And that's where we now have this Forge program. Forge is very similar to what we've done in the talent portfolio with our Foundry program, where we were able to have 17 companies incorporated, out of 24. We brought 24 technologies in and we're able to spin out 17 companies. And of those 17, 9 of those companies licensed technology. So we're taking the same sort of concepts from Foundry and bringing that to the Forge program. Hey, are there companies that can work with these technologies, find it useful, license it, and contribute to the DoD mission? We do this through a 12-week program, which is going to happen really at the end of this month through November. And we used customized education from customer discovery. But the most important part of this is we actually introduce companies to the concept of technology transfer. What does it mean to actually license technology? And we try to help facilitate that process because we believe it's a win if we're able to get them to license technology and that they can scale their business around the DoD technology. A little picture here of how we go about doing these things. We ask these companies to conduct stakeholder interviews. We surround them with mentors. We give them that education I was talking about, but they're also aligned with the technology that either they were looking for or one that we found for them. And ultimately, the true value of FEDTECH is we expose them to the FEDTECH ecosystem to help them scale their business. I briefly talked about the two paths that you can go down with this program. We've got early stage ventures that have already identified specific technologies that they want to work with, and we'll go through the process of, hey, can we get this technology here? Can we get the inventor on board? And okay, let's bring it into the program and make it work. And if not, we've also researched technologies, and we try to align companies with technologies that make sense for their companies. We're super proud of the program that we're running this year with the multiple amount of labs that are involved here. You can see we've got multiple technologies from multiple labs across the country. So thankful to our lab partners for participating in this year's program. A quick snapshot of what to expect here. But I say check in with us November 15th, where we're going to have a big cohort showcase and see what the outcomes were for all these companies. And the most important part here is, hey, there's a carrot at the end of this road. We're going to have $50,000 in non-dilutive funding. And so we're super excited about that. We want to see these companies not only get an education on tech transfer, tech transition, but also get rewarded for being the top performing company in the program. The time commitments are fairly simple. The early stage ventures, we're really just asking for 5 to 10 hours per week. We know that they're super busy. A big difference with this program compared to others is we bring the inventor on board as well. So we're asking the inventor of the technology to provide an hour or two during the week. And then, of course, typical with many accelerator programs, we provide mentorship for each of the companies as well. So we're asking mentors to provide an hour a week. So I just want to say thank you for allowing us to come speak. We're going to have a fun time with this program moving forward. Please feel free to reach out to me or anyone at FEDTECH if you have any questions, and we'll see you at the showcase in November.
Coming up next, we have Scott Henderson, who is the managing principal at Nmotion, located in Lincoln, Nebraska. Now, like some of the other presentations you've seen, the Nmotion Business Accelerator is part of the nationwide generator network, which addresses business acceleration needs across the country. So next up, Scott.
Hello, I'm Scott Henderson, the managing principal of Nmotion, powered by Generator. Excited to talk to you today about startups and what we're doing, not only in the Nebraska and Great Plains region, but across the country when it comes to helping support innovative entrepreneurs and founders. Nmotion and Generator have come together in the last 4 years to operate and help cultivate startups in the Nebraska community as well as the Great Plains region, but they were started separately. Actually, Nmotion was started 10 years ago, and Generator was started 11 years ago, with the same basic ideas. Like why should we let our best and brightest leave to go elsewhere when we can help them build and grow their startups here in the Midwest? Generator being a Wisconsin-based organization, and Nmotion being a Nebraska-based. So we were part of, these two organizations were part of this whole movement in the Midwest to make sure that the best and brightest in those communities could build in the communities that they've grown up in and love. And so last 4 years, Nmotion has been powered by Generator, and it's been a great successful partnership, and I'm excited to tell you about both Generator and Nmotion. Basically, the one thing I would love for you to understand as you're thinking about how can you support entrepreneurs, founders within the defense ecosystem is remember that great trees never grow alone. Here in the state of Nebraska, we are the home of Arbor Day. We have the largest human planted national forest, and we understand the value of trees. And if you ever drive across this great country, you'll notice that no single great tree has ever grown alone. It's always part of a wider forest. And when we are here in our communities, whatever community it might be in Nebraska, might be in the defense community, we have to see ourselves as part of a larger forest, and that the large trees can help provide the canopy cover for all the others in the ecosystem itself. But there's all types of roles to play within a forest, and so understanding that great trees never grow alone, the one thing I want you to remember from this presentation is that bees make the honey, and that we need more honey, so we need to feed the bees. So just very simply, if you want to just tune out for the next few minutes, this is all you need to remember. Bees make the honey, and we need more honey, so let's feed the bees. So why don't we change that up a little bit? Why don't we say bees make the honey, we need more honey, but so feed the bees, which actually are the startups. So that's my second metaphor for you, is that the startups are the bees. They're the ones that actually have to do the hard work. They have to go out and find the resources and work together to build up the hive itself. So we, as supporters of these entrepreneurs and founders, if we help feed these startups in different ways, we can help grow them, which then, why is that important? Is because the greatest ideas, the greatest technologies that come out of our economy come from small companies who have a vision for what is possible and aren't encumbered by all of the institutional inertia of large organizations. And so they can go in, identify that problem, build a solution, and grow, and then it creates honey for us all. So what is Generator? Generator started 11 years ago in Wisconsin, as I mentioned earlier, and we're really the most robust platform for ecosystem creation. We have our bread and butter is the investment accelerator programs that we started with. We also have created free to participate accelerators. These are shorter programs, but the same concept, which is helping coach and mentor and connect entrepreneurs to investors. And then we've gone from the startup world to companies who are large scale organizations are trying to stay on the cutting edge. We have corporate programming between conferences and an innovation network. And more recently, we've been helping upskill folks across the country and helping them enter into the technology community and the technology marketplace by getting marketable skills to get jobs through our partnership with LinkedIn and Microsoft. And we also do accelerators within the creative space, within music and art. And you might be wondering, what is an accelerator? Accelerator is basically a time-constrained program where we have only a couple. We usually do 5 or 6 companies or 5 or 6 companies coming through a program at a time, and they work together as a cohort to achieve greater traction, greater customer traction, greater revenue, so that we can then also introduce them into resources that will help them grow beyond our programming. And why we came up with this is that our founders, Troy Vossler and Joe Kyrgyz, were attorneys, and they realized in Wisconsin that most of the capital, investment capital, is going to startups in California, Massachusetts, and New York, and that most people overlooked founders in the Midwest and overlooked founders who didn't look like the typical white tech bro. So we had all these overlooked founders in overlooked regions, and that they were starving for capital, and so they put it upon themselves to do something about it. And what you see today at Generator is what came from it. And the premise of everything is be the best partner for a community to invest in its best and brightest. So with that mission, we've been able to achieve great metrics when it comes to the investments that we make. If you're into the investment world, the TVPI is a really great thing to look at. That's how much money has been returned for every dollar invested. We also have great recognition, having become a B Corporation, recognized by Fast Company, a number of others for the innovation that we do, and also the community work that we do. And I think very importantly is the fact that we've helped more founders in the Midwest get investments from all types of investment funds that normally would have overlooked. We've become a storefront for founders and startups in communities that normally don't make the radar for those folks who are in the venture capital world, but they pay attention to those companies that we bring to them because they've come through a Generator program. And as of today, it continues to grow. I had to update the slides today. Slides from last month, we've actually added more here too. So since our founding in 2012, we are now in 44 communities. We went from one community to 44 communities. We've helped over 1,200 startups through our 246 different accelerator cohorts that we've operated, and they have raised additional financing investments of over $1.6 billion and created over 10,000 jobs. It's pretty astounding when you think about it, the compounding effect of what we're doing by focusing on the best and brightest and providing them with the resources and the connections that they need to grow. And so I think the equally important thing here is the fact that if you look at what we do, we have a heavy emphasis on race, place, and gender. Our ethos is no stone unturned. We're trying to find talent that is in the communities that we serve that reflects that community, but might be overlooked. And that's why, as compared to the rest of the marketplace, which is in the venture capital world does not have great metrics. You can see that on the right side of my screen. Very low numbers of startups with founders of color, women founders, and startups outside the major tech hubs get funding. Through Generator, we actually blow those numbers out of the water. 45% of our startups have a founder of underrepresented community. 33% of our startups have a woman founder on the team. 17 of the startups are women of color, which is astounding that we have 17% versus less than 1%. And then 82% of the companies that we invest in and help are outside the major tech hubs. So that's really the Generator story, Generator, and why Nmotion brought Generators, because this is a direct alignment to the ethos of Nmotion. Nmotion started 10 years ago in Lincoln, Nebraska. Same ethos as Generator, which is to help the best and brightest build here through an investment accelerator program. It was made possible by these giant oak trees of our community. Meritos and Assurity, Invest Nebraska, the Lincoln Partnership for Economic Development, the Angel Network, Nebraska Angels, Nelnet, which is a very large, successful publicly traded company here, Union Bank and Trust, University of Nebraska, and Pinnacle Bank all have made this possible, along with a slew of individual investors who are executives and owners of some of the biggest businesses here in Nebraska, help fund what we do. And collectively, since 2013, we've helped 87 companies come through an accelerator program. And 26 of those that we've worked with have gone on to raise $24.4 million of follow-on funding to grow their companies. And it's kind of to give you a framework of where we play in the space of startup creation and startup acceleration is our main program is the Nmotion Accelerator. It's a growth accelerator focused on existing companies who've already decided and identified a problem. They've created a solution. They might be in the midst of validating that solution. They might have already sold that to the first customers, but we're trying to help the earliest stage founder and his or her team really take something that they've they've got something, they've got some sort of problem that they're going to solve that's going to allow them to make a lot of money and create a lot of wealth and to solve a lot of people's problems, but they're needing their help as early as possible. So we go far upstream to help them, whether they've already sold it or they're about to sell it. We're looking for them early stage because most people will overlook them, but we're going to help them accelerate into the marketplace from here. And how we do that is through a 12-week boot camp, I would call it. We scour for the last cycle. We recruited across the 6-state region here at Nmotion, and we found 2,700 companies. Of the 2,700 companies, we reached out and had office hours with 271 of them, met with them, worked with them, coached them. 217 ended up applying totally. 147 of those came from those that we met. And we narrowed that down into a cohort of 8. Typically we do 6, but there was such a great quality of companies, we decided to do 8. And each 8 of those companies got a $100,000 investment between us and Invest Nebraska in exchange for 7.5% equity. And right now we're in the midst of the final week of the program, and excited to have those 8 companies graduated from the program, and over half of them have already received financial commitments from investors to help fund them going forward, which is pretty exciting for us, exciting for the founders themselves. And we'll do that in the next 3 years. We're going to do that program 6 times. So we're starting to recruit for the next Accelerator cohort. So if you know anyone in the region, it's a great program, and applications are open at nmotion.co. And we'll do that for 36 companies over the next 3 years, which is pretty astounding in terms of the amount of impact it'll have on the economy. But it's all based on this one premise of relationships matter. Why do people join a startup accelerator? If it's a time constraint, there's only a few companies that get in, and we cover them with as many connections as possible. We're going to increase their Rolodex by 100 people who are mentors, their customers, their investors, because it's the people that make stuff. It's the people that drive things forward. If you focus on the people side, the relationship side, everything else is going to follow. And it's really good, illustration here is like which founder, which startup you think is going to have a higher chance of success. The one on the left side that has a high density of connections into the community, has a strong cohesion within that company, or one that's not very well connected internally or externally. I think it's quite apparent that density matters. And it's really something that, our experience that we deliver for our founders is really to help shape the density of those shared experiences so that it leads to the serendipity. The serendipity then leads to the collaboration and trust, and those are the trusted relationships that fuel any innovation economy. And so if you can change the density of those shared experiences in any community, just like this conference is doing for those in the defense industry, it will change the destiny of the community. So that's really what we do. And specifically, we help build out a statewide network here in Nebraska, helping make sure all the great founders and funders and mentors and customers can get access to these companies. We get as much mentors as possible. We've got the largest mentor network in the state. We have focused on the founders themselves. We're helping them grow as individuals, helping their companies grow. And then we put them in front of us between 40 and 50 early stage investors to get the attention of those investors and help them get that funding to help grow beyond that. Because if you're not familiar with venture capital money, the money is rocket fuel. And when you get rocket fuel, you need to focus on growth. And a lot of what we teach is how do you take the money that's been invested in you, our money and other people's money, and use it to drive revenue growth so that you can have this hockey stick phenomenon of getting more customers and growing to the point where you increase the value of the company because the revenue, the revenue coming through the door is growing at a high clip. So that's most of what we do is help teach that mindset and make the connections, as well as give the promotion, be able to be a PR and communications multiplier for our founders. But I think on a personal level, there's an old Irish saying that says a burden shared is a burden halved, and that's most of the cohort experience is working with others who are going through the same challenges and problems that they have. But a couple companies that come to mind that come through our program to share, Quantified Ag was our largest single exit. Our second largest exit was Live By, which is $15 million. Quantified Ag sold an undisclosed amount to Merck Animal Health Science, but Vishal Singh really credits the Nmotion process for helping him make sure he focused on the right problem and build up the right solution. We've had some more recent companies. Fast Forward is using thermographic imaging to help identify components that are failing in the utility industry, and doing amazing stuff on that side. And I'm very excited about the 8 companies that are graduating from the Nmotion Growth Accelerator 2023 cohort. You're going to see a couple of them here today pitch what they're doing. That'll be relevant to the defense industry and the defense community. And I hope you see the value of these companies. And I just know that all 8 of these are special companies, and I'm excited for this. This is like a really great cohort representing the region well. And I think you'll get a better sense of what I'm trying to tell you what we do by seeing what quality they present to you here. So if there's anything I can leave with you is remember, bees make the honey. We need more honey. So feed those startups, help them, find ways to support them as customers, mentors, and investors. So with that, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of today's program. It's exciting. It's a collection of speakers, and I'm very pleased as the managing principal of Nmotion to be here. So thank you on behalf of Nmotion, powered by Generator. And go do good things, support those bees. Take care.
All right. Fun fact about Scott Henderson's Nmotion. We have 3 cohort companies from Nmotion that will be presenting today. So that's brand new this time around. And incidentally, we heard that a lot of you are liking our chat capabilities this time around. So we encourage you to get involved in that. Some of you are trading files and information, which is great. Please keep doing that. Go for it. We'd be interested to hear your feedback when we do our post-event survey and send that out within the next day or so. Coming up next, we have Mr. Chris Ramsay, who's the Associate Director of the Skandalaris Center for Interdisciplinary Innovation and Entrepreneurship. I will not say that 3 times quickly. That's a mouthful. He's over at Washington University in St. Louis. So, Chris, take it away.
Hello, my name is Chris Ramsay. I'm the Associate Director of the Skandalaris Center for Interdisciplinary Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Washington University in St. Louis. Thank you for your time today. We're very grateful to be here to promote and speak to our excitement about our partnership with the National Security Innovation Network, and also promote the programs and resources we provide to our innovation entrepreneurial community here at WashU, but also in the St. Louis area. We are very mission, vision, and values focused as a center. We take a lot of pride in all of our programs, events, interactions, are all focused around our mission and what we're here to do. And what we're here to do is to create an inclusive, innovative community of faculty, staff, students, and alumni at Washington University, but certainly support the greater ecosystem in St. Louis and throughout the country and even the world. We're very proud of our mission, and it really guides what we do and how we interact with our community. And it's really, I take a lot of pride in being part of this organization that has that mission, vision, and values be part of what it does and the work that it puts on. Our secret sauce as a center is our team, our people. We're incredibly lucky to have a very talented roster of project managers, communication experts, previous and current entrepreneurs, student experts. All of us have pieces of our portfolio that are here to support our community and to support the work of innovators and entrepreneurs. So we are incredibly proud of the work that our team does. And as I mentioned, they're kind of our proprietary piece of the Skandalaris Center. They're our secret sauce, and appreciate all the hard work that they do. As an institution, we are incredibly highly ranked and highly regarded as a university for innovation and entrepreneurship. And we see this in a couple different publications, but we, like many things, take great pride in the way that we are recognized as an institution, also along specifically our Olin Business School, the MBA program, also the undergraduate program in our business school, but also just overall as an institution. A lot of work goes into creating programs and resources that create this high visibility, and we're really proud of it. And we hope that our strong reputation and our strong tradition as a center, but certainly as an institution, will continue in terms of being noted and being regarded in this space. We're also especially proud of our partnership with the National Security Innovation Network with NSIN, specifically Mike Sieper and his team. Over the last couple of years, we've been able to work on a couple different projects together, and we hope that very much continues. But we've been the host location for demo days that NSIN has helped support for some courses at the university. And it's just been an incredible energy to bring those students, those clients into our space, and for them to have that time and attention to present what they've been working on for real world solutions. And that's been incredibly exciting to be a part of. We're very grateful for the support that NSIN's provided to us directly as a center, specifically for one of our venture competitions, the Skandalaris Venture Competition, or what we call SVC. So we hope this great partnership continues. We're seeing a great need for innovation in this space. We're seeing the interest in our community, specifically with our students, to be a part of it. So we hope our partnership with NSIN continues for a very, very long time. One of the, I would like to highlight for the next few minutes, many programs that we have in Skandalaris. One that we're very well known for is Idea Bounce. We call it our iconic platform for idea intake. And this is such a tradition now at WashU. We've been putting on Idea Bounce events for many years and will continue to for the foreseeable future. But this is creating a space where those with an idea can come, get it out in the open, partner, collaborate, and all within a positive, supportive space. It's a very vulnerable place to be when you have this new idea and to share it. And we've really created a culture out of Skandalaris and throughout all of WashU where students in our community, faculty, staff, alumni as well can feel comfortable. We have an online site where you can post ideas, so that's on all the time, but we also host Idea Bounce events throughout the fall and spring semesters to bring our community together. And that's, again, because the Idea Bounce platform has become synonymous with the Skandalaris Center. We host 2 venture competitions throughout the academic year. I mentioned already the first one, the Skandalaris Venture Competition, awards up to $25,000 in non-dilutive funding for our students and recent alumni that have a new idea. What's really special about SVC is that there is a pretty wide scope of ideas. We have very, very early stage ideas that can move on through this particular competition and those that might have a little more traction. So there is it's a great entry point for someone in our community to get involved, have their idea be vetted, have mentor support. All those components are part of this particular competition. Our other competition is the Global Impact Award, or what we call GIA, and this is for more advanced, further along ventures up to $50,000 each year in non-dilutive funding. And Surin Dudia and Jez Grewal for their continued support. We thank them for that support over the many years, and we're especially excited. This upcoming academic year will be the 10th year of this particular competition. We're really looking forward to the celebration that will be part of that. And you can see the mission statement there, what's part of GIA, and that's another very intentional statement of what we're looking for in this particular award. This is for any WashU student, but also for alumni up to 10 years out. So that is part of the reason we're able to catch some startups coming out of WashU that have a little more traction and are that much ready to make an impact. Going back to the SVC competition, the last couple summers, we've sponsored what we call the SVC internship program. This particular summer, we've put forward almost $150,000 in internship funding, and this has been incredibly exciting to see for our community, especially for our students. For those that have worked through our competition and get to a certain point, our semifinalists, really our finalist stage, they're allowed to apply for internship funding to work full-time on their startup over the summer, and then have resources supported by the Skandalaris Center to bring someone on. So obviously it helps their idea move that much further. It also gives a founder an incredible experience from a management leadership standpoint. So that we are in our second iteration of this program. It's twice as big as it was in the summer of 22. So we're really looking forward to what next year will hold as well. But it's been another successful season for that, and supporting both founders who are working on their idea, but also students who want to work in the innovation space. So we're very, very proud of that. This is just a quick snapshot. We have 20 startups in the program this summer, which is twice as many as we had last summer. So some great student startups and some great work that's happening in the space. As part of Skandalaris at Washington University, we sponsor the Student Enterprise Program. This allows students to buy into or create a new business to run on campus to serve our campus community. This program's been around for many years. We've been excited to be a part of STEP for the last roughly 10 years. And we have a bike shop, we have a candy shop. There's a new shop that just opened called Campus Creamery, and that's pictured here on the right, that opened up in March. We have a gallery boutique of souvenirs, artisan work from the St. Louis area. So a lot of different varieties. And students, again, can buy into an existing business. They have to sell by the time they graduate, or they can create a new one. And it is a real business and a real world experience. And we've been especially proud to support that program out of Skandalaris. We also support startups in many ways. One way is through artistic support. So we have the Skandalaris Design Agency. We hire current students to be logo, web designers, app developers, any number of services that a student startup, but also community startups. We've supported quite a few in the St. Louis area with this program as well. It's a great opportunity, certainly for the startup, to receive heavily subsidized services for that, but also for students, the artists, the creators, the designers, to get that type of experience working with a company. We're also proud to support the Skandalaris Consulting Group. This is open to undergraduate and graduate students throughout the university that work with local clients through a semester. This is a need, a very popular option especially for startups to apply for, and we're proud, very proud to support the organization. The last 2 years, we have created the WashU Venture Network, another great resource based on the demand and the need that we were seeing in the ecosystem, specifically to WashU. And this network connects WashU affiliated startups with WashU affiliated investors. It has grown tremendously in the last 1.5 to 2 years, and our team works very hard to create opportunities and also education in the VC space. We have student leaders that are part of the network that help with some of the vetting that's done of potential companies that come before the network. So venture capital and teaching the aspects of it and what goes into it was needed. In addition to the courses that happen on the WashU campus, this is another opportunity to get that education, and we're very proud of the work that's going on there. As I start to conclude, I mentioned our mission, vision, and values. I want to just end with our values as an organization, and you can see those there. But we take a lot of pride in community first. We want our innovators to be bold. We want to connect. We want to collaborate. In everything that we do. Our physical space as a center is designed for that. And we have a lot of fun. It's hard not to in this kind of space with this kind of energy. So we work hard to make sure we as a team, but also especially those that engage with us, are celebrating their successes, learning from their failures, failing fast, and having fun, because there is a lot of fun and a lot of energy to be a part of when you're in the innovation and entrepreneurial space. So thank you so much for your time and helping us promote and get the word out about the work that we're doing in Skandalaris and overall at Washington University in St. Louis. And again, we thank the National Security Innovation Network, NSIN, specifically Mike Sieper, for their partnership. And we look for that to continue over the next many, many years. So feel free to check us out on our website, any number of social media platforms. And we hope to connect with any watching this very, very soon. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Major Dori McClelland from the Missouri Army National Guard. She serves as the Regional Director for Holistic Health and Fitness. She's one of our most active mission partners, and she's going to give a testimonial of her experiences with Ensign. Over to Dori.
Hi, my name is Major Dori McClelland, and I work for the Army National Guard in the Holistic Health and Fitness Department. I currently physically work in Jefferson City, Missouri, as a regional coordinator for 17 National Guard states to implement holistic health and fitness. But my supervisor works at National Guard Bureau, and that is who I report to. So, the intent of this presentation is to kind of talk to you about what it's like to be a DoD mission partner. I got involved with the National Security Innovation Network about 2 years ago, and it's just kind of snowballed into this. Much bigger partnership than I imagined. And so, what I'd like to do is just take you all through the different projects that I've worked on and let you know kind of what it's like to be a mission partner, the good, the bad, and things I've learned along the way. Now, this presentation is all about holistic health and fitness, and I realize that is not going to be of interest to probably most of the people on this call. But I'm just using this as the case study for what it's like to be a DoD mission partner. So just kind of think about it in terms of whatever your challenges are, um, and we'll just go with it from there. Now, you should receive a copy of this presentation because there are hyperlinks in it and a lot of information in the notes that may be of interest to you, especially when it comes to the final products that the students produced. You can access those products by following links in the notes section of the slides. But here on the cover slide, this link is I think it's just 3 minutes, but it kind of explains a partnership project that we did with Washington University in St. Louis. So it's worth the time just to take a look at that video because it gives a great overview of what it's like to partner with the National Security Innovation Network. So the way I came across NSIN, whenever I was first hired to work full time for the National Guard as an H2F, which is the abbreviation for holistic health and fitness. As an H2F project officer, I was the only person in my state working on this, and I was trying to kind of figure out what it is I even need to do in my new role. And so through that, we use the Teams platform, and I just searched all the Teams channels for anything related to H2F, and it was through that I found this Teams channel that was called the H2F Innovations Hub. And they were having a meeting, and I just joined the meeting to be a fly on the wall to learn a little bit more about anything related to holistic health and fitness. And during that meeting, it was hosted by a gentleman from the Ohio National Guard who had just completed a project with Ensign where they had partnered with a university and had a team of students working on an H2F project. And I was just in awe. I was like, how do I get something like that? And so the moment the meeting was over, I called that representative from the Ohio Guard and was like, how did you do that? And how can I do the same thing here in Missouri? And that is what got me on the path to partnering with Ensign. And so I will forward this slide and we will get started. So here is the timeline for context. So it was probably October of 2021 when I heard that presentation through Teams, and that's whenever. So December here to the left of the slide is whenever I applied for Hacking for Defense, and so to put in perspective of how quickly this momentum started, whenever I submitted that very next spring semester, I was able to sponsor projects that were assigned to students in Washington University in St. Louis. I had 3 projects going on simultaneously: Hacking for Defense for the first project, and then Hacking for Defense, the second project, and then a capstone project. That then led into me applying for an X-Force fellowship over the summer, where we did receive a paid intern to work for Holistic Health and Fitness from June to August. And then I continued to submit more challenge statements because there's a lot of challenges to implementing a brand new program in the National Guard. And I viewed this partnership as a way to get additional perspectives and assistance in how to create a new program and implement it in the Guard. And these students were phenomenal at being able to assist me with this. And so I continued to submit challenge statements, got assigned to a fall semester course. This time we expanded the scope to do it regionally. And so there are 7 states in Region 5. And so we divided the project between 2 different universities to work on our projects. And then fast forward now to 2023, we have had 2 more capstone projects, one with Washington University again in St. Louis, also Lindenwood University in St. Louis, and then our X-Force Fellowship for this summer, which actually concludes on August 10th. We ended up having 5 different holistic health and fitness national projects going on with 11 interns assigned to those projects. And NSIN pays these interns to work full time for us to help us on these projects. Like, it's absolutely an incredible opportunity. And the work that they've produced has accelerated our program tremendously. And then we're signed up to continue more projects in the fall semester, as well as potentially doing even more based on the spin-offs from these X-Force Fellowship projects. So here at the bottom of this slide, there is the hyperlink if anyone is interested in submitting a challenge to get students assigned to working on your DoD problems. This link will also be available at the end of the presentation as well. So now I'm going to go into some of these projects that we've done in the past and kind of talk a little more specifically about what the students were working on and how it went. So my very first project, the Hacking for Defense, where the students were working on 2 different projects for me at Washington University. This picture includes both of the projects together because they all were in the same class. However, the students were broken out into different projects. And so it worked really well having 2 holistic health and fitness projects. They had different scope, but they were still in the same class because even though the scope of their challenges were different, it still helped for them to each hear what the other project was doing. So it wasn't confusing at all having 2 projects in the same class. Now, this slide speaks to the first challenge. And what I wanted to do was just give you an idea of what challenges these students were working on. So I'll give you a moment to read through this as I just talk to it. But really what we were trying to do is on active duty for the Army, holistic health and fitness is a very well-funded program, and they are able to hire a whole entire team of specialists to work at the brigade level to help enhance soldiers in the 5 domains of holistic health and fitness, which are physical, mental, spiritual, nutrition, and sleep. Now, in the National Guard, we're not yet funded for this. We aren't able to hire these positions, and we're so geographically dispersed all throughout the state that even if we had these positions all in the same spot, it wouldn't serve us in the National Guard as well. And so this project was really centered around how can National Guard soldiers get access to these specialists whenever we are not able to hire them, and also just the geographic hurdle of if we identify these specialists in one region of the state, how does that help service members who live on the opposite end of the state? And so if you'd like to see their solution they came up with, it is linked in the notes of this slide. And this was kind of the stepping off point for creative thinking of how to get access to these specialists in a unique way for guardsmen. Now, the second challenge that the other group of students were working on is identifying if there was going to be a resistance to implementing this new program. Because this all kind of coincided with the same time frame of when our physical fitness test changed. There's also questions on whether service members are going to even take seriously the idea of like mindfulness training or, yoga, for example. And then also just the emphasis on the importance of sleep and just trying to identify where the resistance would be. And not only for just the resistance of the service members taking this seriously, but also to identify if there's going to be resistance to our leaders with implementing this new program. And so the students did excellent research by interviewing service members to get their perspective. And so not only did they identify where we would likely encounter resistance, but they also made recommendations of how to overcome that resistance. And again, the findings of their projects are linked in the notes section. Now we get to last summer, which we did the X-Force Fellowship, and this photo is actually two different X-Force Fellowship projects. One was sponsored by the Ohio National Guard, and then one by the Missouri National Guard. And our project here in Missouri really was focused. Well, let me just move ahead to the next slide because that'll kind of tell you what it was focused about. But our adjutant general is over both the Army National Guard and the Air National Guard. But holistic health and fitness is an Army program. The Air National Guard has a similar initiative, but it's not exactly the same. But because we want to have joint programming within the Missouri National Guard, this project was focused on how we can implement this in a way that serves both the Air National Guard and the Army National Guard. And the results of our X-Force Fellows work was incredible. Like he took the time to analyze what both branches already had related to holistic health and fitness domains, even if we called the program something different. If it was something related to nutrition, he outlined it, and something related to the spiritual domain, he outlined it. And through that process of communicating with both the Army and the Air and all our different programs, he was able to identify where the shortfalls were, like which domains are we lacking resources in. And due to his analysis, it helped poise us to be in a great position for when we do receive funding for our program, we can target those areas where we have shortfalls, and we can make a deliberate effort to ensure any new implemented programs and resources are accessible to both Army and Air. So the X-Force Fellowship, I cannot speak highly enough about that. NSIN does fund the intern to work full time for you from June to August. And you have the option to have that intern in person or virtual. And we chose virtual, and it worked great. Like we still did some in-person visits, but most of the work was done in a virtual capacity. And I couldn't have been happier with the results. All right, so for the capstone project, this is just another program they have. These students were working on designing an app for holistic health and fitness. And I'll kind of go through these next few quickly just because they're all different projects, but similar theme. It's all related to holistic health and fitness, and the results are there in the notes section. Now, here's where I can definitely offer some guidance on things I've could have done better. When we changed the scope to doing a regional project, the idea was great, but the actual execution of this one could have been better. Because so many states were involved, no one took the lead as the sponsor, and it really impacted the results of this particular project. The students were still working hard and delivering on the challenge. However, because we just didn't have a sponsor who embraced it and was the one point of contact, the results just weren't quite as good as if we had been more involved. And which is a key takeaway, that whenever you sign up to do this, it's not a huge time commitment, but the time you commit is very important to making sure that the end result is going to benefit you. Now, currently, just this last semester, we partnered with Lindenwood University in St. Louis, and this project was outstanding. The challenge for this one was to have students help us create infographics for our social media channels, so both on Instagram and Facebook. And so they had a team of kinesiology students and graphic designers where they read through our holistic health and fitness manual and then created the infographics tailored to the holistic health and fitness messaging that we're trying to get out to our service members. And this year's um, X-Force Fellowship. Again, we now have 5 nationwide projects related to H2F with 11 total interns working for us this summer. But this particular project has 2 interns assigned to it, and they are analyzing how we can partner with the University of Missouri Extension offices, which are in every single county, to get those H2F resources to our geographically dispersed service members who are also spread across every single county in Missouri. So really what I'm hoping that you take away from this is that NSIN offers an incredible opportunity to really add creative thinking to how you tackle your challenges. And though it does take a little bit of time on your part, it is well worth the results that you end up getting in the end. If anyone has any questions specific to these projects or just would like more insight on how it is to be a DoD sponsor and what really is the time commitment, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. If you scan that QR code, it's my digital business card. Feel free to text me, call me, email me. I'm happy to help in any way that I can. And again, this is the link if you'd like to submit a challenge to be assigned a university to help work on your DoD challenge. Thank you all for your time and enjoy the conference.
Coming to us from the Crane Naval Surface Warfare Center is Mr. Corey Bergsrud, who serves as an engineer over there. Over to Corey now.
Hello, everyone. Before delving into this communication, I want to say thank you to the NSIN teams for this timely opportunity to present to you today. My name is Corey Bergsrud, and I have been at Naval Surface Warfare Center Crane Division in Indiana for about 7 years now. At Crane, I like to consider myself as a defense-oriented inventor, innovator, and entrepreneur. The term defense-oriented, as applied to entrepreneurship, certainly needs defining, and we'll cover this more during this communication. In describing what I do at Crane, I essentially am an idea generator, an opportunity seeker, a team and partnership builder, and an exit strategy planner. I have leveraged numerous national security innovation network programs to help accelerate idea and technological maturations. Since 2021, when NSIN was first introduced within Crane, I have been involved with 2 foundries, and in both cases, the teams came through the program on top, with one of the teams receiving financial reward. I've been involved in 4 makers, involved in 1 hacking for defense, 7 students out of the University of Southern California, 1 capstone with Washington University, 4 X-Force fellowships, total of about 12 students, and several of those students have applied for national security or defense jobs. And finally, 1 power play with the startup company Opto Relay, where the team was one of the winners of the power play and also received financial award for that. Moreover, I am currently in process of asking for additional maker and capstone investments and partnership opportunities to help accelerate a rapidly growing capability in the power and energy space aligned to small UAS and sensor applications. Prior to coming to Crane, I have been involved in entrepreneurial activities such as NSFI Core, entrepreneurial internships. I had a startup company at one time and have participated in numerous business plan competitions. In addition, at Crane, I was sponsored to go through the Naval Postgraduate School's Innovation Leadership course back in 2021-2022 time period. When the NSIN programs started to come into the Crane defense ecosystem back in 2021, this gave me an opportunity to truly explore applying entrepreneurial practices within the defense organization. This experience has been rewarding and has seen returns in helping to shape some of Crane's internal science and technology business practices. In fact, I am currently being sponsored right now by the Naval X Midwest Tech Bridge to investigate NSWC Crane's innovation ecosystem. The investigation is ultimately leading towards establishing defense-based entrepreneurial practices and processes for NSWC Crane Division. However, the outstanding question remains of what is a defense-oriented entrepreneur and what is a defense-oriented entrepreneurial practice. One of my goals is to seek their meaning. The partnership opportunities with NSIN programs offers innovative approaches in helping to connect defense real-time problems to industry, academia, and/or other government entities. In addition, NSIN helps accelerate the partner's research and development contributions into something real. In essence, this approach, when all is done in sync, enables much more fluent and rapid development cycles, as well as helps to expand beyond the current state of research and technology competency that the defense team can now pivot and drive towards. The experiences working with the NSIN programs has also allowed me to identify process and mindset deficiencies on the defense side in support of these entrepreneurial practices. Hence, one of the primary reasons for my sponsored investigation into Crane's innovation ecosystem. My goal is to better understand the current system and the various spheres of activities as they may relate to S&T, and to extract potentially shared contributions from each of those spheres and to connect them together into a fluent and innovative S&T process and practice. I think if Crane can streamline the internal S&T processes and practices to also incorporate NSIN tools into that adaptation, it will provide a leap ahead capability for accelerating S&T development cycles through partnerships and resource sharing. This in turn gets solutions to the warfighter quicker, but also simultaneously stimulates national economy through dual use approaches. If the defense-oriented entrepreneurial model proves of value as hypothesized, the model is certainly transferable to other warfare centers or defense activities, simply because the fundamental practices and processes do not change. Rather, it is only that of which is inserted into the process that is unique. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all today, and I look forward to any future conversations. Thank you.
We are honored to have Shane Hirschman, who works for the Department of the Air Force as a Chief Innovation Officer, present to us today. Over to Shane.
Well, thanks for the time to talk about NSIN. We haven't had a whole lot of interaction at this point with the National Security Innovation Network, but we've submitted a couple projects, and Berkeley looked at them, a few of the other universities looked at them. Now we're making a big push right now for 4 of their programs to submit ideas from headquarters AMC. Our commander always says, let's use other people's money for all our projects, and that's what give a chance for outsiders to look at a problem that AMC is Air Mobility Command has proposed to get that outside look. We've used multiple other parties before, like AFWorks. They had ROTC cadets, and they actually came up with looking at the Air Force's suicide prevention program and came up with a new program for the Air Force for suicide prevention. So it's, to me, I think it's great that we can get this outside look. We could get outside funding to bring it online. It's, hacking for defense. Like I said, there's multiple projects right now. Like I said, we're making a big push for using NSIN resources for the future. We also just held a symposium that NSIN was a big part of, and we're about 30 minutes from St. Louis. And with NGA in St. Louis, they have a big presence with NSIN too. And so we're trying to embrace it. We're a little dysfunctional, I would say, in the Air Force. We have multiple masters in the innovation world or realm. We have AFWorks, which is an Air Force program. We have the commander has special programs that he's working on. The Air Force has other programs. You have multiple offices involved in innovation. So it's this is just another external organization that we're hoping that we can get a lot of help from. And then right now, NSIN is working with Washington University in St. Louis for computer science students for a coding project. And we're going to have about, I think we'll have up to 10 submissions for this project for these students to work on for a coding project for us. So it's blossoming right now, our interactions with NSIN, and hopefully in the future we have a good partnership going forward.
From the COMET Center at the New Jersey Institute of Technology, we have Mr. Sam Gatley, who serves as the Director of Operations over there.
All right, thank you. I'm Sam Gatley. I'm the Director of Operations out here at the COMET Center. I work with the New Jersey Institute of Technology, but COMET is an advanced manufacturing and innovation space built on decades of collaboration between NJIT, NJII, the New Jersey Innovation Institute, and Picatinny Arsenal, U.S. Army DEFCON. We align in efforts between industry, academia, and government, specializing in collaboration, manufacturing, and workforce development, and we are a formal public-private partnership between the three organizations. COMET really focuses on workforce development as we are part of a university, but in order to do that effectively, we align many disparate efforts. They can be chunked up into basically three core focus areas: workforce and education, industry engagement, and technology transfer. I think the workforce and education is kind of obvious as to why a university would be involved in that, but the difference in my mind between workforce development and education is when you transition out of the classroom and really into the labor market. That transition can often be a little bumpy and difficult for people, and so at COMET, we try to smooth that transition, in particular with internships, which I'll talk about a little bit later. In order for those internships and those workforce development opportunities to really make any sense and be aligned with industry and government priorities and skill gaps, we work closely with partners at U.S. Army DevCom and industrial partners in the defense industrial base to identify where skills are lacking right now and how people graduating from college, upskilling in industry can be effective day one and address those needs. So in order to do that, we also do a significant amount of work with industry engagement. We help companies that are well established in the defense industrial base or non-traditionals just trying to break into the area with everything from early stage ideation all the way up to tech transfer and everything in between. We help manage SBIR programs and opportunities. We introduce companies to program managers and funding opportunities in the DoD, and we help manage that sort of flow as well as connecting them with faculty, researchers, and opportunities to kind of help bolster their technical efforts, and in turn provide workforce to get them going a little bit stronger as well. We also do R&D out here at COMET. We work with faculty members from NJIT, Rutgers, other local universities in the area to do early stage 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 R&D and basic research. We also are trying to develop some methodology to help with the tech transfer. I've been in this industry for about a decade now, and I've seen a lot of really interesting technical developments make it up to the 6.6 level, really demonstrate laboratory and benchtop capability. but then stay in the lab and never make that transition out into the field. And so that 6-7 transfer where it hands off from the labs back into industry to try to scale up, that is something that we are talking with people at the OSD level and at Picatinny about how to really emphasize that transition. So out here at COMET, we have a bunch of capabilities. We've got a co-working space for ideation and events. We've got a computer lab for CAD and modeling and simulating and training on that. But our real core capabilities are in additive manufacturing. So we have additive metals, additive polymers, and additive electronics. On the metals, right now we have a Markforged Metal X, and we're awaiting delivery of an exact metal. We're also partnering with Speed 3D, an Australian company that does cold spray additive. They are going to be putting a machine in our space shortly, and we're actually working with them on a point of need challenge, demonstrating the ability for that machine to work out in the field. So not only are we demonstrating the machine in the laboratory, but we're also helping the company develop connections with the Army and really develop the use case for how to deploy it into the field. As well as metal, we do polymers. We have kind of K through 12 STEM lab full of Prusas and Ultimakers and consumer level FDM printers. We also have a Markforged Mark II for continuous fiber reinforcement, some form labs, and we're about to get a significant amount of Stratasys equipment, everything from SLA printer all the way up to the F900. We are going to be teaching people how to use those industrial scale printers as well as the consumer printers. I'm a big believer in kind of incremental opportunities. And so having people learn on the Prusas and the lower level consumer printers, but then having that draw where the people who excel in that area can really continue all the way up to the state of the art. We want to have that all in-house. And something that really differentiates COMET from a traditional makerspace is our additive electronics portion. In the middle of October, we're expecting to be open with our Class 7 clean room. And we're going to, right off the bat, have some Fuji Diamatics inkjet printers, a Volterra direct write printer, Nscript tabletop multi-material printers. And we're talking with Nano Dimensions right now about getting a Dragonfly and a Fox in there to have the real state-of-the-art in that industry. We are working closely with the PEAM Center at Picatinny Arsenal, the Print Electronics Center of Excellence, to prove out the equipment, start developing standards around it, because right now the industry is pretty nascent and can really benefit from some standardization and some improved reliability. And we're also developing the workforce to go work in that industry. The Army in particular, but really any industry that can benefit from volume optimization and controlling the data in-house can really benefit from this sort of electronics development, and we're helping build the use case as well as the workforce. So I've mentioned a few times our summer internship. We have interns and workforce development and education efforts happening throughout the year, but right now, it being the summer, I'm particularly focused and proud of our interns. It's really the cornerstone of our education and workforce development effort out here. We've run the internship in the past on campus, and it's building off of lessons learned there. But this is the first year that COMET's been up and running, and we've had this really impressive manufacturing space. And so we have 20 undergrads this summer. They come from 9 different universities, actually. They have 12 different majors represented. And I find that bringing together a diverse group of students that in college have been kind of working exclusively with their major. Mechanical engineers work with mechanical engineers for 4 years on mechanical engineering projects. Once you get out into industry, you need to be able to collaborate across disciplines. So we really try to give the students an opportunity to do that. It's very similar to a capstone project that they might do, but again, cutting across disciplines in a way that universities typically don't have the bandwidth to really teach. As a result, our focus is very heavily on soft skills. You know, I've had the internship kind of tongue-in-cheek referred to as finishing school for engineers, and I love that framing on it. I've really embraced it. The robots that we develop are very interesting and impressive, and the students get really engaged by the topics. They love the opportunity to work on 3D printers. They love the technology. And that's kind of the way that I get them to work on things that they don't even at the beginning identify as gaps in their skills. Being able to collaborate and communicate with people that are from different backgrounds, whether they be socioeconomic or just technical, being able to collaborate and advocate for their ideas in a professional way, and then provide criticism in turn in a professional way and reach consensus. It's not easy. A lot of them have the technical skills that maybe if I just gave them the resources and said, work on your own for 10 weeks, they might actually produce a more cohesive robot. But at the end of 10 weeks, these interns are much more ready to go work at a company, at the DoD, and be productive collaborators on a team. Something that I've seen very talented students sometimes take a year or two to really make that transition if they don't get the work ahead that we provide. As I mentioned in turn, it doesn't really make sense to do workforce development in a vacuum, and so we do a lot of industry collaboration and alignment. We have built off of a consortium that we used to call ADAPT of about a dozen small businesses that ranged anywhere from non-traditionals up to well-established members of the defense industrial base. We try to collaborate with companies that cut across many different technical areas. ADAPT included people that worked on 3D printing, power and energy development, battery manufacturing, software, remote sensing, in order to really build out products. The defense community really benefits from products that cut across things that maybe a small business only takes a slice of. We integrate and allow those kind of more completed products to hopefully get out to the battlefield and into the hands of the warfighter a little bit faster. And so we try to help out with identifying funding opportunities, connecting businesses to PMs, going after congressionals, applying for SBIR programs, everything in between. And so if you're a company that's interested in making contacts with the Army in particular, but we're developing our access to other branches, if you're in the New Jersey area, if you're interested in working with us on workforce development efforts and scoping out what your personnel needs might be in the future, please reach out and we'd love to get you into our consortium.
Coming up, we have our last presentation before our lunch break. Emily Hemingway, as the executive director, will be giving us a presentation on Tech St. Louis.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Hemingway. I'm the Executive Director of Tech STL, and we are the newly established Tech Council here in St. Louis. And we got started in 2022, and it's been a whirlwind ever since. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who we are as an organization, as well as why St. Louis has so much up-and-coming emerging technology going on here in the Gateway City, so that you can get a little bit more engaged in what's going on here in St. Louis. So, like I said, we are a tech council. We were launched about a year and a half ago out of a grant that the city of St. Louis received. Our job is to serve on behalf of the 15 county bi-state. So half of our footprint is in the state of Missouri. The other half is in the state of Illinois. As anyone who works in economic development, you know the challenges that come with not only an urban-rural partnership, but also a multi-state partnership. It's definitely created an exciting environment for Tech STL. We are a 501c6 organization, so we are a membership-based organization. Now that we have officially rolled out of the grant and underneath the city, we are a fully independent nonprofit organization and advocating on behalf of the data economy and emerging technology here in the metro of St. Louis. So we have been really lucky because, we were launched in partnership with the city, and that gave us a natural foothold in the world of data and policy, but that we were also launched out of a COVID relief grant that was tied specifically to looking at how St. Louis needed an organization that was going to advocate on behalf of technology and innovation, and not just through the lens of business and workforce, but was also taking into consideration the importance of technology in the homes, in the schools, on the streets. That COVID really demonstrated how those gaps can be debilitating for our most vulnerable communities, that if they don't have reliable connectivity, they don't have device access in the homes, they don't have basic tech skills in order to leverage that that had an immediate and significant impact on their ability to navigate job transitions, navigate virtual education, and have their kids immediately fall into online schools. So we identified that in St. Louis, we needed an organization that could really bridge all of those pieces. Tech STL was launched at a time when that was really clear, and we were launched with the kinds of partners that help really validate us having a seat at every table, that we're able to really lean into the digital transformation efforts across the bi-state, that we have partnerships with government, education, workforce development, business development, community development, and economic development. So in the red box, you can see that is basically our core mission statement, that we're committed to scaling the data economy of Greater St. Louis by connecting partners, building infrastructure, and investing in the programs that equitably grow our innovation pipeline. So this slide is basically a summary of who we are and what we have really established as our goals over the next 5 years. So we've set our big vision, our BHAG, so to speak, as making St. Louis the most diverse innovation hub in the country by 2027. That is an ambitious goal. The boxes in red are really marking what we see as the pillars that would get us there. So for us, to be competitive, we need to double our tech workforce. We also need to diversify our talent. So our tech workforce is not nearly as diverse as the rest of our workforce. So we're working as an organization on addressing, creating more access points and opportunities that are diversifying our talent pipeline, introducing more of our Black, brown, female, LGBTQ, disability, veteran, and rural communities to tech education and tech opportunities, so that we are doing a better job of getting those folks into the tech community. The third is specifically tied to our talent pipeline. So we estimate that if we're going to 2x our output, that we're going to double our workforce, we need to at least 5x our input. And so we're working with area partners in K through 12, in tech education, in business development, professional development, to do a better job of expanding our talent pipeline so that we can get 5 times as many people moving through this process, so that they are able to get great jobs here in St. Louis. The last 2 goals are really tied to entrepreneurship more than workforce, that we are advocating on behalf of the entire ecosystem, both in small business development as well as high growth entrepreneurship, around making it easier for tech startups to not only ideate, but also launch and then grow and scale here in the region. So our big goal is to support 500 new tech startups across the bi-state. And then the last is tied specifically to the capital gap that we see in the region. St. Louis as a region does not have a large CDFI network. And so we see a really massive hole when it comes to pre-seed and seed stage investment and capital access. So the first way that we're tackling that is by launching a $20 million Founders Fund that's integrating some of the top most seasoned tech experts and tech founders in the community to try and make it easier for us to free up some capital for the disruptive and emerging technology startups. In the white, you see what we call our Big 15. So we see with Tech STL, we are advocating on behalf of IT and the data economy. That is not a vertical, that's a horizontal. That touches every sector. But we also identified that there are a handful of clusters that really need a more vocal champion. And so what we listed out here, we call our Big 15. They're the 15 emerging technology sectors that we are really advocating and driving policy around to help spur growth, create more access points, create more visibility, and ultimately open up more opportunity within those sectors. So even though we've only been around for a year and a half, we have now just under 400 organizations in our membership. This is a list of some of our founding members that we connect everyone from small nonprofits and startups to large government agencies, universities, hospitals, corporations. And now we've also rolled out our individual membership, so we're able to do career development and start building a wider network of talent for our tech workforce. So this was one of the biggest reasons why, from the beginning, I advocated to have Tech STL be a tech council. Is having a robust and diverse base of partners is going to make it that much easier and more effective for us to actually move the needle forward on building a more inclusive and a healthier innovation pipeline for the region. So we recently put out our annual jobs report, and this is looking at 2022. And we have in St. Louis, we have a large number of corporate headquarters that help to really build and sustain our tech workforce. So this is the top 22 hiring partners here in St. Louis, that these companies are the ones who hire the most amount of tech occupations, at least they did in 2022. It shows that we do have not only a wide network of strong enterprise partners here in the region, but we also have a huge pipeline of tech jobs, of high paying, high quality tech jobs here in St. Louis. And so really trying to just tell a better story on behalf of who are our anchor institutions, what are the jobs that we do have available, and how are we making sure that the top talent all across the country that is looking for a new great place to live, that they're able to see that St. Louis is a viable spot for them to consider, that we have great standard of living, that we're super affordable, we have world-class amenities. It's one of the best sports cities that I've been to. So there's so many great opportunities, not only for young professionals, but also young families to be able to come here and not only spread that dollar a little further, but also live a really rich life in the St. Louis community while building their tech career. So like I talked about, there are a lot of talent across the country that are looking for great places to live. What we saw in 2020 and 2021 is St. Louis was listed as the 16th metro in the country for talent migration. The state of Missouri was coming in at 10th, and the state of Illinois coming in at 16th. So we're definitely in that top tier of company, or in states and communities that are attractive to talent migration in tech industries. We also saw that coming out of the pandemic, obviously we took a hit, as every industry did, but we have absolutely recovered and then some. So the St. Louis community saw an immediate 33% growth in our jobs that we not only recovered in pre-pandemic, but we far surpassed that. And so our tech economy is growing. Our companies here are absolutely hiring. We've got some really great opportunities here in the St. Louis region. So also part of this data is that we were able to find out exactly how large our tech workforce is. And so especially as we're setting the goal for doubling that workforce, we needed to start with figuring out how big we are now. And so in 2022, we were able to measure that our tech workforce is right around 86,000, but then we also had over 70,000 active tech jobs that were posted in 2022 alone. So we're seeing that we also have a lot of movement, that a lot of positions are open. We currently have around 30,000 open jobs right now in the tech workforce here in St. Louis. And so there is definitely a lot of demand. There is a lot of opportunity. And those fall predominantly in the software, IT, and cloud and network spaces. Those are definitely where we have the largest jobs in the workforce, but also the growing demand. But when it comes to what's most exciting about what's happening in emerging technology in St. Louis, we have a number of really strong sectors. Between having anchor institutions like NGA, the National Geospatial Administration, the Scott Air Force Base, we've also got industry leaders like the Danforth Center and BioSTL. We have sectors here that are not only strong now, but they have been strong for 40, 50, some 100 years. I mean, St. Louis is an epicenter of trade and transportation. So we've definitely got some strong bones to play off of that feed into these innovation spaces. But now having such strong representation of national defense and federal leadership players, that's helped really grow some of these sectors with opportunity, as well as high growth opportunity in contracting and partnership with some of these defense agencies. So these are the 9 innovation sectors that we are focusing on now at TechSTL, and they are cybersecurity, geospatial, AI. St. Louis was really lucky because we already had such a strong backbone of AI that when ChatGPT dropped, we were absolutely positioned in the right place, that we have so many great leaders here in the community. We're able to step right into really driving the AI conversation. Life sciences, that hits on ag tech, biotech, digital health, med tech, health tech. We've got all these spaces. That life science is one of the strongest clusters here in the region because we have such strong anchor institutions. FinTech, this is another big player that we're home to headquarters of Edward Jones, Square, and a number of groups like Wide Whales and some investor networks here. FinTech is definitely one of our strong pillars that we're working to grow. Then we have XR, media, and design, and that really is feeding into as the metaverse is getting bigger and extended reality is, and now that design is such an integral part of any innovation that we're really activating that space. Consumer products. We are absolutely a manufacturing hub. We have been for hundreds of years. This is a great place to manufacture product. And leaning into the fact that our CPG network is also one of our most diverse pipelines here in the region, and that any successful manufacturing company now has to have a really strong technology component. And so how we're supporting not only our large scale manufacturing like Boeing, but also our smaller scale manufacturing. We have a large number of food and beverage and natural products companies here in the region. Speaking of Boeing, also we've got our IoT and advanced manufacturing space as we recently were a recipient for Build Back Better grant that's focusing on the conversion of IT and advanced manufacturing. And then the last is TaaS, which is technology as a service. And this is really tied as well to, our AI companies, our software development, customer service. That TaaS network is kind of the foundational network of our tech opportunity here in St. Louis. And so it helps to really connect the dots between all of these sectors. The other great opportunity here is we are now officially Tech STL. Last year, we hosted the inaugural St. Louis Tech Week. We just recently announced our second annual Tech Week, and that'll be coming up in April 2024. So mark your calendars. Last year, we hosted over 40 events. We had over 250 speakers. We had over 5,000 folks come out over the week. Next year is going to be even bigger. And so if it's something that you are interested in either speaking or partnering or hosting on, you're able to go to our website and register for that. But definitely mark your calendars and see if you're able to join us here in St. Louis, because it is a great opportunity to really open up the doors. It's our smaller version of South by Southwest and really let innovation take over the streets of the Gateway City. So this is my contact information. I know that I just shared a ton, but there is so much happening here in St. Louis. We'd love to get you involved, to talk to you more about where you could potentially engage, maybe join as a member of Tech STL. Our website is techstl.com. All of our handles are TechSTL as well. And then my contact information, you can reach me at emily@techstl.com. So thanks so much for that time. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions or ideas, and we'd love to learn more about what you guys are up to over working in partnership with NSIN and DoD. So I hope you all have a great day.
Okay, it's time for a lunch break now. We ask that everybody return at 5 past the hour, so that gives everybody roughly 30 minutes. We're running on time at the moment, and look forward to seeing you when lunch is over. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Hope everybody had a good one. So now we're coming up on a really important section of our presentations, the investor and venture capital portion. I know everybody's keenly interested in this. So as I said earlier today, we have 3 speakers, the first of which is Zach Beecher, Head of Strategic Partnerships at America's Frontier Fund. Over to Zach.
Hey, thanks again for having me. My name is Zach Beecher. I'm the Head of Strategic Partnerships at America's Frontier Fund. And I have the privilege today of sharing a little bit of our story and what we are hoping to do in order to power America's innovation for the next generation. I started my career as an active duty Army officer and got into the innovation ecosystem back in around 2018. And it's been a privilege ever since, really serving at the intersection of national security and innovation. And for that reason, that's why I'm so excited to talk about our unique mission at America's Frontier Fund. So if we think about the shared national ambition that we stepped into the space race with just 60 years ago, it was a hope full of unlimited possibility. And the technologies that we ultimately developed, whether they be GPS, the internet, and ultimately the commercial space industry, have given us not only extraordinary economic prosperity, they've opened up entirely new possibilities of what we can do. And all of that really came out of a competition. And today we face a new competition, a new global race for leadership in those same types of frontier technologies. While different in their look, their application, the additive benefit that they can provide, there is a unique and unprecedented moment to capture the future for economic prosperity and ensure that we are supporting the democratization of innovation in an open, free, and fair system and generating real returns that can broaden prosperity and access. And so we have our own Sputnik moment. And at America's Frontier Fund, that's what we believe that we are built to do. We are here to power America's innovation, help rejuvenate and reinvigorate those leading innovators within those frontier technologies where research and development is really standing at the precipice of commercializing and building new products for the future. And while we know that we've faced these types of competitions before, we believe that there is a unique moment here to double down and ensure that the world knows that the United States is the best place in the world for innovators to ultimately build and scale the technologies, specifically the frontier technologies, for the benefit of the American people and all people over the next 5 to 10 years. And I mentioned before that we face this global tech race. Before we face different competitors, and now one of our most prominent competitors in the global ecosystem is China. And all that means to say is that we face folks that are doubling down on their research and development capacity, driving public investment at rates that we haven't seen before, all in order to make sure that these technologies find a home in their development and their commercialization and their scale in different portions of the world. And we think that there is a unique opportunity here, both with the appropriations from the administration, as well as the extraordinary research and development that we see to really take those tailwinds and ensure that we are not falling behind, but charging ahead in frontier technologies. Anybody who's been in defense innovation knows that much of the problem that we've faced, despite an extraordinary amount of public investment and private investment in both commercialization and research development, is that double chasm. How do we get it from the lab to a prototype and then from prototype to scale? And previous models of venture capital, product development, commercialization have optimized for shorter periods of return. They've gone to their most efficient use, as they always do. And most of that has been centered around the software as a service space. We think that given the broader geopolitical dynamics, competition, and frankly, the real possibility in net new frontier technologies ranging from artificial intelligence to advanced manufacturing to next-gen communications and energy, there really is a unique moment here to bridge in a new model of venture capital and a new, bigger and broader platform to help scale these double chasms. And that's exactly what we aim to do at America's Frontier Fund. We start with our investment funds, where we look to identify the most promising companies within market and direct capital to deploy and make sure that we can scale those companies to commercial success by providing the right type of private strategy, but while helping them align to the priorities of the national interest. We can conduct deep science and technology research, as well as drive policy engagement to understand how the contours of policy are impacting the realities in which these companies need to operate. All of that helps us really set a rudder in the water to help steer towards what the possibilities are for these frontier technologies. And if we can't find it through our science and technology sector analysis, and we can't find it through our investment team, we have an independent portfolio company, Roadrunner Studios, that is standing up a national network of venture studios where they can create a vision of the future and then actually build the companies through leading R&D and scale those within the market. Altogether, this helps us scale that cross that double chasm and ultimately scale these companies to viable commercial success. And so those core capabilities to deliver against those three principal aims of the organization, we drive our FrontierCast method, where we can set a vision of the future, understand where technology research and development is, and what the real engineering challenges are so that we can move from a science problem to an engineering problem, ultimately to a product problem, that we can then optimize that, and we can help surface where there's leading intellectual property, products, and entrepreneurs, as well as funding through our nonlinear economic outcomes, or NEO model. That can help us, as I said before, as a rudder, shape the way that we drive investments, not only through network and word of mouth, but also actually help surface that through the data analysis and sector analysis that our supporting teams can drive. We've aligned stakeholders. We are looking to make sure that as a unique foundational and venture capital arm, that we can bring together cross-sector stakeholders from industry to government to the scientific community, while our venture studios help enable regional incubation, drive meaningful commercialization, and help actually make enduring companies out of those emerging tech hubs. And lastly, but certainly not least, we think about where there's opportunities for policy engagement. And by policy engagement, we really mean understanding where items, whether it be the NDAA or the Inflation Reduction Act or other state-level incentive programs, have the opportunity to both support and sometimes items that companies should be aware of as they navigate their path to market. And taken as a comprehensive picture, this enables us to both be strong venture capitalists in supporting those companies to scale, building those net new companies of the future where they can capture both commercial value and align to challenges of the national interest, and ultimately advocate and inform on behalf of those companies and the necessary support that those industries require within the market. I talked a little bit about our Frontier Cast, and ultimately we try to take a bit of a Wayne Gretzky approach here. We want to know where the puck is going, not where the puck is. And our science and technology team, which is comprised of leaders from past experiences across industry, across advanced research agencies, as well as FFRDCs, really help us paint that picture through deep technical analysis to build that vision of the future. Our NEO system then ultimately collates all of a number of different data sources to help us actually find signals amidst all of the noise within the broader market. And that can help us compare different sources of data and find those key kernels that help us find differentiated deal flow and support those companies that may not be in traditional venture capital centers of excellence. And ultimately, that helps us actually build closer and scale closer to the point of development, and then build bridges to possibility for those companies and to their potential customers. So we set a vision of the future. We have a rigorous process in which we think through the policy, the regional dynamic, where those companies are thriving and how they fit into a broader set of the future. And that ultimately helps our investment team direct their investment to the right groundswells of innovation, illuminate differentiated approaches for diversification across the portfolio, and then ultimately forge industry partnerships to help them solve for challenges that they face within the broader market. And if we can't find it, but we know that that's where the puck is going, that's where the Roadrunner Studios come to play. By leveraging a co-investor syndicate, a CEO network, driving access to labs, a network of experts and scientific researchers, and also integrated with those visionary roadmaps, we can build at the gaps. We can help ensure that those that are stuck at the lab can break out into the prototype, and that our venture capital team is waiting in order to scale and direct that capital to the most promising. And again, uniquely as a 501c3, our aim is to drive the integration and the cross-sector collaboration for the national interest across every sector, from universities and national labs to state and local ecosystems to capital markets. We think that we are all greater than the sum of our parts, and there's a unique opportunity to leverage venture studio creation, as well as understanding and deep technical analysis to drive that rising tide. We've got an extraordinary team that's bringing that all together, from Gilman Louie, who is one of the initial CEOs at InQtel, to Brian Wilcove, who posts an extraordinary investment return record, Jordan Blaszek, who helped stand up Schmidt Futures, Dr. Edlin Levine, our chief science officer, who helped drive MITRE Ingenuity, and Norman Winarski, who was one of the co-founders at Siri and stood up SRI Ventures. Our team is diverse in their backgrounds and deep in their experience. And we're lucky as a 501c3 to be able to draw on an extraordinary board of directors across sectors and across a number of different industries in order to help inform and guide the organization as we look to both invest, create, and ultimately inform around these key dynamics within the frontier technology ecosystem. We've been backed by some of the leading venture capitalists and donors and philanthropists across the country, and advised by some of the leading individuals across industry that help us understand everything from the scientific to capital markets. And ultimately, we aim to be a cross-sector partner. All of this enables us to really be someone who can be trusted, who can be verifiable, and who is willing to get into the weeds with you to build frontier technology firms. And we want to scale them. And if they don't exist, we want to build them. And so what we're hoping to do is work with each of you, whether you're a startup that's looking for investment, we're eager to learn more about what you're doing and how we can support. If you're a researcher with an extraordinary idea who thinks there's an opportunity for commercialization, we want to help you build it. And if you want to support us in our journey, we hope that you'll consider looking at opportunities to be a donor, a limited partner, or even an investor in our Roadrunner network. So thank you again for your time. We are very excited about the work ahead, and we are very thrilled to be in this effort with you and look forward to the conversations ahead. Thanks again.
A couple of notes for everybody to bear in mind. As you see these presentations and you want to get a hold of people, you can ask them directly in chat. You can go to Expo booth number 1 and query us at NSIN, send us an email, go to the website and send us a message. Lots of things that you can do to get a message to us saying, hey, I want to get in touch with this person, or I want this person's presentation. In about a week or so, we'll have the presentations broken up so you can download individual presentations, or if you want to download the entire DES, you can. We'll make that available to you. Next up, we have Rebecca Javalt with Decode Capital, and she serves as a managing partner over there. Over to Rebecca.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Javalt, and I am one of the managing partners at Decode Capital, where we invest in growth stage dual-use companies that can improve the way our government operates. We launched our fund from an advisory firm called Decode that we've been running for about 7 years. So we're pretty passionate about getting the best tech into government. All 3 of the managing partners, including myself, have experience either working with government contracts or with the government directly. I spent about 13 years at the CIA, worked very closely with the DoD personnel for many years of that in Afghanistan and Pakistan. So feel very passionate about your mission and what it is you guys are trying to do. Left the government to go ahead and try to work this problem from the other side. So how do we help tech companies figure out the federal market so that people like you are much more able to access the great technologies that you need? So what we have at Decode is an advisory business that has helped about 150 venture-backed tech companies so far figure out the federal market. So how to actually engage with the DoD, how to find budget, how to find end users, and how to actually get to contract. And then on the other side of the advisory business, we work directly with the federal government to teach you guys how to work directly with the tech companies. So over the course of the past several years, I think we've trained now about 1,500 members of the DoD. So contracts officers, program officers, all the way up to 3- and 4-star generals. And again, the goal is how do you connect with, figure out your requirements, market yourselves the right way to get the best technologies into your missions. So based on that advisory firm, we decided to go ahead and launch our own fund. You always hear a lot about supporting the defense innovation base. And what we're really trying to do here is complete that full cycle. So we teach companies how to work with the federal government and DoD. We help DoD work with these tech companies, but how do you help them as they maneuver through these contracting process and make sure that they stay alive? So now we invest in the companies that we've helped go through this program. So throughout the life of our venture fund, we've made about 9 investments and continuing to make more every day. And the focus is on growth stage. So I'm sure a lot of VCs you've heard from do seed and Series A companies. We come in at the Series B, and that's primarily because we want to leverage those companies at the right phase where they're ready to engage with the DoD and the rest of the federal agencies. So they've got solid commercial traction, they've got a lot of customers in the private sector, and now they're really ready to go hard at helping out government missions. And so that's where we fit in the space. So again, I'm Rebecca Javalt with Decode Capital. Feel free to reach out.
Up next, we have Ben Williamson, who serves as the Principal and General Counsel for Invest Nebraska. So this is our last venture capital investment presentation, and then we're going to go on to the company presentations. Over to Ben.
My name is Ben Williamson, and I run the investment team for Invest Nebraska. Invest Nebraska is a 501c3 nonprofit that partners with the state of Nebraska, among some other partners and some other services, to support entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology, predominantly in Nebraska, but also in the Midwest region as well. I thought I would start by just providing a little bit of background context around some of the programs that are from the state of Nebraska and that relate to Invest Nebraska, to provide context to the infrastructure and resources available for entrepreneurs in Nebraska, but then also more broadly. There are a lot of states that have similar programs to the ones I'm going to talk about today. And so I think providing that background really gives insight to would-be entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs looking for the support of some of those programs and how to take advantage of those, and how they really just support entrepreneurs solving problems in a lot of segments, but particularly with respect to the Department of Defense. So the quick story here is back in 2010, the state of Nebraska underwent a study to understand two things. One is Nebraska's entrepreneurial ecosystem, and also to look at Nebraska particularly, but the Midwest states' approach to economic development. And those things are very related, and we'll talk about why. The reason they wanted to look at our approach to economic development is traditionally states in the Midwest all have a similar strategy to economic development, which usually looks like big tax incentive programs to try to recruit big companies to move to that particular state, right? And the problem with those approaches or those strategies is they're very time consuming. They don't work particularly well for states like Nebraska or other Midwest states. And arguably, when they do work, they don't create net new jobs. A lot of smart people like the Kauffman Foundation and others have taken the position that entrepreneurs, startups, small businesses are the people and the entities in this country that create net new jobs. It is not probably getting Facebook to put a data center in rural Nebraska, right? That's probably moving jobs from A to B and not necessarily creating net new jobs. No shade to Facebook or Meta. That's just an easy example. And so the result of this study, the result of this endeavor was that they found that Nebraska didn't really have an entrepreneurial ecosystem. That might sound familiar to other Midwest states. We have these immature ecosystems, immature capital ecosystems, immature support and infrastructure for entrepreneurs, especially in 2010. And they also found that we traditionally had these big tax incentive programs, and we could use some diversification in that strategy. So the punchline here is Nebraska legislated a program in 2010, 2011 timeframe called the Business Innovation Act. The name doesn't matter except to say that it sets out resources, money, grants, investment, and other programs to try to help meet entrepreneurs where they're at, support their path to commercialization. So getting from that kind of 0 to 1 stage. So the state of Nebraska has a suite of grants, everything from up to $150,000 to build an MVP or build a prototype to go solve a problem that you find or that is passed down to you from a DoD or another entity. There's academic research and development grants if you're doing R&D with a PhD, a professor, a postdoc, a grad student at an accredited university in the state of Nebraska. And then lastly, and this is perhaps particularly interesting, there are, as many of you probably know, federal grants called SBIRs or STTR grants. Those are really just acronyms that stand for Innovation, Technology, Research grants, but those are pushed down from the federal agencies, including DoD, National Institute of Health, National Science Foundation, USDA, et cetera. And so those grants, Nebraska has an incentive mechanism to try to get Nebraska companies to apply for those grants. So you can receive a small grant to go pay a grant writer to apply. And then if you receive an SBIR or STTR grant, the state of Nebraska will actually match it up to a certain dollar amount or percentage. And that's, like I said, an incentive mechanism to get more Nebraska-based businesses to apply for these grants. What's left over in that program goes to what they call the seed fund. And the seed fund is literally a tax dollar funded venture capital fund. And really the goal there is once the entrepreneur, the company takes advantage of some of those grants and gets off the ground, gets that market validation, starts to go to commercialization, then you could come in and invest in that company at more of a kind of seed stage funding round to help them grow and help get them to the next level. That investment fund is where Invest Nebraska comes in. Like I said, we're an independent from the state, independent 501c3 that contracts with them to administer that fund. Again, most of those programs I just mentioned are Nebraska focused. The businesses must be based in Nebraska. You could ask, what does based in any state mean in 2023? And luckily that language is a little bit vague. And so how it's usually interpreted is companies that either have a co-founder and a headquarters in the state, maybe it's 51% of the employees or operations in the state, or some other really strong nexus to the state. And so a lot of companies or entrepreneurs will potentially come and build a presence in a state like Nebraska to take advantage of some of those programs, and that's encouraged and acceptable. But again, beyond that, a lot of states, particularly in the Midwest and also on the East Coast, have legislation or state-sponsored funded programs like the one I just described to provide that support for entrepreneurs. Invest Nebraska also manages a few other pots of money. One, we have some different loan funds for companies where equity is perhaps inappropriate. We do have some federal money as well that is, again, constrained by certain rules and again, focused on Nebraska-based businesses. But again, I bring that up because a lot of organizations like Invest Nebraska are administering those sorts of funds. So as you might know, the federal government through the Treasury Department and a program called the SSBCI program sent some money to each state via the Build Back Better program over the last couple of years for entrepreneurship, both debt and equity investments. So if you're aware of an organization like an Invest Nebraska in your state and you're not in a position to build a presence in Nebraska, ask some questions about the SSBCI federal funding and other sort of state programs like the ones I just described. Lastly, I would say Invest Nebraska is also a partner in a proper venture fund. And when I say proper venture fund, I literally just mean a real LP-based venture fund where there's no state money, no federal money involved. It's all private investors like you would see in a traditional kind of institutional venture fund. The best part, especially for a conversation like this about that fund, is that it is not constrained to Nebraska-based businesses. That is a sector-specific fund focused on food and agriculture technology. But I would make the argument that food and agriculture technology are adjacent or at least very, very related to some of the big problems that are sought to be solved by the Department of Defense around American dynamism, global, local, national security, sort of unbundling industrial systems in favor of local ones. Some of those things that we're seeing coming out of DED in terms of problems to be solved, DOD, are, I think, really consistent with ag and food technology and security. So to the extent any entrepreneurs are in that space or adjacent to that space, we do have a proper fund set up for those entrepreneurs. Lastly, I would also just say, in terms of thinking through resources and support for would-be entrepreneurs setting out to solve specific problems for DOD or candidly any other group or agency, there are a bunch of organizations like Invest Nebraska whose mandate is much broader than just the investment, right? So everyone sees the investment. That's the sexy piece. That's what you see on social media. But the bulk of what we actually do is under the guise of economic development, right? And I said this at the outset, the goal of economic development, generally speaking, is to create net new jobs and tax dollars. And to do those things, you have to help entrepreneurs grow their businesses. And so a large part of what we're doing on a daily basis isn't the investment piece. It's helping the 400 and some odd entrepreneurs, 400 odd number of entrepreneurs to just figure out how to move their businesses forward. And that might be connections that we have because we are this kind of like agnostic, impartial Switzerland type party in the Nebraska ecosystem, because we're a 501c3 and we don't have some of the perverse incentives that are often created in the private sector world. And we can talk about those if it's interesting, but we have really good visibility into all of the players in our local ecosystem, but also the region. So we partner with local accelerators and incubators. We fund a lot of them. We are partnered with a group called Generator, which is a regional accelerator and fund that is in dozens of states in the Midwest now. And so we have a lot of connections and can help kind of play air traffic control and make introductions as necessary. Obviously, again, with respect to the DoD conversation, Omaha, Nebraska is a very strategic location from that perspective for various reasons, and have close proximity and access to some of the strategic bases and things, and also talent and resources, workforce coming from the military side of the world. And so there are some really interesting things that I think Nebraska can act as a bit of a hub. And the point of me saying all of that is that if it doesn't make sense to have a presence in Nebraska, there still might be valuable connections, or we still might be able to help move companies forward and help your business and try to do whatever we can do to provide, or at least provide direction on how to pursue and receive the resources necessary to grow your business and commercialize. With that, I think the general overview probably makes the most sense at this point in time. I trust that my contact information will be properly shared with everyone that has access to this. If not, again, my name is Ben Williamson. You can find me on LinkedIn. I run the investment team for Invest Nebraska, and I'm kind of the front-facing person for the entrepreneur side of our business. So thank you so much for your time. Enjoy all the other conversations that you're having, and love that people are interested in figuring out how to solve problems for groups like DoD and others. Thanks.
Before we transition from the subject of money and go on to our company presentations, I'd like to share something with you about the reach and the power of the DES in general. We had a venture capital firm that presented last year, and all of a sudden that capital firm was flooded with 20 requests for funding. And it kept them busy. All those requests kept that particular company busy for quite some time. So I want to stress that the importance of the DES here is to communicate. So if you see something that's interesting, reach out. If nothing else, if you can't remember who they were or who you need to contact, you can go to Expo booth number 1, go to the NSIN booth. You can type an email or ask a question in the live Q&A session, say, hey, I need some help contacting these people, and then we'll provide that bridging information. Next up, we have Mr. Dwight Cox, who's with the air refueling tanker transport firm. Now, this is unusual. He actually provides air refueling support, but commercialized in the commercial realm. So we're going to play a quick video, and then we'll have Mr. Cox's presentation right after that. Over to the video.
Hi, my name is Dwight Cox. I'm the founding member of Air Refueling Tanker Transport and the founding member of Alpha Air Group. We are a commercial company that provides in-flight refueling. We transfer fuel from one airplane, ours, to a smaller airplane so it can sustain flight and not have to land. We're no different than a military air refueling capability. We're just not an instrument of war.
We've built a team of air refueling experts with more than 250 years of air refueling experience. In addition, the team has more than 30,000 flight hours, and we're very experienced in the air refueling community. Something else we're doing with the company is we're trying to leverage technology in order to make this complicated process simpler and more efficient. So we have already reached out to several technology companies that are going to help us with user interfaces and able to help us with scheduling and be able to track all of our data so that we know how efficient we are and how we can improve our operations going forward.
For anybody is an aerospace defense market that wants to take their fighter to a Euro Air Show, they want to take it to get it to maintenance, they want to get it from maintenance. Currently right now they have no air refueling partner that they can just call up on the phone and go, hey, get us there on time. The same way if we were doing a commercial delivery or foreign military sales delivery as well.
We're excited to be located at the T-Rex building in central St. Louis, not only because St. Louis is about to become the geospatial technology hub for the nation, but we're also aspiring to be the commercial air refueling hub for the nation.
We're 200 miles east of the population center of the country. You have technology like geospatial technology that is thriving in this area, and geospatial, three-dimensional geospatial has everything to do with air refueling. So we think we're in the right place at the right time with the right experts in the supporting ecosystem to make St. Louis bi-state the global leader in privatized air refueling.
The air refueling tanker transport is exactly the kind of company that we like to have here in the T-Rex Geospatial Innovation Center. Dwight and his team know every aspect there is to tanker refueling. Their mission and their focus is spot on, and we like to surround ourselves with companies that have that drive for succession and passion.
Congress has been looking at this for years. The Air Force has been studying this for a long time. And it was really exciting to learn that we actually have a regional solution that Dwight and his team are bringing to the forefront to address a critical national security issue. If we're going to confront China, Russia, and the other challenges in the region, we need fuel, we need this capability. We can't meet the demands now, and a commercial outlet is going to be needed, just like it's been used in so many other sectors of our national security to address this challenge.
If you have an opportunity to invest in a company that's actually supporting the military, keeping warfighters home a little bit longer, adding to national security training and readiness, this is the company for you.
Bloomberg has estimated that the commercial worldwide air refueling market is nearly $700 billion. And we would be on the ground floor of that as we're putting this together. And this would be government contracts so that there would be guaranteed amounts that are coming to the company. So it would be a good, safe investment, and you would be on the ground floor of something that has never taken place.
The Air Force actually reported to Congress that currently, as of right now, there's 30,000 hours that are commercial ready that they're willing to give to a commercial company. So if you were to just to do the math, that's well over $1 billion of gross revenue.
Every member of the team has a why. There's a personal story behind each one of us as far as like something that happened during our tanker careers, things that we missed while we were gone during the war, things of that nature. And part of the reason that this company is so important is that if we increase the capacity, then we will help alleviate some of that for the active duty, guard, and reserve members that are having to live that on a day-to-day basis, even to this day.
The purpose that we were founded was due to the loss of my daughter in 2005. During the next year of grieving, I realized that being away from home 280 to 300 days a year was because there was no commercial outlet as it is in the airlift community or the passenger movement community. So it's been my life's vision to resolve that problem and get my fellow war fighters some support.
Hi, my name is Dwight Cox. I'm the founder and CEO of Air Refueling Tanker Transport. The nation's commercial air refueling augmentation system is here. Since the early 1950s, President Eisenhower has said that we cannot win a war without augmentation from our civilian partners. So he established Executive Order 10219 to mandate the peacetime utilization of civil partners for the purpose of preserving military resources. President Reagan took that a little bit further. In 1987, he established what was called the National Airlift Policy, basically mandating the United States military to utilize commercial air carriers to provide airlift capacity in in war and peacetime. As of today, there's about 25 partners and about 525 commercial carriers that support the Department of Defense through an agreement called the Civil Reserve Air Fleet. It's a loose agreement between the Department of Defense and the commercial carriers, and they provide airlift and aeromedical evacuation and passenger lift in peacetime, and then also if there's a wartime surge. Today, the nation has no commercial or civil air refueling tanker augmentation for the same purpose of wartime, peacetime training or wartime surge. Who are we? We're a commercial air refueling company that's going to fill that gap. We're a St. Louis-based firm. We're independent air refueling solution. Collectively, we've got about 360 years and 36,000 flying hours of experience. That's probably 8 times more than the average airline flies all year. We are a service-disabled firm, wholly owned subsidiary of Alpha Air Group that I'll talk about a little bit later. Some of our founders include Michael Cox, who stood up the Department of Defense's International Air Refueling Office and U.S. Transportation Command along with me. Our safety officer, Mr. James Green. He's established the world's first safety program for this new market. We've got a chief pilot that's directly from the Air Force, recently retired within the last 3 years. Phenomenal expertise in training. We got Mr. Adrian Clark that actually wrote the air refueling training program for existing contractors, and Mr. Billy Black, he's did the same thing for boom operators. And then one of our other partners is retired Colonel Australian Wing Commander, who's doing our actual clearances that allow our tanker to actually touch an Air Force fighter. As I said, we're wholly owned subsidiary of Alpha Air Group. Alpha Air Group, what problems do we solve? So as I mentioned with the Civil Reserve Air Fleet, we provide the same thing with air refueling. So our capability augments national security, defense, wartime service, peacetime training, and then the augmentation that I spoke of earlier. We'll be the first civil carrier in the Civil Reserve Air Fleet, and we also provide offsetting the demand on military tankers to meet wartime serve for Congress and the State Department. Also, first time in history, there will be a civil carrier tanker unit providing civil service to the companies like Boeing, Lockheed, General Dynamics. So if they need to take a fighter to the Euro Air Show, they can do that. What do we do and how do we do it? We're an air refueling firm, and what is that? It's basically transferring fuel from a larger aircraft to a smaller aircraft in 2 different ways. It's either through a boom, which is a rigid tube with winglets, and the boom operator flies that to make contact with the receiver, or in hose and drogue. And it's basically, as it says, it's a black hose that comes out the end of this wing-mounted pod. The receiver pushes it in a couple of feet and takes on gas. What we're doing is not new. We've got a phenomenal incumbent that's been doing it for the U.S. Navy Weapons School for 30 years uncontested. They've done very, very well for themselves, and we're proud of them. But we're a little bit different. We're coming as a commercial air refueling augmentation firm that's mandated by Title 10. We're airline equivalent in our safety and certifications, and we're a full service interdependent company, unlike our competitor, where they only can do a U.S. naval contract. We bring an ecosystem of capability that's including the major players like Boeing Flight Safety, the FAA, and a technology firm like Leidos and Worldwide Technologies. We will be headquartered in St. Louis. Our operations headquarters will be there. It's equivalent to a commercial airline, but we do air refueling, airlift, aeromedical evacuation, and cargo movement for the Department of Defense and for private firms. We'll do long range planning, dual role, exercise support right here from St. Louis. We chose this region because it's in the central U.S. We have a continual flow of expertise and talent coming out of organizations like U.S. Transportation Command, Air Mobility Command, National Geospatial Agency, and Surface Deployment Distribution Command. We will be a technology-enabled firm. We have Air Refueling Solution Suite is actually being worked with the DoD's largest contractor for this in this space, and we're also partnering with Amazon Web Services to put it on their clear cloud on their secure cloud infrastructure. We're doing this through an accelerator. With your help, we can facilitate that going forward. As I mentioned, we're using Secure Cloud, GovCloud technology, and we're using some AWS connectivity that's already existing, just with a slight modification to get underway. One of our biggest, without giving up all of our intellectual property, one of our biggest capabilities is we're going to take multiple air refueling requests, and we're going to do an optimization. So we use one aircraft, one airplane, one aircraft, one crew to do multiple ARs, unlike our how it's done currently right now with the Department of Defense, where one tanker provides an air refueling with one receiver, unoptimized. We are in constant communication with end users and folks that have signed memorandums of understanding as we go forth we think we are a cyber phase 2 ready firm. As mentioned, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but we've spoken with the House Armed Services Committee and Senate Armed Services Committee. We've spoken with Global Strike, PACAF, Air Combat Command, Air Mobility Command, and Transcom. We've had some phenomenal traction with our company. As I mentioned, we've talked to with some NDA language, and we've talked to the House Armed Services Committee about this capability, and they're very supportive. We received an excellent from the U.S. Air Force Small Business Innovation Research. And we're going back here in late August to go back for another cyber consideration. We've had some international traction from the government of India, Indian Air Force. They want air refueling support. So not only will we be a domestic service provider, but an international as well. We've got bi-state traction and support. Missouri and Illinois, because of where we are, they are absolutely supportive of this, and they understand the value to the region. As I mentioned, we've met with the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee. We got support from multiple congressmen that are. We have support from multiple congressmen and House and Senate Armed Services Committee committee members. Our most recent success was with working with Congress to get the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act to include commercial air refueling augmentation to be considered. So in the NDA, it basically directs the Air Force to consider commercial air refueling augmentation as it does with air, sea, road, and rail. We are a company that's ready to go to market with our business model and our partners. We are ready to deliver capability by Q4 of 2024. Based on the existing demands, U.S. Transcom and the Air Force went to Congress in April of 2020 and said that there's 30,000 hours of air refueling demand that goes non-supported. We've done some research. We did more than 660 cold calls. We did more than 60 customer discovery interviews, and we've determined that the number is almost 10 times that, so almost 300,000 hours of gap globally between public and private markets. So based on the 30,000 hours, in our financials, we think that we'll be at $2.5 billion based on current demands, and based on a 6% increase by 2025, we'll be at $2.65 billion in air refueling revenue. There's some additional funding out there that we've discovered upon launch. There's some other resources that we can go after that's inside of the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Illinois, Missouri can get some money to develop the airport and build out their master airport plan and the requirements that we've given them with hangars and fuel requirements at our airport. Also, we understand that 30,000 hours, as I mentioned, equates to that $2.5 billion. And then there's some Department of Transportation, FAA improvement grants that are available for us as well. As I mentioned, we're a wholly owned subsidiary of Alpha Air Group. They are the parent firm that will do the acquisitions, mergers, and the financing. So if you're an investor, you will be working with Alpha Air Group. It's led by a very astute team that brings multiple years in public and private aerospace markets. We've got our CFO, David Bradshaw there, that has delivered some financial business plan, and our financials are very attractive and very beneficial. We hired the previous CEO of Boeing in October of 2020, and he's helped us develop our strategy and our partnerships. We've got Mr. Mike Du Bois from Kit Bond Strategy in Washington, D.C., and also Mr. Lee. He's a Vice President at Coca-Cola over their transportation aerospace. We are raising capital. We're looking for investors to contribute towards a convertible note offering that we have at 64 million, and then the remaining will be asset based on aircraft acquisitions at 228 million. The aircraft that we're going to acquire, they exceed the Air Force's tanker requirements, expectations. They exceed these the published requirements. Redtail Capitals out of Wall Street will be leading our investments and our M&As. They're currently doing that. And if there's any questions, there's me. We are a SBIR Phase 2 ready firm, certified to do business with the government. Thank you.
The next company to present, Peak Metrics, is an NSIN alum. Now, they're not going to do a testimonial of all their experiences with NSIN. Rather, they're going to tell you about their products and services, which is pretty interesting. They sell software that allows companies and organizations to look at the internet in real time and give them the data to which they can adjust their operational and battle plans based upon what people are saying in social media and other platforms on the internet. You'll find this very interesting. So we have Michael Nowicki, who is the Director of Business Development, presenting.
Hi all, it's a pleasure to speak to everyone today. We're Peak Metrics. We use machine learning to help governments and enterprises combat malign influence. I'm Mihao, the lead for Peak Metrics government efforts. Today, we face an unprecedented threat. It's increasingly difficult to identify adversarial activity and effectively respond in the information environment. There's a few reasons for this. First, emerging technology such as generative AI has made it cheaper and faster to push large-scale influence campaigns. Our adversaries are rapidly adopting and employing this technology to great effect. Second, there's more channels than ever to keep tabs on. This ranges from niche news to social media platforms that seemingly come out of nowhere. The information environment is fragmented, but influence flows across all these channels. And third, there's more attacks threatening narratives than ever before, which requires effective prioritization mechanisms and significant resources to conduct deeper analysis of, so you can stay on top of the emerging threats. And these risks affect both the private and the public sector. For example, in May, a deepfake of an explosion at the Pentagon virally spread through social media and caused a temporary dip in the stock market. On the consumer side, we've seen how companies like Bud Light and Disney have become the target of online activists. Peak Metrics was founded in 2018 and is a dual-use company supporting both public and private sector to mitigate information threats. On the commercial side, we work with large organizations and brands to identify risks to their reputation and personnel. And with the DoD, we work with information operations and intelligence teams to help discover and mitigate foreign malign influence and adversarial I/O. Our technology was developed in collaboration with groups like US Cybercom and PACAF through several AFWorks R&D efforts. And we've been backed by venture capital firms such as Techstars and Argonne Ventures. We've worked with several great organizations to help us enter and navigate the DoD world. We were introduced to the government space through a program called the Air Force Accelerator powered by Techstars in 2020, which was sponsored by Techstars, AFWorks, and NSIN. They identified 10 companies with commercial capabilities that had potential use cases with the Department of Defense and worked with us to understand product market fit, navigating procurement processes, and capitalizing on R&D opportunities. In May of 2020, we were awarded as a winner of the NSIN Countering COVID-19 Disinformation Challenge. This led to a pilot with the State Department's Global Engagement Center and US Cybercom around understanding election disinformation. Through the pilot, we received a lot of real-time feedback and met a stakeholder to support a phase 2 SBIR. Between March 2021, May 2022, we executed 2 AFWERX phase 2 SBIRs to develop some of the core technology that we leverage to support our customers today. We were also a part of the NSIN Propel 2022 cohort, where we continue to explore different use cases and deployment of our developed technology. All this government traction was incredibly important to help us fundraise a seed round led by Argonne Ventures in September of last year. And as of today, we have several operational DoD and US government contracts stemming from the discovery and development work we've done with all these great partners. We can't emphasize enough how supportive NSIN has been in helping us find critical stakeholders and create exposure opportunities. We think of peak metrics as 3 distinct buckets. First, our proprietary data platform. We ingest news and blogs from over 1.5 million sources over the world, where we maintain full control over that process. We also ingest social media from both Western and non-Western sources, including Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, VK, Telegram, and Weibo. We then enrich all that content with additional metadata to provide contextual information. This ranges from web traffic data to author information to source credibility ratings. So instead of just looking at the content, the data, and the conversations that are happening, how can we use different indicators to surface emerging threats and foreign malign influence? And third, we build machine learning capabilities to make sense of this data. Our flagship algorithm, which we call our narrative ML, looks at really broad topics and then programmatically identifies the different themes and trends in that data, both persistently and over time. Some additional stats around our data platform. To date, our system has over 1 billion pieces of content ranging back over 5 years. And we work with key data partners for enrichment, including an official partnership with Twitter and work with NewsGuard for source credibility ratings and ownership information. How does this process work? First, you specify a really broad data feed. Second, our machine learning will automatically identify patterns in language in this content. And finally, we employ visualizations and deeper analytics to connect the dots and understand where there may be threatening narratives and coordinated attacks. I'll share 2 examples of how this can be deployed. First, as adversaries continuously leverage different events in the information environment to discredit the US and sow chaos, it's critical for information operations and intelligence teams to understand the emerging threats and identify that adversarial activity in real time. Here, by starting with a really broad topic around the Nord Stream sabotage in September of 2022, we can programmatically surface and visualize all the critical narratives that have traversed in the information environment. So rather than having an operator manually comb through thousands or tens of thousands of different data points, our machine learning synthesizes that content into key themes, which an operator can quickly comprehend. And we continue to do this over time. So if a small but threatening narrative starts to spike, or if a new relevant narrative emerges, we'll catch that and alert the operator. In this case, we've seen that since February of this year, claims from Seymour Hersh that the US was responsible for the sabotage became a very dominant narrative that both Russian and Chinese state-owned sources have continued to amplify and reference to this day. Second, we persistently analyze potential information threats around brands. This is a lot of what we do in the commercial space, but it's important for DoD and US government to understand risks to companies that are critical to US infrastructure or in the defense supply chain. Our capability will continuously summarize and assess the narratives around a brand to understand if there's potential threats by looking at factors such as narrative sentiment, credibility of news sources, spikes in volume, and language toxicity. If a risk crosses a certain threshold, we'll promptly alert an operator to take action. One example where this has been relevant recently is with Lynas Rare Earths, the largest rare earth mining company outside of China. Lynas was targeted by Chinese linked networks on social media to cast a negative perception of the company. We can help surface these emerging and threatening conversations automatically and in real time to empower rapid mitigation. Thank you for your time, and a special thanks to NSIN for this opportunity.
Next up, we have Jim Burke, who is the Business Development Director for Konami Software Corporation, and he's going to discuss data management.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jim Burke with Konami. We're part of the recent NSIN Propel cohort out of New York. And I'm here to talk to you a little bit about our resilient hybrid data fabric that solves a number of problems at the computing edge. So first of all, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about our company. We're a Boston-based startup, have been around since 2015. Currently, we're exclusively working in the DoD, but have a lot of dual use opportunities moving forward. And so what I'd like to do is just kind of get started and just talk a little bit about the problems that we're solving. So if we just look at edge computing and data growing at the edge, it's growing exponentially. There's interesting statistics that in the data universe, 93% of the data in the world is going to be generated in this decade. And it's coming from a whole host of different sources. So you have all these different devices. So you have drones, you have IoT devices, you have satellites, cars, you name it, all generating huge amounts of data. And with this comes all sorts of different opportunities, especially around when we look at different autonomous systems and robotics and automation around all this. And so all this is great, and it certainly sounds great, doesn't it? But the problem is that there's huge problems at the edge when you're dealing with all this data. So if you just kind of look at the environment, you have a whole assortment of different devices, all with different levels of trust. You have networks that you need to navigate that have also different levels of trust and are abhorrently unreliable at times. And then you also have IT professionals, or IT is not readily available at the computing edge when things go wrong, and inevitably it always does. And right now, IT professionals are having to utilize not fit for purpose tools to solve these problems at the computing edge. They're utilizing technology and tools that are really designed to be in data centers rather than on edge devices and networks. So how do you address all these challenges? So we have a distributed data management platform. It's software. It's called AmiShare that basically takes care of these problems in a holistic way. Our distributed data platform allows you to securely collect, process, and store data on any device over any network, giving you cradle to grave data management. And so in the platform, it basically takes care of three major problems in edge computing simultaneously. One is data security, two is data protection, and three is data availability. And I'm going to walk through all of these different features here for you. So I want you to think about this as a file system. So you would be at your laptop or on your phone or wherever, and you are creating a file. So it could be a picture, it could be a sensor reading, it could be a PDF, it doesn't matter. We treat everything as a file. And when it comes into our environment, the first thing that happens to it is the data is taken and broken into fragments. Then each one of those fragments is then individually encrypted with client-side encryption. So that means that whoever is the data owner, namely you in this scenario, has control over who you share that with. And so next, what happens is we have an AI-based policy engine that that has all sorts of rules that exclusively revolve around the file itself. And what happens is that those fragments are then distributed across a network of stores. Now, we're storage agnostic, we're device agnostic, we're network agnostic. So we can utilize any type of storage. So if we can store on laptops, we can store on mobile devices, we can store in the cloud, we can store at data centers. It doesn't matter. We can take advantage of any storage utility, any network utility, and work on any device. So now, by this distributed fragment model, having this data in multiple locations does a number of things simultaneously. One is your data is never in its entirety anywhere. So if you do have a node or a device that is contaminated or attacked, what happens is that the only thing that they would get out of that device would be encrypted fragments, which are essentially rendered useless. Two is this does instantaneous replication and versioning. So what that means, as versions change, you're able to have the latest version available to you across the board, but also be able to go back to any version at any time. And with that, what happens is in the fragmentation is that we're not copying new file after new file. It's only the new changes, the deltas in the fragments that are now adapted into those latest versions. So you aren't racking up a bunch of extra storage space unnecessarily. And then finally, also is by having this distributed mechanism, what it allows you to do is if you have a malware or ransomware attack, you can simply just take out the nodes that have been contaminated and build back very quickly and resiliently from the ones that are still uncontaminated. So you don't miss a beat with your data. And then finally, by having this distributed data mechanism, it allows us to do all sorts of different creative things to make the data available where it needs to be, when it needs to be. So then very simply at runtime for authorized users, what it does is the system can automatically look at all the different stores and then where the fragments are located and finds the fastest route to get the data to the authorized user so that they can go about their business. Now, all of this happens in the background. You go about your business as an end user, you would never see any of this happening, but you would be able to go and use all your applications and do your work very effectively regardless of the task. So this is our security and protection policy. Let's talk a little bit, our platform on. Let's talk about data availability, because out of the three things we do, data security, data protection, data availability is the most important, because if it doesn't matter how secure or protected your data is, if you can't get it where it needs to be, when it needs to be. So let's just talk about traditional computing. And this is actually what is happening right now and happening in the DoD is you have inputs coming from the edge back to a central server where they're processed, and then that refined information goes back out for making it actionable at the edge. Well, the problem here is that you have single points of failure and you have huge latency issues that are unacceptable to the DoD and also unacceptable in any real autonomy moving forward. You just don't have the time or these can afford single points of failure. So you need to think of our solution as really kind of like a web of connectivity, where you have all sorts of different pathways that are developed in this data fabric that allows you to take advantage of resources at the computing edge. So those resources come in a number of different fashions. For example, some of you may be familiar with like 5G MEC applications which is multi-access edge computing nodes that Verizon or AT&T has. You can start effectively taking advantage of those, or Amazon Snowballs or NAS boxes, whatever. These are alternative data centers that allow you to do more things than just traditional data centers have. Then as conditions change in the data fabric, in the peers in the data fabric, you can have different failures of different nodes, or nodes might not be turned on, or networks could go down. And the system will autonomously find workarounds to get the data where it needs to be, when it needs to be. And so that could be alternative networks. It could be moving the data between devices peer-to-peer. So you have, like kind of, if you liken it to a Bluetooth or an AirDrop type of scenario, we build ad hoc mesh networks between the different peers in the data fabric to be able to get the data and information where it needs to be, when it needs to be. The other thing that this allows us to do is it allows us to really understand who are the peers in the data fabric, what are the capabilities that they have. So capabilities would be different communication opportunities, different storage, different processing opportunities that allows you to be able to really dynamically take advantage of resources that can be really scarce in austere or contested environments for the DoD. That's a huge advantage. So let's just kind of talk about some of the different things that Konami's involved in. We have a number of different domains that we're working in currently. They range from specific projects that we're doing on the data in contested and GPS denied environments. We have a digital engineering project. We have critical infrastructure monitoring that we're doing, and multi-level security across a weapons system in the Air Force, and also doing some work in 5G applications with our commercial partners. I'm just going to go through a couple different scenarios that we have. This is an actual use case that we're doing with combat search and rescue. So right now in combat search and rescue, if they are trying to find isolated personnel, they need to go out and identify those personnel by line of sight only. And they wish to start using a number of different technology tools to be able to go identify and locate isolated personnel that are much more efficient, effective, and keep a lot of warfighters out of harm's way. So they want to start using different vertical takeoff equipment and drones to be able to go locate those folks. But in these different environments, they could be jammed by GPS, they could be have their comms jammed, et cetera. And so we are working with West Virginia University to do accurate position and navigation in GPS denied environments in these robotic systems, being able to hop data peer to peer so that they can build these ad hoc mesh networks to be able to go in, identify where the isolated person is, be able to get that back to command and control, be able to utilize ground agents as well. We have an integration with ATAC equipment, as well as the robot operating system in this project, to be able to build this network of connectivity in this environment. We have won a Air Force Department Digital Transformation Office Pitch Day Award for digital engineering. This is being able to move large files, data sets around the latest development of aircraft outside of the DoD clouds, being able to store it locally with Boeing and Lockheed to facilitate maintaining the authoritative source of truth, and also productivity between all of the different contributors on that new aircraft. We have, this is probably our biggest project, is with the Army Corps of Engineers to be able to monitor real-time critical infrastructure in the United States right now. Currently, the DoD has no visibility into real-time situation awareness around transportation assets, energy assets, water assets. This is an interesting project that is actually a NATO Innovation Challenge Award winner, that they're interested in utilizing this for helping neighbor nations recover after conflict, i.e. Ukraine. And then finally, we have a project in multi-level security, which is one of the biggest problems that the DoD faces on how are you able to move data across different enclaves as clearances change. And we're actually doing this across technical enclaves in a weapon system as a first proof of concept. This is being done with Big Safari and Compass Call on a BAE weapon system. And we have a fabulous team. We have Sajesh is our CEO, has done a number of startups. Chris is a long time Semantic and Veritas veteran. Patricia is located in Austin, Texas, and is our CMO. And of course, I'm here giving the presentation. So that's really it. I just want to thank you for your time. Really appreciate this opportunity with Ensign, and hope to hear from you.
Brian Stream, CEO of Vermeer, will conduct the next presentation. Now, his firm specializes in mixed reality and artificial intelligence to improve situational awareness. Now, over to Brian.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time. My name is Brian Stream. I'm the founder and CEO of Vermeer. So we build various computer vision at the edge tools to help in autonomy in GPS and denied and comms denied environments. So we have two products. Our first product is what we call a visual positioning system. It's essentially a camera-based navigation tool that gives a global position from a platform. And our second capability is something we call AugNav, which essentially allows users to control drone swarms without GPS and with at the edge without any needs for comms. And I'll show demos of both of these technologies. So this is our product. It's a little box. It weighs about 700 grams. It's probably gonna be half that weight in the next 6 months. And it has several cameras on it. The cameras go into a little computer. So we have EO/IR cameras. They go into a little computer in the box. That the little computer has our software on it. And attached to that little computer is a pre-existing terrain database generated from satellite imagery from of the entire globe on it. And essentially, as the platform moves through the environment, as you can see here, in the center left, we're essentially matching what the cameras see to the pre-existing terrain map database in the top left. The blue is GPS, or excuse me, the blue is VPS, and the red is GPS. So we're essentially doing a map match. And this gives us a global position of the platform in space. You can see it here working at night. So in the top left is infrared footage at night, and then we're doing a map match to the locally stored map database in the top right. You can see it again. Full motion video at night from an infrared camera localizing it to the pre-existing map database stored locally. People really like it because you can't jam it, you can't spoof it. We emit and receive no signal, and we could also do sub-meter level targeting with this as well. So here you can see, so here we have a gimbal from Trillium. Here's our box in the back, the black box. And essentially as the platform, as we use the ISR gimbal, we identify a vehicle. So we identify a vehicle, and in the top left, you could see the algorithm in our box is actively matching the video feed to that pre-existing terrain map database. So here you can see we're tracking these two vehicles. In the top right, we're doing a map match. So we're matching the full motion video feed to the pre-existing terrain map database that's stored locally. And then we're able to generate these two blue dots, which are half-meter resolution accurate to the position of these vehicles. The cool thing is there's no LiDAR, there's no GPS, there's no lasers, it's totally passive. And we're as accurate as the map database that we have on board. So if we have a 0.5 meter accurate map database, no matter the inaccuracy of the platform, we're able to target items at that half-meter resolution. We also have a celestial system. It's essentially just additional sensors that go on top of the platform. So when the platform is moving, we essentially do, we are matching the full motion video from our very sensitive camera system to a preloaded celestial map database stored locally on the vehicle. We could also, for over water, we essentially have an algorithm that is detecting detecting their horizon, detecting the center of the sun, the position of the center of the sun over the horizon. From the computer, we get time of day and time zone. And from the barometer, we essentially get altitude. It's essentially a digital sextant. So we're able to give a global position within about a mile of accuracy of the position of our platform just through this passive computer vision system. Our second capability we call AugNav. So the way this works is this user in a mixed reality environment, he essentially sees a pre-existing 3D terrain map database. He's generating an area of interest where he wants to essentially autonomously control what he wants a swarm of drones to do. So in this case, he's essentially programming the swarm that he wants to find a person holding a gun. Okay, so he makes it in this kind of like mixed reality platform. It could also work on a tablet or on a PC. This is the area where we conducted this experiment or this demo. So here you can see here's our drone with our computer on the top. Here's the software running locally on the platform. And now you can see the drone autonomously lifts up. And now, we're essentially, the drone is in a search mode. So it's looking for a person holding a gun. And again, we don't need GPS because our visual positioning system. And this drone is now autonomously just looking for a man holding a gun. There's no human in the loop. So it's going to see this person here in the shadow. You can see the drone zooming in on this person. The algorithm at the edge on the platform is saying, okay, does this person have a gun? Does this person have a gun? Ultimately, the drone is going to decide on its own, okay, this person does not have a gun. It's going to autonomously kind of fly back up. And now it's going to continue to search the area of interest for a person holding a gun. We've logged the location of that person, so we're not going to check him again. And now it's going to come upon another person here in the shadow. Okay, now we're going to zoom in and we're going to say, okay, does this person have a gun? Does this person have a gun? Ultimately, the software is going to determine, yes, this person does have a gun. And it's essentially going to autonomously fly the drone, to kind of a lower position, which is what we told it to do. And now it's going to autonomously return home. So again, no GPS through our visual positioning system, and there's no human in the loop. It was all at the edge, all on the computer, on board the drone itself. So those are our two capabilities. Again, my name is Brian Stream. You can take a photo of this to kind of get to our website. And I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Jodi will now present information for his company, serving as the CEO for Pedestrian, which is a robot as a service firm.
How you doing? My name is Jodi, and I'm the CEO of Pedestrian. At Pedestrian, we are a vertically integrated company that focuses on autonomous technology and autonomous ground vehicles. Our journey really started in 2017, and we were one of the first companies to patent the idea of having an autonomous small vehicle with a trailer. So we do hold the patent on that. We started with a vehicle that does delivery outdoor, and then we migrated into focusing more on indoor as well as software and hardware together. So as I mentioned, we're vertically integrated. That means we make everything in Michigan. And we focus quite a bit on the interplay of software and hardware, where we do our own teleoperation software, as well as the autonomy stack, as well as the hardware and the mechanical and the electromechanical. This is some of the videos that we for our first autonomous vehicle. It was a small one intended for delivery for indoor as well as outdoor. It was very rugged. And since our background is in automotive, our focus really is on robustness as much as possible. So the vehicle is really capable of towing almost 1,500 pounds and carrying more than 500 pounds. The other thing that we really excel at is innovation and software. So in this small demo over here where I'm going around the vehicle is actually equipped with a microphone that can not only see 360 degrees like what we do in autonomous cars in automotive, but also can detect audio and emit audio and understand where the audio is coming from. This is just a showcase how we do software and mechanical. In this one, where we have the trailer and the autonomous vehicle that's in the front, where it does engage with the trailer automatically to hook it, and it goes in a mix of hybrid autonomy as well as teleoperation. This is some of the other concepts that we actually worked on, where we had a vehicle to command and control other robotic vehicles, where two people can sit in there and can launch a drone or launch other autonomous vehicles. And we work with another strategic partner that focus on virtual reality, and they actually work with the DoD to generate VR maps. In this instance, where we had the concept of the vehicle launching a drone, and then the drone would target and see where the enemy vehicle is, and then draw a path where people in the command center can either teleoperate or can autonomously guide the tank into the target, as you can see here in the video. And it's all done with a mix of teleoperation software as well as virtual reality, which you'll see in further video in the presentation, how we do that. So it's a very highly sophisticated system. And again, we combine the background in automotive as well as background in gaming from our strategic partner who does these kind of videos. During the pandemic, we shifted into focusing on indoor. We worked with a large health system to have one of our first robots do delivery of chemotherapy and other highly secure drugs, where they transfer from the pharmacy lab to patient wings and the clinics that administer chemotherapy. But what distinguished what we are doing is that the hybrid of teleoperation, monitoring from further, and the autonomy, where it can navigate a very chaotic environment. So that's where we excel at. This year, we launched a new platform specifically focused on indoor delivery. And this one, the whole approach was to have a very economical autonomous delivery vehicle with high capability of interaction. You can see over here, there's microphone, there's speakers, and we keep our focus on having the 360 degrees cameras as well as sensors, so we could really navigate both from a teleoperation point of view and from autonomy point of view, where we accumulate enough data to allow this hybrid interaction to really deliver a very seamless user experience. The other thing that you're going to see is that we mix that. If you had a VR set and you're wearing it and you're the teleoperator, it's almost like you're sitting inside of the robot, and you can have a mix between the 3D digital as well as the real live feed of the cameras. Again, that's working with one of our suppliers here in Michigan to do that. This is the actual robot. In the video, hopefully that's coming across, where you could see it navigating in the hallway, if it's on the basement side or navigating with visitors on the main floor. The other thing that really to keep in mind, and I keep harping on the vertical integration, because we do both the software and the hardware. Our whole goal to leverage also the infrastructure, where we have cameras as well as VR, where we could make the robots more economical by leveraging infrastructure sensors in a building or an open environment, even allowing for private cellular network in a field, for instance, where you have access points where it does not exist in the environment over here. This is a show on the right side, where it's a video from MDX, which is a military show, where we're showing how on the left side we could actually recognize people, and then using VR so the software can recognize and avoid obstacles and do autonomy, but at the same time, we're mixing that with the human in the loop with a VR. The other thing that's important to note is the mechanism and the capability of the electromechanical that we do. So when one of the hospitals asked us to do a trial where we could deliver food to critically ill patients or protected patients, where it's very difficult to actually have people accessing the room back and forth. So instead of having a very expensive robotic arm, what we did is we created a mechanism that's used in automotive to lift the food from the tray on the inside, and then you're not going to see it in here, but it slides to the table. Again, this is kind of the innovation that we try to do, where we balance high-end technology plus very economic approach to really accomplish the same goal. We have just a wonderful team. It's a small team here, all in Michigan, and we're backed by a wonderful group of advisors that's the top of their field worldwide, like Dr. Marco Pavone, who's the head of the Stanford Autonomous Lab and head of the NVIDIA Autonomous Research, or Dr. Martin Buehler, who's the head of Johnson & Johnson Innovation and Robotics, Lieutenant John Kinder, who's the executive counsel for General Motors, has been with us for quite a bit and advises on legal and technical issues, and Dr. Robert Dean, as well as Dr. Neha, who's focused on the medical side of it. And then on the software side, we have Christine Welsh from Ford and Kyle Walworth from Samsung Harman. Really, just to kind of drive this point, is that our approach to robotics is to really have a high-end software and hardware interplay, but at the same time focus on economic robots, where the idea, instead of for instance, for the military, instead of having rockets that cost $1 million, what if you had drones that cost $25,000 to $15,000? What if you take that concept and really do with a mix of innovation and vertical integration to accomplish the same thing with ground vehicles and robotics? So that's why we focus quite a bit on R&D that's been tried and true, with the ingenuity of our innovation. That's really what we're all about, and that's where we're kind of driving towards a very high-end robotic that is economical and have vertically integrated software that's on the teleoperation, the VR, on the autonomy stack. So we're really looking really forward to working with anybody who's interested, and we would love to show you more and invite you to visit our lab here in Plymouth, Michigan. Thank you very much.
If autonomous driving is your gig, you need to watch this next presentation. Christine Moon, president and co-founder of Bluespace.ai, has a lot to share with you. Over to Christine.
Hi, my name is Christine Moon, founder of Bluespace.ai. We provide explainable and scalable AI solution for mobility and autonomy system. My co-founder and I started this journey back in 2019. We were coming out of another AV, autonomous vehicle software startup called Drive.ai. It was one of the first to apply deep learning, machine learning to autonomy solution. And when it became part of Apple, we decided to start Bluespace with the full knowledge of all the pain points that exist, so that this can be explainable and scalable. And I'll go into what we mean by that. Lucky for us, we have a whole team of folks who came from other companies that was doing robotics and autonomy. And we really realized that what we have built with Bluespace is valuable to really bring autonomy and mobility solution to the next level. Along the way, we've gotten several accolades, winning CIBR Direct Phase 2, and also getting recognition from the industry like NVIDIA, SAP, NASA as well, along with a Smart City challenge by Tokyo, Japan. We have $1.6 million contract to enhance sensing and perception capabilities of unmanned ground vehicles, specifically the RCV platform, Robotic Combat Vehicle Platform, working closely with the PEO Ground Combat Systems Office out of Warren, Michigan. On the commercial side, we're automating buses, trucks. Our focus is really thinking about the pain points of labor shortage, whether it's drivers for trucks and buses or recruits, and keeping everyone safe along the way. So autonomy has been around for a while. What does Bluespace bring to the table? We are able to think about applications for defense and also on the commercial side as well, especially in the industrial, as we mentioned. Furthermore, what we are offering is explainable AI because, as quoted on DARPA page, it's important for the war fighters to understand, trust, and effectively manage the systems. And that's what we're about. And also for industrial applications like port terminals, also mining and trucks, there's a shortage of drivers and labor force. So we offer two solutions. One is Bluespace positioning system, knowing where you are, and then a full autonomy system with the understanding of your own positioning, but also those around you. Let's start with the first. INS is everywhere. It's in all these vehicles listed here. But most importantly, being able to think about, well, as INS needs are going up with the demands for mobility solutions and autonomy solution, how do we make it resilient? It is resilient when it works in GPS denied, GPS jammed environments. And it goes into vehicles like ground vehicles, mobile robotics, and so on. What Bluespace brings to the table is resiliency that works inside tunnels, underground, off-road. And we do that with 4D LiDAR-based INS system. We buy MEMS grade IMU, and GPS doesn't have to always be there. We don't have to ping. In fact, we could go on kilometers without having to ping GPS. And we apply our software with the hardware, and we get to navigational grade, tactical grade solution by using MEMS grade. That means $100,000 INS solution performance-wise, but at the price of $5,000, a fraction of that. And this is remarkable. And in terms of our odometry, when we benchmarked against best-in-class solutions, Fast LIO is something that many folks have referenced. We have not only less operational dependencies, but also best-in-class, state-of-the-art performance, as you can see here. What that means is that we could go for a longer mission without compromising our accuracy. And that's important out in the field for warfighters. And we've tested this off-road, as you can see here, to track our error rate. And we realized that, we're really disrupting the incumbent commercial solutions provided by Honeywell, Northrop, and many others, servicing the needs of those on the right. So as you can see here, what you see is our ability to go off-road. The video is not playing. Let me try to get it to play. Okay, well, we'll show you the video later on, but we've tested out on off-road where GPS is denied. Off-road, you can see how steep of an incline it is from the rear view mirror here. And it's important because there was no prior map information, no or degraded GNSS, and very complex with overhanging vegetation, a lot of bumps along the way. And this is what the warfighters need, resilient positioning system. Next is same hardware that allows for perception and full-on autonomy system. What's wrong with the conventional approach? It's expensive to maintain, and it's also highly dependent on prior infrastructure support like HD mapping. It's highly bespoke. It's geofenced to an area, which means it doesn't scale well. Well, Bluespace has removed all those dependencies. We do not train. Ours is math and physics-based optimization engine. That means it's deterministic. It means a third party can validate and also certify. It means we can go off-road where there may not be HD maps. Even on-road, if the HD map is outdated, like the Ukrainian-Russia crisis, then what do? Oftentimes, autonomy can't function. Well, Bluespace can. It also means we don't rely on prior data sets because we don't train. We do not rely on that. So there's no upkeep of constantly maintaining for the relevant data set. That means there's no third party labeling our data, which may be classified. So overall, by removing these dependencies, we're more resilient for it. So we call ourselves motion first. At the end of the day, knowing how things are moving is what autonomy is about. And we are able to get to motion without having to go through all these different phases, which introduces latency and room for error. So imagine this, you're driving down and there is a towing truck carrying a vehicle. And all of a sudden the chain breaks and the car falls out of the truck. That is not the time to ask, well, let me segment and then classify and then track that and then get to motion. With Bluespace's solution, we get to motion. We know how it's moving and that the movement has changed. What used to be 1 became 2, and it's going to be in our path. So we better get the heck out of the way. So that allows us to be responsive, timely, and safe. And our solution was built to scale. We work on and off-road. It works on any vehicle form factor. Even our INS system does not tap into vehicle odometry, the wheel motion, such that it could be put on any vehicle. So it scales with the hardware. And we don't tie our solution to a specific brand or model of a sensor. So it also scales across multiple sensor options out there. So let me not talk about it, but show you how it looks in an urban setting like this, where there are many objects. We've never been there. We don't have prior knowledge, no mapping. Works out of the box like this. In fact, you can see the pedestrians on the side. That it's hard to see with the camera. We do not use camera, by the way, but we can fuse it into our solution. Dark blue indicates where the object is. Light blue is where it will be. Now, let's try on a different form factor, like this truck. We've gone to a rural area in Utah. We've driven down. In fact, our partner set up these scenarios where some guy fell asleep at the wheel, drives into our lane. Or we're going too slow and someone's getting impatient, cuts us off. We see that object, see the movement, and is able to predict the motion. What about when it's occluded like this? We only see a sliver, but we track it regardless consistently so that we know that it's an object approaching us and we're able to react to that. Lastly, there's a human who is walking under the truck. We see that individual and then we can track their motion as well. Never trained on this. Again, works out of the box. So how do we think about the product offering? We offer the resilient positioning system. We provide perception. And whether it's semi or full-on autonomy, we're able to provide our solution. So what we call this is autonomy-ready mobility solution. So we are working with several folks in defense and also with commercial. And what we think about the application is that not only is there defense applications here, which is really important for mobility and also for autonomy, we think about in the industrial sectors and further down ADAS, consumer sectors where our solutions can be applied. Hope you enjoy the presentation and feel free to reach out if you have any questions on our product. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Kanwar Singh, co-founder of Skyline Nav AI, is now going to talk to us about online and offline navigation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kanwar Singh. I'm the CEO and founder of Skyline Nav AI. We are building an alternative to GPS that will make navigation resilient to ensure success and save lives. And we do that through visual and inertial position and navigation. Before we begin, let me tell you about the company's mission. Our mission is to provide a GPS alternative on land, sea, air, and space. The company was founded with a mission to save lives. And here's an image of my friend Harisimran Singh Khalsa, who went missing after a few hours after he took the shot that is on the left. And I always wondered if there was a way if we could have identified where his exact location was from the skylines we were seeing. And sadly, that technology did not exist. So the past 3 years, I've been working with my colleagues at Skyline Nav AI to build this technology. And so what we are able to do is in situations where we do not have good access to GPS, being able to parse the skylines around us and give you a location. Sadly, my friend's story ended in a tragedy, and he was not able to come home to his family. We're hoping to avoid situations like these in the future. Also interested in fixing the urban canyon problem. And our goal is to have better accuracy for position and navigation in large cities and other complex terrains, such as rural and suburban areas where you may not have good satellite access. I live in Boston, and there are numerous spots in Boston where I experience urban canyon problem. And so if you've lived in big, large cities, you've likely experienced this as well. We're also very aware that in a military context, GPS can be denied, degraded, and spoofed by our near-peer threats. In fact, Russia has been denying, degrading, spoofing Ukraine's GPS capabilities. And so if we have a conflict with the near-peer threat, imagine what's going to happen if this is done right here at home. We also have the issue with solar flares damaging and impacting GPS satellites that can impact our ability to position and navigate. There's also the risk of cyber attackers that can spoof GPS connectivity. In summary, there are very limited options if GPS were to go down, and we are looking to fix that. In fact, from a recent study through NSIN, they had calculated that if we had a wide-scale GPS PNT option here at home, it would cost our economy $45 billion over 30 days. That's why you should care about this problem, and that's why the mission we have as a company is so important. Here's how our technology works. We're able to parse out the skylines and train features and give you a location back. We look at discernible skylines. We compare them against data sets such as the digital elevation models and digital surface model data sets that come primarily from the Hemingway grid. And then our algorithm has proven effective with the data that we have seen from 23 cities around the world. And you can see that there's a good representation of cities here in the US, but also abroad. And we continue to test in additional cities. If you have areas of interest in mind, please reach out and we'll be happy to conduct testing in those cities as well. Now, there was a sad instance of a genocide being carried out, and the Cameroonian government officials refused to take responsibility for that. BBC journalists were able to reverse engineer the terrain, and we were able to actually identify the specific individuals who were indeed part of the Cameroonian military and the government who were responsible for the genocide. Imagine the possibilities if you have a technology like ours being used for various use cases such as these. And that brings us to our products. We have two products that we have launched. One of them is an iOS application that you're able to check out. You can also see a demo of this on our website. And another product that we have just launched on the Android Tactical Assault Kit ATAC plugin. And this is in a beta status. And if you are an ATAC user, please reach out. We'd love to give you an access to the plugin, and that'll allow you to scan your horizon and train around you to get a location back. We're super excited about bringing this possibility to all of our service members that have access to ATAC on the go. Now, here's the beauty of this technology. It does not require a lot of computing power. So what that means is we can actually give you your position and navigation on an edge device without having access to the internet, cloud, Wi-Fi, cellular, or satellite connectivity. We download the algorithms ahead of time through API access that we can provide for your use cases. And then you're also able to get the data sets that'll make it easier for you to compute and get your position and navigation data ahead of time. And so when you think about the possibilities, and because of the fact that we have built this technology on mobile, there's countless other use cases where this can be very useful, to include autonomous vehicles, drones, and others. Now, here's how our technology is able to recognize objects and features. And so you can see what it would look like without any adaptation in the third column, right? It's kind of hard to parse out specific natural and man-made features. But you see on the right, because of how we've set up the technology and how it's able to parse out train features, it's able to pick up on natural and man-made features, just like the human eye. And we can make this localization happen either locally on the edge device, which is where customers have requested that localization to happen, or we can also do it in the cloud, especially for large areas for which you may need more computing power. And the beauty of the algorithms that we have is they don't need all 360 points to geolocate. In fact, with as little as 80 or 100 degrees, we are able to give you a location. So you simply use the camera on a drone or a mobile device, scan your horizon in front of what's in front of you or behind you, and then you get a location back. Let me walk you through some examples of how this technology has been proven effective. If you've been to St. Louis, you likely have seen the St. Louis Arch. And on the left, you see the St. Louis Arch on a digital surface model. And on the right, you're seeing a Google Maps satellite view of that arch. Next, we took a 360 image from Google Street View of St. Louis Arch, and we ran it against our algorithm. And we were able to get a location back in a fraction of a second. And as you can see, not all the points were correctly identified by our algorithm, but didn't matter because the skyline was unique enough. We were able to identify exactly where you were. And that's the beauty of the algorithm. Now you could ask yourselves, well, you did this in a large city center with the arch, which is a very unique, distinguishing aspect of the terrain. Well, can you do it in other areas? And that's what we did in our next example. So we were invited by our Air Force partners to do testing in Destin, Florida. If you've been to Destin, Florida, or other neighboring areas, you've likely seen that there's not a lot of terrain features that are very unique just to that vicinity alone. And so when we were walking around in Fort Walton Beach, this is an example of a location where we were asked to conduct testing. And so when we looked at it, we weren't quite sure if it's going to work. And then we ran it against the algorithm, and we were pleasantly surprised to see that this technology is effective because it was able to parse out the tree line, the gas station, the street lighting, and it was a unique enough area in that 5 kilometer by 5 kilometer vicinity to give you a location back. And so our visual navigation technology gave us a 2-meter match accuracy compared to where we thought we were on a map. Here's another example, again, from Fort Walton Beach, Florida, where there was this business complex and we were able to parse out the skyline and compare that against digital surface model data sets. And we had a 4-meter match accuracy compared to where we thought we were on the map. Now, the GPS was off by 100 meters. In fact, it showed we were in the ocean. Because of the buildings and structures around us, it was not able to get good GPS access, right? So imagine the possibilities of how this technology can be effective and useful in other areas and vicinities where you may not have good GPS. And so our technology can truly complement GPS, and there's enormous civil and military application for this technology. We've had some early stage discussions with NASA and other organizations that are working on space missions. And as you can imagine, there are no space GPS constellations for Moon and Mars and other planets and areas where we may want to have human civilizations. And so in the 1970s, the Apollo missions used a rudimentary version of visual and inertial position and navigation. And so there's a lot of applicability for the work we are doing on Moon and Mars and other bodies out there. And so we're very excited about it. If you also are interested in learning more and having a discussion on space missions, please reach out. We are most excited about testing our technology as part of the Artemis mission in the near future. And to summarize, there are many applications and use cases for visual navigation, and our technology may not necessarily replace GPS, but it can certainly enhance and strengthen GPS through seamless switching. And to summarize, the use cases can include for drone navigation space, as we talked about, robots, autonomous vehicles, handheld navigation, and also 3D mapping and collision avoidance. And if you may ask yourself, well, how can this technology complement GPS and does it replace GPS and what are some of the main advantages? So we've created this chart to outline how our technology can function without satellite access. It can work very well in urban areas. It has pretty good precision and accuracy level. It's also protected from solar activities. It can operate in edge scenarios without any access to satellite, cellular, Wi-Fi connectivity. And it's also jammer and spoofing free from that. And so this Skyline technology can truly complement GPS. And look, GPS may function 95% of the time, but it's that 5% when it goes down that'll bring your use cases to halt. And so we want to be your mission partners to ensure even in the last mile or last 5 miles where you're struggling, our technology can kick in and give you the peace of mind that you need to get to your end location. And I want to talk about how we're thinking about GPS alternatives. Look, when you make a phone call, you don't really care if the phone call is made over cellular connectivity, Wi-Fi, or satellite. You just want to be able to make a phone call. And so we have a similar approach with how we are building our platform is to ensure the seamless switching that can happen between GPS between visual, inertial, magnetic, celestial, and other forms of position in navigation. And we realize there's multiple competitors in the space, and so because of our unique focus on U.S. military and NATO and outdoor navigation, and the fact that we have mobile products that give you API access for commercial and military use cases, there can be a lot of use cases. And certainly, there is competing technologies that exist in this area, and we're aware of competitors that you're seeing on this slide. We believe because of our focus on U.S. military, NATO, as well as outdoor visual navigation, along with commercial and military use cases, we are a great partner to work with. We can provide you with API access and also offer premium integrations. So please reach out if you have questions, and if you have specific use cases in mind, we'd love to work with you. Here's how the platform that we are building is robust. Our goal is to offer this 24/7 over cloud or on the device with no connectivity required. We're making continuous improvements from real-time and synthetic data. And finally, we're making frequent updates to the AI databases to give you newer and better models so you can get the best position and navigation outcomes. And from a business model standpoint, we have multiple business models that exist to include subscriptions for accessing our platform, API charges for usage, and then finally, we are also open to licensing fee. Here are some of our commercial partners that we've identified, and we are eager and excited for other partnerships and customer opportunities as well. And we believe the alt PNT space is pretty big, and so there's a big opportunity for us to go in, and there's certainly multiple programs of record that exist on the military side that we're tapping in, that you can see on the bottom left side. And then to summarize here, the defense and intelligence use cases, we're most excited about the drone navigation piece, the precision guided munition, and the reverse image problem on the military side. And then on the commercial side, use cases such as handheld autonomous vehicle delivery robots can be most exciting. And then when you talk about electric vehicles and commercial fleets, look, our technology can complement that and allow for more accurate navigation, which can help reduce some of the range anxiety. We can offer quicker response times for fleet. And then we are also interested in commercializing and offering mapping services in the future as part of our commercial fleet offering. Here's a track record of what we have done so far. We are very, very grateful and fortunate for the Army Research Lab, where our technology initially originated, and we were able to license this technology as part of our FEDTECH Defense Innovation Accelerator program. We're very grateful for the National Security Innovation Network, which is certainly hosting this event. AFWorks for having given us the opportunity to further refine and build this technology as part of a phase 1 STTR with MIT and a phase 2 STTR with Ripper Labs, National Science Foundation, the National Geointelligence Agency, among many other groups. We're most excited to share that recently we have released the TAC plugin as our second product. We had a great opportunity to demo that product at the Navigation Joint Navigation Conference in San Diego recently. And then we are also part of the Mass Challenge Accelerator that is being run out of Boston, Massachusetts. And the path for development of visual navigation is quite similar to the path of development of GPS, where it was a federally funded technology and able to tap into resources from the DoD and the federal government. And we're very, very excited about the future for this technology and where we can take it as a company. Here's what's on our roadmap. We certainly have launched the ATAC plugin, and we are looking to make more enhancements to that through the TAC-ML feature. We are also excited about autonomous drones, autonomous vehicles, and other items on our agenda. And to summarize, here's our team. Many of us on the team have military and intelligence backgrounds, and so we have a deep expertise in computer vision, engineering, and building digital products. We'd love to work with folks. So if there's interest on your side in alternative position and navigation, please reach out to myself, Rob, or Raj, and we'd be more than happy to talk to you. Thank you. I look forward to continuing the dialogue and hearing from many of you. Thanks.
Zach Oceanbanjo, founder of FEDTECH, will now discuss his firm's military career recommendation engine.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zachary Ocean Banjo. I'm a former Army infantryman, and now I'm the founder of FEDTECH, where we're on a mission to help employers save and make money by recruiting military. You could think of our platform as the Google Maps for post-military service career navigation. We've had some progress in this area or arena thus far, as we've matched 79 candidates to 29 employers, and 8 of those received instantaneous interviews. Why this is such a key sort of development is that it's very difficult for employers to be able to engage with this latent talent group. So what is the problem that we're looking to solve it exactly? Well, we're looking at 150 million. It's a massive number. But 150 million is the total number of new tech jobs that are going to be created over the next 5 years. But today's employers are inadequately prepared. They're unable to fill their existing vacancies, and there aren't enough new skilled candidates being introduced into the pipeline. Meanwhile, we have this group on the side here. Over 250,000 military service members transition from active duty every year, mainly from the areas of combat arms, logistics, and intelligence. However, employers have no means or understanding of what the skills are relevant to combat arms, logistics, and intelligence. Furthermore, no real way to map out the skills that come from the 4,500 other jobs that come from the military, which creates numerous obstacles as internal, civilian, HR departments and companies look to try to recruit and onboard this very coveted group. So take, for example, here, Sergeant Justin. Justin was in the military for a number of years. He designed programming for autonomous drones, and during that service, he fulfilled his contract. But upon getting close to his discharge date, he had no idea what he wanted to get into. So allow me to introduce a solution that might be able to help him out. FEDTECH is a comprehensive career mapping solution that empowers military service members to leverage their existing skills, fill the gaps, and take on new roles. So how does it work? From the perspective of Justin would complete a short intake process detailing his military experience and background. This information is then carried over into our trained chatbot that is able to guide Justin through a number of career tracks that we've defined within the tech area. And with this information, it can make suggestions and opportunities that might allow Justin to upskill as well. Along this process, employers are able to actively engage with Justin, monitoring his progress for the ultimate goal of extending him an offer. So as far as our model, we're looking at a completely free experience for military service members. That's active duty, transitioning, and already out, so veterans. And as far as the employers are paying 20% per hire, which is fairly normal in a contingency staffing model. And then training providers are paying 2% per referral. And training providers in this case are defined as boot camps, short-term learning opportunities, and other engagements that allow people to develop skills quickly. So in our example of Justin, Justin would be approached by an organization. In this case, we have Dogcollar.ai. This company says Justin is a great fit for their organization and they're looking to hire him. We will receive our commission base from them, which in this case would be $19,700. And Justin's able to go to that organization. He gets to the company, but realizes after a few weeks or even a month that he hasn't used PHP, Laravel, React or Python or some other obscure programming language in some time, or it's just one that he's not the most familiar with. So he would then be able to enroll at the Turing School, which is a boot camp that trains a lot of these skills, and we would receive an additional commission from them as well, which brings our cumulative commission to $20,000 for Justin to be placed and trained. As I mentioned at the beginning, we've been successful at making these matches of candidates because we've spent the time and took it very serious in mapping out every single job across the military. A very grueling and difficult process, but I'm fortunate and happy to say now that it's leading to some additional opportunities. One of the main ones is that we're entering the process of doing some open demos with the Department of Labor, Department of Veteran Affairs, as well as disabled American veterans. And another thing that's that's coming out of this process, this fall, we're going to be launching consecutive 90-day paid pilots where we're going to work with 5 companies and provide them with 120 meticulously and carefully vetted military candidates to increase their veteran engagement and recruitment funnels. And as far as our market, we're looking mainly at large employers. Last census, we count there are 120,000 large U.S. employers, and they have an average cost of an individual candidate of about $15,000. When we combine this with the total number of transitioning military and the average cost anticipated to get them trained, we're looking at a total addressable market of $2 billion. And so the team that's going to push this forward includes myself. As I mentioned at the beginning, prior military, prior Department of Veteran Affairs, and prior Department of Labor. In fact, while I was at the Department of Labor, I created a veteran hiring program for the city of San Francisco that's still in use today that allowed them to connect to over the 330,000 military service members that call the Bay Area home. And so, additional to myself, I'm actively looking to onboard and bring on a chief technical officer, as well as a talent architect who can really help bring and facilitate the development of this platform, as well as this process. As I mentioned at the beginning, there are over 250,000 military service members transitioning every year. They're able, capable, and ready to fill this looming tech gap that the United States is about to experience. If the United States wants to be competitive from a technical perspective, employers are going to have to engage in new recruitment strategies, new recruitment sources, and change a lot of their fundamental ideas about talent. Employers are going to have to be patient and realize that the opportunity to recruit new talent and talent that meets and checks all the boxes is going to take a little time. So needs to be an embracement of last mile training, as well as a standardization of the military experience so that this information can be readily communicated to employers. So let's help employers save and make money by recruiting military. Thank you.
Ian Ramsdell, founder and CEO of Kupros, is now going to discuss 3D printed electronics.
This is actually turned into another way of me serving. Right out the door, I had people working in big companies telling me how this technology would revolutionize that industry. We're not just serving the military and the Department of Defense with this as well. I'm actually also serving America because I'm not in the military anymore. I'm a veteran. My job now is to be a leader in my community. And one of those ways I'm going to do that is by driving innovation and growth of small business and manufacturing and advanced manufacturing in the United States.
When you're successful, we're successful. And we know for a lot of these technologies, the government's not going to get anything out of them unless someone like you picks them up and runs with it. And so we want you to be successful on both the commercial side and the government side. So it's just awesome to see the things that you're doing.
Crane was fabulous. I applied for the license from Crane, and within 2 weeks I got the license back. The people at the tech transfer, they've been understanding. The process was surprisingly easy. I still brag about and tell people that are interested in entrepreneurship and don't have an idea to go check out the tech transfer process.
We need people to know that they have resources within the federal labs that they can access. They just need to reach out to us, and we will be more than happy to help you find, whether it's a piece of intellectual property, whether it's a piece of testing equipment that you need help accessing, whether you just want to talk with some scientists and engineers in a particular area to help you. We are happy to help facilitate those partnerships and help make opportunities happen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ian Ramsdell. I'm the CEO and founder of Kupros.
Kupros originated out of the NSIN Foundry program with a new piece of technology that was invented at Naval Surface Warfare Center Crane. The technology was advertised to us as an all-metal conductive filament for 3D printing electronic circuits, sensors, and antennas. We had a great experience through the Foundry program. Unfortunately, as nature, when you throw 4 strangers together, I ended up leaving the program as the sole founder of the company and licensed the technology from NSWC Crane. Since we left the Foundry program, I've had the opportunity to be accepted into 7 other business accelerator programs, including the NSIN Maker program, the NSIN Vector program, and we're getting ready to apply for a few more DIU programs that are available out there, especially ones pertaining to funding and introductions to DoD customers as we progress through our product development. The NSIN Foundry program was a real great experience. Coming out of myself, I'm a 15-year veteran of the United States Navy. I was medically retired after those years of service due to injuries I had sustained while I was working overseas and in Iraq and such. I spent 2 years recovering at Walter Reed before I retired, so that I could, attempt to regain normalcy in my life based off those injuries I had. When I left the military, I then pursued a nonprofit organization, the New England Warriors, which is still in operation today. Sadly, I had to leave the board once I started the company because I didn't have enough time for them. Then while I was in college, which I started shortly after I left the military, I had the opportunity to participate in 3 separate entrepreneur pitch competitions. And I was a finalist in all 3, and it encouraged me to actually add entrepreneurship as a second degree path onto my degree, which really helped me plan out, because as I segued out of college, I ended up going directly into private equity internships for almost a year, and then I moved on to. Then I was introduced by a friend to the NSIN Foundry program, which is really where I saw myself. I found myself really enjoying the program, the curriculum, as well as the process, because that's kind of what encouraged me to add entrepreneurship onto my degree path as it was. So since we left the Foundry program, as I mentioned, we went through 7 separate business accelerators, including Bunker Labs Veteran in Residence program, and G-Beta, the Generators G-Beta program, which was excellent for early stage companies. We spent all of 2022 fundraising. As part of our fundraising efforts, I participated in multiple competitions, including becoming a finalist in the Army X-Tech competition. And we ended up raising a total of $67,000 in winnings from various pitch competitions, as well as then completed our friends and family fundraising round throughout 2022. As we progressed into 2023, we then hit the ground hard into product development. As any experiment goes, as you progress, the intention of the technology is to replicate the original experiment in the laboratory. And as you can see in the video showing currently, this is us successfully replicating the ability to print 3D conductive material using the material that was invented at Crane. Please don't mind the small crudeness. These are early prototypes that I'm showing you. As you can see here, I have a more detailed shot. This is that test print and successfully testing various in different settings on the printer to get the best result, so that we can narrow down the successful print settings that we need to give to our future customers. In product development, we've had a lot of difficulties. We found 5 ways not to mass manufacture our product, which is, as Edison said, every failure is not a failure. It's just I learned a different way not to do it. So, as we progress forward, we're really looking forward to seeing how our product development with our follow-on product line are going to be doing as well. And so as we currently have product at a vendor to receive our first prototype batch that we're intending to ramp up our testing and to see exactly what capabilities we can bring to our future customers. Here's an image, it's from a atomic microscope, I believe, and what you're seeing here is the intermetallic bond between our tin and copper materials within the actual metal. One of the most added benefits of working with the main raw materials in our formula is the fact that they are two of the most recycled metals in history. Both tin and copper have been used throughout ancient history as well as current age. A matter of fact, the name Kupros originated from it's Greek for copper, and at the time that we chose it, the most recent research points that the Greeks were the first people to actually enter the copper age in human advancement. Since we been through product development, we've had great success with confirmation of our technology. We've went to two major conferences where we showcased our very early prototype, and just to let the market know that we're coming and we're entering the industry here shortly. There was great excitement for it, especially with a lot of laboratories and customers that want to do rapid prototyping. And so as part of that process, and we've also got confirmation from a lot of big names in regards to pre-sales. So we've had multiple prepaid pre-orders from big names such as KBR, Boeing, NASA, and the U.S. Army, and most recently Northrop Grumman. And they've all purchased the product. They prepaid, put their money forward so that we can get this to market as quickly as possible. And we're real excited to start building up products and seeing what capabilities these laboratories can produce using our technology. So one of the joys of our technology is its unparalleled conductivity for the FDM FFF printers. Currently, some of the benefits we're bringing to market is that we're more conductive than any other FDM material out there on the market. And as a result, you can see here is we're powering a prototype simple circuit board using our filament. Please don't mind the crudeness. Like I said, these are early prototypes. But the importance of this test was actually to showcase our conductivity. As you can note in the video, the Arduino is the only thing getting power. In most of these circumstances, you would actually have to power the printed board as well with a separate power supply to get it to function correctly. And this is just to demonstrate how conductive, how much greater our conductivity is than the current FDM FFF competitors on the market. Kupros is real excited for our progress as we move into the future. We're expecting to get our first prototype batch to begin extensive testing for printability. We've already replicated the original experiment, which is something that was one of the unfortunate aspects of working through the Foundry program during COVID was there was no images or even physical prototypes that we could hold of the original technology. So we had a lot of faith going on what the laboratory was telling us. So once we replicated the original experiment, it really helped us de-risk the company even further, as well as our future investors. So we're real excited about that. We're excited about the prospects of the future. We're getting ready to apply for more funding opportunities, as well as beginning to pitch to a few more competitions as we approach our next fundraising round that we will be jumping into here in the near future within the next few months. So please reach out if you have any questions for us. I'm excited to talk to people, especially those with relevant technologies or complementary technologies, or if you have any questions about use cases, as well as what our capabilities are going to be expanding to. So the last thing I'd like to mention before I finish is Kupros's technology and how the compatibility of it to be utilized with multiple different other aspects of technology is really exciting, because the ease of us changing the formula to allow us to produce new material with different material properties that are needed for various applications are exciting. So be on the lookout for our launches in the next year of Kupros's higher conductivity filament, our aerospace specific formula, our anti-tamper formula, our gold formula, which NASA is excited for, and our radiation hardness formula. So we're excited. Please reach out if you have any questions. I have my email right here, as well as kuprosinc.com if you're trying to get a hold of us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jesse Korenick, who is the president and CEO of Nave Analytics. And that firm works in the data coherence hub business. Over to Jesse.
Hi, I'm Jesse Korenick. I'm the CEO of Nave Analytics, and we build data products to help ag professionals recommend the correct amount of water at the correct time to their farmer clients for irrigated row crop production. So I'm sure some pictures like this are nothing new to you. This water crisis that we're facing is not going away. We started Nave Analytics to be a part of the solution in agriculture because it consumes about 70% of the freshwater withdrawals. We intend to build a system that will be the standard for evaluating how efficiently irrigation is done, to unify the tools used by policymakers, industry partners, farmers, and everyone that's involved in irrigating crops. Our first step in this process is to supply better data to the folks that can really promote change the fastest, the ag professionals, the agronomists that are advising farmers on their daily irrigation decisions. So back to the napkin style, let me kind of explain how Nave Analytics works. We fuse satellite signals, weather information, telemetry data from data providers into a singular data stream. This process is where one of our secret sauces lie. Once we have that done, we can generate 3D maps of soil water content and other data products to inform irrigation recommendations, which we then offer through API integration with existing user interfaces, the systems that those folks are already used to looking at. Since API integration is going to look a little bit different for each one of our customers, we did commission a really simple web app so that we can run our pilots and demo our products. It's pretty basic form, but it gives an idea of what's possible. I'm going to zoom in on a couple of pieces to talk a little bit more specifically about. That bottom graph is soil moisture content at different depths. So the different colored lines is showing different depths in the soil profile and how much water is available for those plants to be able to use. This mimics what folks are used to looking at with the soil moisture probe data. However, we produce this information for every 100-meter pixel across the field, not just the one location that the sensor is installed. The top part is where we really start to differentiate ourselves. This is showing the soil moisture content across an entire field boundary for any day in the growing season, at multiple depths in the soil profile and at 100-meter pixel resolution. All of this data is updated daily, so whenever our users want to sit down and make their decisions or their recommendations, they have the most up-to-date information, which gives them confidence in their irrigation decisions. We have a B2B business model with a per acre, per season pricing structure. Our initial price is $2.50 an acre for our current data products. And then as we continue to release new features and new products, we'll be able to adjust that price accordingly to capture the value that we're providing. In addition to our standard data products that we sell to companies with in-house platforms and through partnerships with larger companies that serve a customer base and just feel like they could boost their current offerings with our products, we also see a fit for our data with government agencies that are tasked with managing water resources, custom-tuned data pipelines for seed production, and a marketplace to serve risk assessment and anonymized data sets for insurance, fintech, and ag and innovation companies as well. We are currently underway with an experimental pilot while we work through our provisional patent process, working with 5 customers, primarily here in Nebraska, 1 in Illinois, on about 7,000 acres, and are already lining up a paid pilot in South America for their next growing season starting here in September, which we're targeting about 12,000 acres for, giving us $30,000 in revenue. Both of those pilots are ramping us up for our commercial release for the U.S. growing season 2024. We already have a full pipeline of new features and new products that we'll be developing and releasing as fast as our resources allow. We're a 3-person co-founding team. My background is agronomy. I have spent most of my career working directly with farmers and ag professionals, really sitting across the table, talking about their pain points and the solutions they'd like to see for their operations. Val has 15 years of experience leading academic and industry research and for data production for irrigation management. Bradley has a background working with geospatial data, but also partner relations, product development, and portfolio management. That's Nave Analytics. Thanks for listening, and feel free to contact me with any questions or for more information about what we're building.
Kent Campbell, COO and co-founder of Therm Optical, will now discuss thermal management for electronics.
All right. I am Kent Campbell, co-founder and COO of Therm Optical Cooling. And essentially what we do, we cool electronics faster. So, as you can see here, we're ready to contract with the federal government. We have our cage code, DUNS number, and UEI. We're a startup, a relatively young company, but we do have a lot of years of experience when it comes to our process. So, what do we mean by that? Well, we're going through engineering reviews and working on collaborative agreements with NASA, NREL, SpaceX, and Intel when it comes to their thermal management issues. So by thermal management, this is what we mean. With all the new electronics that are coming online as we electrify our economy, we're talking about GPUs, smartphones, drones, all the way to EVs. We're essentially having faster internal electronics. They're more powerful, but they're also smaller in form factor. And so because of that, they're generating exponential amounts of heat. And heat is the enemy of electronics. For example, for every 10 degrees rise Celsius in temperature, you get a 50% reduction in product reliability. And so literally every degree matters. Otherwise, you get issues like smartphone phones. Samsung phones pretty much blowing up on planes, or you get EVs like Teslas catching fire, or even drones burning out and can't complete their missions. And so it's costing anywhere from millions to billions of dollars in losses and product lifespan, but also direct dangers with these fires and explosions. So you have to find some way to dissipate that heat. You have to deal with it. Otherwise, we can't advance these electronics and also the software that goes along with it, everything from AI to quantum computing. So what are the current solutions? Well, first we have fans, but they're outdated, ineffective, and can't keep up with today's technologies. Then we have liquid cooling. It is effective, but it's very expensive, very energy intensive, environmentally unfriendly, and hard to scale both big and small. Then we have nanotubes, which is emerging tech that's been out for the last decade. Essentially, nanotubes are little pieces of carbon material that are grown in a lab, and then they're essentially put on top of key thermal management components like heat spreaders, heat sinks, heat pipes, thermal radiators, and the like, to essentially direct heat away from electronics so overall they can keep cooler. The thing about nanotubes is that, again, they've been around for a while. They're trying to commercialize them at scale, and it's just really hard when you have to grow them in a lab and then attach them on top, and it's very process intensive, manufacture intensive, and it's just not scaling the way that it needs to. So where does that really leave us? Well, that leaves us with our solution, which essentially is physics-based. We use the power of light. We essentially deploy multiple laser beams to carve mountains and valleys into the surface of those same key thermal management components, essentially creating nanostructures where we can direct the heat wherever we want it to go, but essentially away from the electronics. So again, they stay cooler overall. It's kind of like when it's a hot day and you're wearing a jacket. You open up your jacket, there's now more space for the heat to go, getting it away from the body, just like you're getting it away from electronics, so then they can run functionally the way they're supposed to. And essentially, this is a patented process that we're packaging into an industrial laser station, which then can scale for production lines and be able to enhance components at scale. So you can see a little bit more of the laser-based process, where essentially this process is called femtosecond laser machining. Maybe you've heard of ultra-short pulse machining. It's It's also called nanomachining. There are many terms for this type of process, which is essentially laser texturing. But essentially what it does, it creates these nanostructures with minimal thermal effects and essentially no post-processing. Once you actually do the laser machining, you're essentially done from there on. For example, you can see to the left, we have infrared imaging of essentially a Mac Mini, where we nanomachine the thermal spreader on top. And so as you can see, it's actually running hotter because it can handle more heat after the thermal spreader has been enhanced, essentially taking more thermal radiation away from the microprocessor so it can handle heat consistently at higher temperatures, but overall keep the product cooler. So here's another example where you can see laser machine samples of aluminum and copper, which is particularly important for things like heat spreaders, electrodes, any type of thermal management material that needs enhancing. Where the left side is not nanomachined, the right side is. You can see all the nanostructures where we can essentially determine what we want in terms of laser parameters in order to have the heat directed away from the electronics, creating more vertical surface area, which then extends the thermal management capabilities. So again, this is perfect for things like space radiators, drone battery electrodes, GPU heat sinks, anything where thermal management is key, particularly in extreme conditions. So when it comes to our go-to-market strategy, we're really focused on manufacturers and power users of lithium-ion batteries, CPUs and GPUs, thin-film solar cells, and aerospace and space-based components. They're all looking for thermal management solutions because essentially heat is the dirty little secret that they don't like to talk about in the electronics industry because you can't defeat the law of physics. You can't deal with the heat. You're not going to be able to expand the potential of electronics from everything from microelectronics or nanoelectronics to quantum computing and all these new technologies that we want to bring online, especially when it comes to AI. So we're gaining industry traction. We're essentially within the laser industry. We have great partners who are working with us and essentially providing $250,000 plus of equipment and in-kind services to essentially build our prototype and ultimately our stations that can scale for the production line. And so we have Photonics Industries, a laser manufacturer here in America. We have Kiley, which is essentially an optics manufacturer. And then we have Precision Microfab, another American manufacturer here in the U.S., which essentially builds machines for the likes of SpaceX, NASA, Northrop Grumman, and MIT labs. And so, again, this prototype is made to scale for the production line, easily sliding in. So producers and manufacturers don't have to change anything that they're doing, and we can enhance their components at the same time. So we're pretty much in the thermal management market, and you can see the potential end users and also the subsectors below. So essentially, there's about a total addressable market of about 1.2 billion when it comes to the thermal management market and the type of companies we can serve. So we're dealing with the major OEMs like a Tesla or an NVIDIA and First Solar, as well as critical missions that are needed from Department of Defense and NASA. But we also service the suppliers to these companies and organizations where they need to be competitive when it comes to thermal management capabilities for their heat sinks, heat pipes, thermal radiators, heat sinks, and the like. And so really over the next 6 years, the thermal management market is going to double from essentially 10.7 billion to about 19.3 billion. And so there's really a lot of opportunities in the market because a lot of innovation is happening, but it needs to be buoyed by thermal management capabilities and dealing with that waste heat. So ultimately, you can see our core team. We have Victor Rivas, a serial inventor with multiple patents, and he's the one who actually patented this process. He has a great background working at both at NASA and DOE, specifically focused on materials and energy. As for me, my background is business development and economic development, with my last role as a specialist at the U.S. Department of Commerce, particularly focused on manufacturing, supply chains, and trade. And then we have great advisors like Chris Selly, the founder of Precision Microfab, who's guiding us through building these types of machines because he has excellent experience doing so. And then we have John Grange, also another great advisor who is a successful entrepreneur with multiple successful exits, specifically focused on data centers and computing. So ultimately, when it comes to our trajectory, this is the perfect time. U.S. manufacturing is coming back to the U.S., particularly when it comes to advanced manufacturing that's being supported by the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act. And so these are industries of the future. So we're talking about batteries, semiconductors, space manufacturing, solar modules, deep tech. This type of innovation and incentives and billions of dollars of really funding that has been needed over the past decade, now we're playing catch up, and it's great to see. So domestic manufacturing is going to expand over the next decade. And so we're perfectly positioned to take advantage of that, because as they're building out these facilities, they're then going to be making purchasing decisions over the next couple of years of what equipment are going to go into those facilities. And so we're being pretty aggressive, but we do feel we're going to be revenue positive by the first quarter of 2025 as we can serve these companies when it comes to laser stations, but also essentially when it comes to laser machining services. And so we can provide these types of products and services they need right now and into the future. And so we're very excited about where we're at and what we're doing, and we thank you for your time.
We now have Ileda Samagil, co-founder and CEO of Organic Robotics, who's going to discuss measuring body statistics, health statistics through sensors.
Hi everyone, I'm Ileda. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Loom/Organic Robotics. And at our company, we are commercializing our fiber optic sensor LightLace to measure human performance with millisecond precision. So in the commercial sector, we've been focused on athletes, but within the DoD, we also found a really compelling opportunity, knowing that warfighters are also extreme athletes. So one of the things we found was that they have to go through training all the time, and then they're also exposed to different conditions that are very tiring and exhausting when they're out in mission. This can result in injuries as well as time loss, and this is actually also a financial burden for the DoD because they lose hundreds of millions of dollars due to decreased operational readiness as well as increased failure rates for their physical tests. And another thing we found there is that it's currently not possible to capture all these biometrics, let's say respiration, heart rate, as well as blast over pressure through a single form factor that is portable and that has a long battery life, and also works in various conditions, whether that means they're out in the air, they're on the ground, or they're underwater. So we believe that's where our LightLace technology can actually make a huge impact. And here I kind of wanted to show you guys what it would look like if our sensors were integrated into a combat shirt, the size of it and the modularity of it, but we're actually going to see a live demo pretty soon. So what is LightLace? LightLace is our patented technology. It's a soft and stretchable fiber optic sensor. The way it works is we shine light through one end of this fiber. As you see, it's glowing here, but this is just for visual purposes. We normally coat our fibers so that the glow does not cause any distraction or safety or security issues. But we measure the light intensity on the other end of the fiber. When you stretch the fiber, there's a change of intensity. And we can measure that and calibrate that to mean different things depending on where that fiber is on the body. These sensors are extremely precise as well as durable. We've tested them for 10,000s of cycles for over 300% strain. They can also sample at really high rates. So a lot of other stretchable electronics are limited to maybe 1,000 hertz. We can do up to 1 megahertz. And what that means is that way we can capture really high speed movements, really high speed motions, such as blast over pressure. And by that, I mean being exposed to a bomb or explosive. They are also washable. We've tested them up to 30-40 cycles. They're easy to integrate into clothing using automated embroidery. And we have done some initial tests in adverse conditions such as high G, high altitude, as well as hot and cold water. So what we're doing with this is we're currently integrating them into different form factors. So next up, we have a slide that's showing what these form factors can look like. So this can be a chest strap for measuring your biometrics and blast over pressure. It could be a shirt that can measure your joint angles, your muscle engagements, so shape changes of different muscle groups. It could also be socks to look at your gait. It could also be leggings to also look at your leg movement, your hip rotation, and such. But right now we're focused on a chest strap and a shirt So I'm going to actually focus more of this slideshow, more of our company description on the chest strap, because that's our first product that's about to be on the market. But one thing I want to note here is that all of these products are powered by the same pod. So as a user, you can move the pod from your chest strap to another chest strap or even a shirt, provided you have these devices, these form factors that already have our light lace sensors. This makes it really easy for the user to use. You don't have to worry about purchasing a bunch of pods and moving them around all the time. You just need one pod and multiple garments. So if one of them is being washed, you have the other garment with the same pod. And with that said, I want to start with what our chest strap actually does. So here's a quick picture and a summary of what this does. It's a chest strap that goes over your shirt, so you can wear it on your skin, but it does not require skin contact. And what it does is it measures your biometrics in real time. So it can capture not only your respiration rate and heart rate, but we're actually looking at your breathing pattern. So a lot of other devices, whether they're wrist-based wearables or ring-based wearables, will give you rates of things, but we're getting the pattern. So what that could mean is I could be taking 15 breaths per minute, but that could look different depending on how much air I'm intaking. Am I breathing shallower or deeper? If you're only looking at rates, you can't tell that. So we are able to measure the pattern. We're able to also output things like breathing rate, tidal volume, minute ventilation, as well as heart rate. So we designed, like I mentioned earlier, our straps with comfort in mind, as well as making the pods fully removable. And I'm going to actually show you how this works on our next slide. So we call this the strap. Easy name, easy to use. But I actually have it up here. If you can look at me, this is what the strap looks like. I'm going to wear this over my shirt and show you briefly what the data output looks like. Here's also it being removed, the pod sliding in and out super easily. So I'm going to slide this back in. We have an iOS app that we have developed internally that we're using for this. So I just turn the device on. And there it is. This is going to be my breathing rate. So I'm going to actually show my phone very briefly so that people can see how I'm breathing and whether I'm nervous or not. So there we go. Actually, I'm going to be calibrating this. So as you see, this is the real-time output of my breathing. So that graph is showing my breathing pattern. I know it's cutting off a little, but maybe if I get closer to the camera. Oh, there it is. Well, it did cut off a little, but I think people were able to see that picture of my breathing rate changing in real time. That's how it works. And again, I'm just wearing it over my shirt just like that. And one thing that also makes us different in this area that we particularly found interesting for the DoD is also capturing exposure to explosive, measuring blast over pressure. This can be done through the same form factor through just the chest strap. And what's important to note there is that we're not only capturing exposure to blasts and quantifying it, but we're also capturing how that warfighters' breathing and their biometrics and their stress levels are changing in real time. So with this device, we hope to not only give athletes and warfighters a tool to help with instantaneous fatigue and recovery instead of a day-to-day fatigue score, we're doing this instantaneously, but also help build out a database that can show how many seconds, for how long, for how many years, and for at what strength someone has been exposed to blast and at what level they are likely to develop things like MTBI or TBI. So this is an easy to use tool that can capture multiple biometrics. And on the next slide, we want to kind of highlight how we're doing this. Although we have a unique hardware patented light lace technology, there's also a big software component to our company. We are developing our own algorithms and leveraging AI and machine learning tools to predict cardiorespiratory metrics without requiring a mask-based system, by only using our sensors without requiring skin contact. And we have a cool name for this. We call this System Skybar, so System for Continuous Improvement of Biometric Estimation Routines. And those are some of the screenshots from our app. I know it was a little difficult to see when I put my phone on the screen, but now you can kind of tell what that would look like if you had the app on your screen. And I want to end my slide with kind of a roadmap as well as what we have accomplished specifically within the DoD so far. So we luckily have active credas with both Air Force 711 Human Performance WIG as well as Army DevCom. These are two different projects. With the Air Force, we've been measuring things like hygiene training, how can we measure respiration, as well as blood pooling when pilots are getting trained in the centrifuge in order to make sure they're doing the maneuver correctly and that they do not get G-lock. The Army DevCom crate is an interesting one in that there we're focused more on military working dogs, trying to measure their breathing metrics, their respiration metrics, in order to help assess their stress levels when they're also exhausted physically. We also have other projects going on. We have active phase 1 and 2 STTR and SBIRs with Air Force and Army, where we're looking at different form factors. So we're looking into integrating directly onto combat shirts, as well as additional biometrics that we can measure, whether that's posture, vibration, joint angles, movement, or muscle fatigue. We're also right now part of Hustle Defense Accelerator based in AFRL at Rome. It's been an exciting program that has resulted in our first ATAG integration. So we're about to integrate into ATAG and be able to show our data through our plugin. We've also participated in other programs such as Army's XTech 6 program, as well as AFRL Mid-Atlantic Hub, which was based at Cornell, where we presented our technology for measuring performance in extreme environments. We are very excited about where our technology can go. We have highlighted some of the future opportunities that we have on our radar. So we're going to be focusing more on validation studies, whether that means comparing to other wearables or comparing to medical grade devices. We have identified some areas we can work with and some people we can work with at 7-Eleven, and we're looking forward to pushing that project forward. We're also raising our seed round, so if there's anyone that's interested, please reach out to us through our website, which is lume.io, LLUME.io, or you can find me on LinkedIn. The other thing, obviously, is extreme environment testing. One of our value props being measuring blast over pressure. So we're currently identifying partners within the DoD as well as private contractors that can offer this kind of explosion testing, so that we can make sure our data is accurate. And we are also interested in doing more testing with our products in relevant environments so that we can meet our TRL goals. But that's what we're doing. We're really excited to be working with the DoD, looking forward to learning about more opportunities where the warfighter can leverage our technology and where we can learn how to make it the best tool out there. So thank you for listening. Excited to be part of this event.
And now we have Matt Barnard, Senior Electrical Engineer and co-founder of Upgrade Energy, that specializes in battery innovation.
Hi, I'm Matt Barnard, founder and CEO of Upgrade Energy. We're a battery manufacturing company that's based out of St. Louis, Missouri. We make battery systems for robotics, UAVs, drones, anything that flies, crawls, rolls autonomously. And we have been founded since 2020, and we've only been growing. We started in the commercial sector, and we've been working towards growing further into the DoD side as our technologies are proving to solve problems specific to the DoD, and also with some cross solutions in the commercial side. So here we have our place where we produce our batteries. This is one of our main laboratories where we have some of our that's a laser welding machine behind me, for instance, where we can assemble our batteries. So why do we exist as a company? So there's a few main problems that we set out to solve originally. And so one of them being that drones and robotics and anything of this nature is always in need of more time on target, more time of operation, just more energy available. And as you well know, batteries are typically lagging behind that of, say, fuel-powered systems. But as we move forward into the future, we're looking at integrating more and more with electric-powered solutions. So one of the things we sought out to accomplish as a company is how do we push that battery technology further? How do we make the gap between fuel-powered systems and electric-powered systems more smooth? And so we decided that some of the core problems after talking to many companies were that the battery systems are typically, they're underpowered for the solution. It's like the drone may not be able to fly fast enough, may be a problem. Another problem maybe we encounter is that, say you need to take a certain number of photos of an area. You're doing some aerial photography and your aircraft is only flying for an hour and a half. Well, you may need that 2 hours. There's always this need for more. Secondly is the integration side. Oftentimes it's difficult to integrate a battery system, especially after the item using it is developed, it's been through its life cycle. And sometimes legacy systems are in need of a new power system, and it can be very difficult to integrate a new power system. And then cost is another aspect. Oftentimes when you talk to these US-based manufacturers, it's extraordinarily expensive. And we found ways of reducing those costs. We don't have legacy systems that cost us tons of money. We're able to utilize the latest and greatest robotics equipment, automation, and other, process automation to help our company operate more efficiently. Therefore, bringing the solution down to the end user. Our team is mid-size. I am the CEO and founder. Ariel is our head of engineering. He does a lot of our electrical design work. Trevor Rydell is in charge of our manufacturing. So our production levels right now are around 12 to 1,500 units per year. We're working on scaling that production up even further. Michael Rain is our head of business development, talks to customers. You may talk to him if you reach out, or you may talk to me. We've all been a part of the team here for the past year and a half. We've had a steady team and steady growth, and we have people under us that help out with the manufacturing, say graphics, our website, all these great things. So there's a great support system behind what we're doing to help out. And so our solution to date is 30% more flight range, 2 times battery lifespan. One of our key customers to demonstrate this was Drone Express. We have some of our products here as well. So this battery solution here, this is a 666 watt hour battery. This is the lightest 666 watt hour battery that you can purchase. It has integrated cooling systems. This battery can operate in the most extreme climates. We literally put this in an oven at 150 degrees Fahrenheit and push this battery really hard with our testing equipment here. And the battery did not skip a beat and is able to operate in nearly any environment. So that's one of our claims to fame is our engineering scope and capabilities allow us to produce some extremely cutting edge solutions here. We produce these on many scales, even smaller batteries. These are smart batteries. So not only is it a battery, but we also have integrated communication systems, temperature monitoring, cell balancing, all sorts of features, which just make it so much easier for the user. You just plug the battery in and it works. There's no additional cables, harnessing, anything. You plug it in. We call it our dockable battery solution. And this dockable battery solution is adaptable. You can plug it into a larger aircraft like this aircraft here. You can plug it into a UAV, like a smaller multi-copter, any sort of UAV system or UAS or robotics, anything like that. We just make it a very dockable, custom, and open source dockable. So if you need to integrate this battery solution into your solution, or you'd like it introduced to a legacy system, we can modify this system. That way it can be compatible with those previous systems you may be already using. It's fully tested, integratable, and scalable. This means that we do our work here. We test our batteries out, many cycles on them, ensuring long-term reliability. We put them in hot weather. We put them in cold weather. We put them in high altitude and low altitude. So we really can be sure that the solution we're delivering is good. Not only that, but you may find that your actual end user is dropping batteries, doing things to batteries that technically when you initially design a battery, you don't really consider. And we take those into account, right? The actual end user, we talk to end users. So if you need that battery solution integrated into a particularly harsh environment, or your end user doesn't know anything about batteries, we will integrate that battery in such a way that it's compatible with the environment it's living in. It's not going to get destroyed if it gets trapped. We can develop those sort of technologies. And with that, using our improved safety and performance, an engineered cell arrangement. So we design our batteries just to be optimally sized, optimally weighted. So these are the lightest, most powerful batteries you can get your hands on. We have a battery communications solution, so it can talk to really just about any flight controller, robotics controller, anything out there. It could be some legacy system. We can write the code to support that legacy system if there's documentation available. And we have all of this under a patented cooling solution as well, so our batteries don't overheat. We have many patents covering these different areas of the battery to kind of provide that additional value. We have a CRADA with the Navy. We're working on some rapid charging solutions and some other areas that we're focusing in. Swarming drones with Draper Laboratories. We have some batteries developed and they're in use in Draper. We also have some long-range aircraft which are utilizing our batteries. In the Air Force, these are legacy aircraft that needed a battery solution. And we were able to deliver one, which is fully plug and play with their older systems. Also, we work with custom private companies for UAS solutions. Maybe it's another company that's developed UAS, or some private company. We can work with that private company to just kind of bring that solution to them, which can then be later integrated into the Department of Defense. We have solutions from small batteries to large batteries. Like I said, the communications, plug and play, and NDAA compliant, our supply chain. Our batteries are made right here in the United States in St. Louis, Missouri. Some of them in this very room. If you want to contact me about any of what I just talked about, or you're like, how can I have a battery solution integrated into my robot, anything today, whether it be an old legacy or anything new upcoming in the future, and you'd like to have like the best of the best, contact me, Matthew Barnard. There's my email right there, my phone number, and that's our website as well. So feel free to reach out with any questions or anything you need help with. Thanks.
We're now working on our very last presentation. It's been a very good session, and we appreciate everybody's attendance. We're running about 10 to 13 minutes late, and then we'll have some closing remarks, and then we'll be done. A quick reminder to go after the exhibition hall and look around. So next up, for our very last presentation, we have Jerry Ladd, the president of CI Works. That's how they pronounce that particular name, not CIWRX, CI Works. And CI Works is an AI and cybersecurity firm. So now over to Jerry.
My name is Jerry Ladd. I'm the president of CI Works, an artificial intelligence and cybersecurity company located in Omaha, Nebraska. We are one of many NSIN mission partners dedicated to national security and collaboration with the Department of Defense. We're excited to be here today to present to the expo, and hopefully at the end of it you'll glean a little bit more about CI Works and be excited to work with us as well. CI Works creates custom and industry-specific solutions. The platform microservice architecture allows the security to match the requirements of the specific implementations. We only work with partners who do the same. The platform's strength is its secure communication. The latest NIST guidelines are implemented. Extensive logging and auditing features are embedded with authorization levels and permissions to control access and log attempted intrusions, log changes, and data manipulation. Everything is time-stamped and user monitored and logged to verify changes in every aspect of the program product, as well as the newly DevOps creations. No one gets in, no one changes, and no one can have access to our system or our data or your data. We use thousands of data sets and our pre-created no-code flows to clean, secure, visualize, and implement mission-critical systems in real time to thwart adversaries, bad actors, and hackers for both business and government. Having the capability of monitoring supply chain channels, products, locations, and adversaries in real time, as well as gleaning insights from the data patterns from historical libraries of data, being able to use those data sets to do predictive analysis is just the tip of the iceberg. CI Works is taking the supply chain information to a new level by using artificial intelligence to thwart adversaries and bad actors. Knowing who, what, when a product is moving throughout the supply chain, or being able to predict the disruption of your supply chain, gives our clients a distinct advantage in competition with business services and military positioning of troops, munitions, drones, weapons, both strategically and tactically on the battlefield, as well as movement and positioning of armaments. For the past 6 years, CI Works has developed and deployed data as a service solution known as XLab 5000. XLab 5000 is more than just a software solution. It is a data management strategy that utilizes the cloud to deliver data strategies, storage, integration processes, and analytic services via a network connection. It supports the ability to acquire and provide data with both public and private data sources with standard and custom APIs in common and proprietary formats. Data can be communicated with government cloud services and in real time or in batches and enriched with other sources. Data from old legacy systems can be restructured, cleaned, analyzed, and visualized using predictive analytics and artificial intelligence. When CI Works was first approached by government agencies in the DoD, we were advised that the number of resources that were available were subject matter experts who had knowledge about artificial intelligence were few and far between. CI Works decided to take artificial intelligence to the next level and create a neural network that creates other neural networks. While our adversaries are scrambling for AI resources, we were creating AI models with XLab 5000 as fast as artificial intelligence platform could do it at the speed of AI. Industrial control systems have evolved over time from being hardwired sensor networks to being connected to internet infrastructure of organizations and the DoD. Once ICSs were internet enabled, they became invulnerable to attack by hackers, adversaries, and bad actors. Government ICSs have become a prime target for bad actors. Traditional cybersecurity solutions are helpful, but are very reactionary. The future for getting ahead and beating cyber criminals is to use artificial intelligence and predictive analytics. XLab 5000 gives you that advantage to stay ahead of the bad guys. We are a preventative measure to thwart cyber attacks, not a post-operational evaluation of attack that already destroyed your mission, your project, your supply chain, your financial resource, or your troop movement and deployment in any warfare theater. XLab 5000 is a powerful, multifaceted, secure, no-code platform that includes features related to data management and artificial intelligence. It allows experienced and beginner data scientists to design and deploy neural networks designs without writing any code. In addition to designing the architecture of the neural network, the data scientists can choose which installed AI engine to design is to be deployed on. Test, training, and production data are loaded to the database. XLab 5000 supports MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, and Oracle databases, and cleaned using the no-code technology. Data can be sourced from practically anywhere, including websites, databases, text files, IP traffic. Data and results can be loaded on other systems and or presented in custom dashboards. XLab 5000 is useful for many industries and situations. It was architected for installation in any environment, including FedRAMP, secure military data centers, commercial cloud environments, local servers, desktops, onboard transports, or in any environment. To sum up, XLab 5000 is a software as a service solution that can be implemented in data centers, the cloud, and in dedicated server environments in practically any modern hardware environment. Security continues to be the primary focus and feature of the architecture. The future of business and military data storage is the cloud. FedRAMP compliant is meaningless if the bad actor has already placed their intrusion within your data. As the cloud becomes more of a choice for mission-critical data, the security and the functionality, and for functionality of the data becomes more important. Our XLab 5000 platform for hosting standard and custom applications is secure by design. It was architected to be FedRAMP compliant. The environment portability is flexible and can be installed on the cloud, on-premise, mobile, transport, and other various environments. It was created to house industry-specific applications that are server-side training that can be used anywhere with or without connectivity. It has GIS mapping software with spatial data analytics and location mapping. 5000 product is estimated at being at a technology readiness level of between 7 and 8. It actually is at a level of 9, but since each mission project has unique requirements, it normally involves some customization of the platform to meet the needs of the specific environments, communications, and security. Most modifications are rapidly done due to the base software's ability to use plug-and-play modules, a drag-and-drop node process, previously created flows, and the modules that make the production highly functional and desirable. The level of flows, nodes, and modules available to each user is determined by the ability of such silos of platform based on authorization, security levels, and clearances, agencies walling off their requirements, or the federated, unfederated access stipulations. In most cases, the storage modules are in CIWorks proprietary data libraries of previously created modules, but can be available by client authorization level, security clearance level, or permission level. XLab 5000 can be used for a plethora of projects. It shines and best is suited for C2, C4I, cyber architecture and components area, the intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance, ISR operations, and mission support, counter transnational crime, and operations and mission support, counterterrorism. Our no-code development platform was created to streamline the development effort of the applications. Highly trained subject matter experts in cybersecurity and artificial intelligence who have become rare resources and assets that are unavailable become a thing of the past. Imagine walking into your break room or your office pool and selecting anyone to help you develop artificial intelligence and cybersecurity platforms in a no-code environment to thwart intrusions, exploits, or to create warfighting DevOps applications. With XLab 5000, artificial intelligence and cybersecurity exploits and intrusions can be visualized for quick reference to the area of impact or optimization. The analytics provides real-time visualization. XLab 5000 has a technology embedded that can create forms with ease. Everything from an intelligent questionnaire to checklists, surveys, data entry screens, and more. It can also create workflow management tools such as Gantt charts, resource charts, and schedules. It is a masterful tool to organize, visualize, and implement processes, methods, procedures, and sources. XLab 5000 supports standard AI systems like Google's TensorFlow and Microsoft's CNTK Cognitive Toolkit, but also can be modified for alpha tensor algorithms that have complex matrix multiplication variables and functions. Ua in Hawaiian means to go forward, which was exactly what Hawaii needed to do during the pandemic. Omaha University was created to train residents on various islands in remote areas. The Omaha learning system was developed by modifying XLab 5000 to specifically train students. The ILS system platform that includes lessons, testing, facilities, ability to communicate with instructors and other students, a learning management system, and a library of educational material was created during the pandemic for them. The ILS automatically detects the connection and synchronizes messages, updated lessons, test and quiz results, and updated learning material even without connectivity. Once again, I want to reiterate that CI Works takes structured and unstructured real-world data, cleans and secures that data, uses those libraries of clean data to do predictive analytics and artificial intelligence on XLab 5000's secure platform. It was also architected to run in FedRAMP environment and can be installed almost anywhere. You can contact CI Works by emailing me directly at jerry.ladd@ciworks.com or calling the number 402-679-1334 or by scanning the QR code located on the right side of the screen. The QR code will give you access to the website ciworks.com where you can get our telephone number, address, and information related to XLab 5000.
That was our last video. I'd like to thank everybody for attending today. I hope that this was beneficial to you. A couple of reminders. Number one, our expo hall will be open for roughly 45 minutes. We'll also have our technical support available until about 4:30 Central Time. When you go to the expo booths, if you want more information about NSIN, have a problem to enter, anything like that, you can go to expo booth number 1. That's the NSIN expo booth, and enter in your information, what you seek. You'll see various tabs there. You can do live Q&A. You can send an email. You can go to the website. There are a zillion things that you can do, and the options are similar for the other participants of the expo, with the exception that you can't enter a problem with them. But everything else will be the same. So we look forward to seeing you next year. All of you will get a post-event survey. Please fill that out for us. It'll take you 3 minutes at best, unless you feel like writing something like War and Peace. It's 3 minutes. And then we can get feedback from you so that we can continue to improve our symposium. And when we conduct it next year, you'll be amazed because we've incorporated your suggestions. So once again, thank you, and we'll see you next year. The formal proceedings of the DES are now over. Thank you.